beautiful day in St. Louis and a hugely important day for the world of chess, as it is the first round of the U.S. Men's Championship and the U.S. Women's Chess Championship. It's going to be a fantastic event in the U.S. Open Championship. We have 3 of the top 10 players participating. The U.S. Women's Championship has never been so strong. We expect fireworks over the board. We expect absolutely great chess. It's going to be a very, very important couple of weeks for these participants. And of course, we have your favorite commentary team joining us. It's Jen, Maurice, and Yas over at the studio.
Thank you, Alejandro.
Hi, Jennifer. Nice to have you back. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you, and welcome everybody to our coverage, which is going to span over 2 weeks of the 2016 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. I think we're in for a real treat these next couple weeks.
I'm certainly excited. Absolutely. I can't wait for the games to begin.
Yeah, we got 3 of the top players in the world competing here in the U.S. Chess Championships. It's so exciting. Last year, we talked about Fabiano Caruana moving federations, and now here he is playing in our championship. Let's take a look at the pairings.
And in his first championship at that.
And he's going to be playing against Varuja Nakobian in the first round. We've also got Sam Shanklin against our U.S. junior champion, Akshat Chandra. Wesley Sovers, Gata Kamsky, that's a big one. And our defending champion, Hikaru Nakamura against Alex Lenderman. Alex Shabalov, he's back against Grandmaster Ray Robson. Meanwhile, Alexander Onashuk against Jeffrey Zhang. Zhang is going to be a very exciting player in this championship as well. So let's take a look at the Women's Championship. Big news here, we've got Anna Zatansky back in the field. We've got Tatev Abrahamian against Agata Baikatsev. We've got Jennifer Yu versus Ashritha Aswaran. Carissa Yip versus Akshita Gorti. Nazi Pikidze is playing against Anna, and Katerina Nemtsova against our defending champion, Irina Krash. Sabina Foiger versus Alyssa Melakina. Now, you might not be familiar with all of those names because we've got a lot of young new blood in the women's.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's really nice to see such a fantastic field and a youthful field. Jennifer, I'm really stunned at how young the women's championships are.
And here are some of them. Nazi is setting up to play. And as we wait more players to begin round 1, let's go over to Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, now a Hall of Famer. Congratulations. And he's got the key matchups of the day.
Well, thank you so much, Jen. Well, this is what it's all about. The 2016 U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championship about to start. The strongest field ever on the U.S. Open Championship side. I mean, it's incredible when you think about Bobby Fischer having played in this tournament. The opposition has never been as heated, as fierce as this one. As we see the great champions come in. Gata Kamsky used to be one of the top 2 players. He's won this championship 5 times already, and he's not even in the top 3 in this list lineup. So it's going to be an incredible tournament. Let's take a look at a couple of the head-to-head matchups that we will be following quite intensely. First of all, welcome back Fabiano Caruana, born here in the United States. He played for Italy for several years, but now here he is back in the U.S. playing in his first championship ever. He will face off against the veteran Varuja Nakobian, who is the only player within the 30s. He's 32 years old in this event. We have 3 40-year-olds. Everybody else under 30. This should be a very interesting matchup right off the bat. But of course, we have to follow this one. Hikaru Nakamura, 4-time champion, chasing Gata's 5. He will look to cement himself as the country's best player. Although Fabiano is nipping at his heels, he'll face off against Alexander Lenderman, who's acquitted himself quite well in these championships before. They last met in 2012, the game ending in a draw. And on the women's side, well, the name that rings from the hill, she will be a future Hall of Famer, unquestionably, Grandmaster Irina Krash, the 7-time champion of this event, facing off against Katerina Nemtsova, who in her first championship last year came in 3rd place, a really good player. This matchup will be a difficult one for Irina with the black pieces. We'll see how she acquits herself. And round 1 about to start in what should be an epic championships. We're going to have fun with you guys over the next 2 weeks for sure. Back to you, Jen and Yaz.
Thank you, Maurice.
That's right. Now let's take a look at our tournament format. We've got 2 12-player round robins, and that means there's 11 games. 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 seconds for the remainder of the game. You know, Hikaru would be good at that tournament. Yeah. No, but it's actually 30 minutes followed by 30-second increments. So it sounds long, but those end games can get pretty hot and heavy.
Right, no third time control, just 2, and you get your bonus with each move you make starting from move 1.
Now, the Women's Championship has their highest prize fund in history, $100,000, and the U.S. Chess Championship, which is open to men and women.
Right,
and
it's
I feel
the
like
Open Championship, actually.
yes, exactly. And as we see some of the really young women in the Women's Championship, that might become more than theoretical.
Absolutely.
In some years. But the championship prize fund is almost $200,000 and $50,000 for first place. For the women, we've got $25,000 for first place. And in both competitions, we've got the Bobby Fischer Award. So if you sweep the field and get 11-0 in either competition, you will get an additional $64,000. So somebody could walk away from St. Louis with $114,000. How long do you think that record is going to remain feasible?
Well, going with a perfect score is virtually unattainable because the players are just so much stronger. The opposition to Bobby Fischer was good, but nothing like what we're seeing today. So I think it's only theoretical. I'm guessing maybe as long as 4 rounds before the Bobby Fischer prize is safe.
You think 4? 4 in the championship? What about the women's?
Yeah, for
Either
both
field.
events. Like, I think that it ends after 4.
Yeah, well, that's, I mean,
Somebody starting 4-0 is really remarkable.
it is. In fact, I think many betting women would take the under on that line. But
Okay.
I still think that you know, you never know what's going to happen. I mean, remember we were lucky enough to witness Fabiano Caruana almost sweep the Sinkfield Cup,
Which would have been even more remarkable.
exactly. So we do like to watch that come in. So we've got Tatev Abrahamian here setting up. She's on a good streak so far. She's been playing well. She had a really good result in Iceland recently, and she's playing one of the newcomers to the event, Agata. You see, Gadakamsky, he got inducted into the Hall of Fame last night along with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
A very emotional ceremony yesterday. It wasn't just the drawing of the lots, but in particular, Maurice's speech in front of his mom, sister, and daughter. That was a very, very special moment, and I think we were all deeply touched. It was
Exactly.
great.
I think there are some tissues being passed out.
I know. Maurice came to me later and said, "You're going to have to move over on that Hall of Fame. You got to make a little room for me." I said, "Oh boy, we were welcome, Maurice." So it was very, very nice.
Gada's speech, of course, brevity is the soul of wit.
Yeah, I know. Thank you very much. It's great to be with the big names. Just about the opening ceremony yesterday, of course, there was the drawing of lots, which means since there's an odd number of rounds, somebody's going to get 1 extra white. And so drawing the numbers 1 through 6, you get the extra white. What was especially telling for me was that the 3 favorites on paper in the open section, Wesley, Hikaru, and Fabi, all drew an extra white. That's pretty tough for the rest of the field. It's bad enough that you're an underdog, but then you get an extra black. So I'm thinking that really pushed matters, and one of those 3 players is a heavy favorite to win the U.S. Championship.
I agree, and let's go up to Tony Rich, the executive director here at the Chess Club, who is going to kick off the proceedings here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 1 of the 2016 U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championship. I'm Tony Rich. I'm one of the organizers of this event. I have to say, we couldn't be more proud to be hosting this event right now. All of these great players, all of this amazing chess that we're about to see, a lot to look forward to. Just a couple of quick announcements before we begin. Reminder that tonight is the Power Shares Tennis Series. The shuttle will leave from the Chase at 6:15 p.m. There's a sign-up sheet up here now. Feel free to sign up for that if you would like to go. The tennis match is expected to go until 9:45, but the shuttle will run continually. So if you'd like to leave earlier than that so you can prepare for tomorrow's game, you're welcome to do that as well. When your game's finished, if you would prefer, we'll have the sign-up sheet down at the front desk as well. All the normal announcements. Please make sure no talking to each other, no talking amongst the players, spectators, no talking or noise of any kind, please. If you have a camera or such a recording type of device. Please make sure any beeps are turned off or anything like that as well. A big thanks to Ed Gonçalves, who also prepared the stats and figures updated from his previous efforts. Each of you should have a thumb drive on your table with everything about the U.S. Championship and Women's Championship since the very beginning. The last announcement I have is please make sure you turn in your tax forms. I would love to pay all of you, and I need that tax form in order to do so. Thank you. Also a reminder that the confessional booth is open and available. I encourage all the players to use it. You're welcome to go in there. When you sit down at the chair, wait 5 seconds and then start talking. It can be about the position. It can be about your mood or thoughts going into the game or anything else. But I do encourage you to please use that. The spectators love it.
Tell them how that we want to go in.
And please make sure you let the arbiters know that you're headed there just in case somebody's already in there as well.
Does everybody know where it is?
So the confessional booth, right in here and back in the kitchen.
It's the closet in the kitchen.
Yep. So the door will be open to that closet. It's set up as a sound booth. It's soundproof, so everything will be.
Which wasn't like yesterday. Today I had no trouble opening it.
All right. And that is all the announcements I have. I'm honored to be joined by Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield. She and her husband Rex founded the chess club and are the folks responsible for putting on the championship. So thank you all very much.
Appreciate being here.
Will you do us the honor of ringing the bell?
Absolutely.
Let's get
I'm
it.
not finished yet. We're not finished yet. I don't want any cups or drinks on this side of the board.
Oh, you did have some.
Interferes with the cameras.
Okay.
And no bottles or anything else like that on the table. They can go on the table on the side.
Please make sure you use the drink tables on the sides. We'd like to get some great photos, and until Coca-Cola sponsors the U.S. Championships, I'm not letting them get in our pictures. All right. Now that's all. Without further ado, Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield will start the round.
Hold the little thing there so it doesn't ring before. Okay. Thank you.
The 2016 U.S. Championships are now underway.
And yes, we've got Fabiano Caruana versus Varuja Nagobian. That looks like an E4. These two have never actually played before, which is pretty surprising. And usually you would expect a French from VAR, right?
I think we just saw a Scandinavian.
Oh, I thought it was a Sicilian.
Yeah. Well, a Scandinavian, this opening is a centuries-long opening, but I'm wondering at the U.S. Championship when last somebody trotted out the Scandinavian. Pretty remarkable.
Good question.
I mean, it's not popular at the highest level, so Varuja Nagobian, the first to surprise one of the pre-tournament favorites.
I'll be really looking forward to seeing how Fabiano treats this, because I got to tell you, Scandinavian, it's a great opening to play in blitz, because you you get your queen out, you queenside castle,
right,
and you start attacking with bishop d6, e5. So I know Fabi, a very well prepared player. We'll have to see how that goes. Now, speaking of blitz, we've got perhaps the best bullet player in the world, Hikaru Nakamura.
No perhaps on that one, Jennifer. He is an extraordinary blitz player. For sure, #1 in the world, but I suspect he's the greatest bullet player the world has ever seen.
Yes, bullet. I did call him that in an interview today, that he was the best ever. Of course, blitz is a little different.
Yeah,
There's a lot of competition.
5 minutes, but 1 minute, he is simply extraordinary.
Yeah,
and today he plays against Alex Lenderman. They've had matchups in the past. I believe that it's 2 draws and 1 win for Hikaru in their matchup. And a Queen's Gambit declined by Alex Lenderman.
And Hikaru already looking stressed out.
Play. Yeah, like this isn't a surprise. So one of the things Hikaru is thinking about, of course, is just what pathways he can take the game. Does he want to play conventionally with knight c3? He could go into a Catalan. And the third move, there are a lot of very different branches of play here for white.
Now, one interesting stat that Ed Gonçalves, who Tony actually just mentioned in the pregame, alerted me to, is that there's actually a hot stat that could be broken today. Sam Shankland needs to win his game if he doesn't want to be the player who hasn't won game 1 of a U.S. Chess Championship in 8 years. So if he doesn't win today, he's going to tie with Sadie for that not exactly
auspicious record, right? Oopsie daisy.
Although, I mean, you know, of course, a lot of those games were surely draws.
Right.
So it's not necessarily that bad to get a slow start, and it depends on how many blacks you get and whatnot. But he will be trying to win this game. Probably has no idea that that record actually exists, and just wants to win the game.
So this is his 8th event. And he's never won the first round.
Exactly.
Oh, right.
And here he is playing against the lowest rated player in the field, the very talented Akshat Chandra, who's multi-talented, not only a great chess player at such a young age, but also a really good writer.
Yes, I mean, I've read some of his articles. Pretty extraordinary for such a young man.
And to be so good at chess as well.
Right.
Like, obviously, he's keeping up with his studies as well. So that's a quest to GM. And we're going to be getting well acquainted with Akshat throughout the tournament.
Absolutely. We'll go to Maurice.
Well, you guys were talking about bullet chess. Well, Nakamura had an unusual way of preparing for the championship. According to chess.com, he played a 8-hour bullet match. 8 hours against Grandmaster Eric Hansen. And his score in bullet, 234.5, 234.5 to just 48.5 against our colleague, Grandmaster Eric Hansen, who plays a lot of bullet chess himself. But I can't imagine you play bullet for 8 hours. Eric said that he couldn't feel his hand after he was done, after 8 hours of play. And Nakamura using that as his way of warming up his mind for this event. I mean, he must know something we don't, because I would not have recommended you do that to prepare for the U.S. Championship, which is clearly not bullet. I mean, he's already in thought in this position. The other position of interest you guys talked about, it's not even a Scandinavian anymore on this board. Varuzhin is throwing out this funky line after the move e takes d5. He played knight f6. Traditionally, you take back with the queen on d5, and black goes for a slightly worse but solid position. But this line with knight f6, bishop b5, bishop d7, bishop c4, this could have been opted for on the first move. Now bishop to g4. It is clear that Varuzhin knows Fabiano Caruana is one of the most well-prepared players on the planet. Period. Do not give him a good opening position that he knows. And he clearly had something ready for Var's French, and he was looking to destroy it. So Var said, let me surprise you first. And already he's got the great Fabiano Caruana, one of the greatest theoreticians we know, thinking on move 4. Well, at least now it's his move 5. That's got to be a plus for him. A big start to this game. The lines are supposed to be better for white coming out of this variation, but probably Fabiano hasn't looked at these variations in forever. I mean, after all, he's not expecting this to come from his 2,800 colleagues. We'll see what he prepared or what he can come up with now, knowing that he is the one who's fallen into the trap. And on other boards as well, we can see some starts. Sam Shanklin actually has started in a French defense with Akshat Chandra. A very solid position here for the black pieces. As you can tell, black has gotten a good game. But still a long way to go. We know Sam to be a great theoretician as well, so he'll handle that one. Hikaru's position has proceeded apace here, and we see that they have actually transposed into a Moran-looking structure happening on that board. And if we go down the horn, we see that Gata and Wesley, they are playing a standard Spanish. We'll see whether or not Gata wheels out a Berlin. Gata, the fellow honoree, as inducted into the Hall of Fame. I remember he was calculating. We were sitting next to each other after we got our awards, and everybody got their numbers drawn. And Gata was trying to calculate, wait a minute, I'm number 10, so who do I play? I play number 4. And then he thought, oh, no, that's Nakamura in round 1 already. And then when Carol Jarecki, the arbiter, said that he was actually paired against Wesley So, he looked over at Naka and said, what? Confused. And Naka said, well, listen, it's 12 players. That's why that's the way it is. And he said, oh, okay. And then he stopped and he said, well, it doesn't really make a difference, actually, because now he's got to play black against Wesley. So definitely has his hands full. I think he thinks himself as an underdog in this event, despite the fact that he has won 5 times. Wesley has never won the championship. He played just once last year. So we'll see how this one proceeds, because this is a heavyweight matchup. You could see something like this at the very top of chess, but it should be interesting.
Right.
Indeed. And I think that Gata often understates his ambitions. He wants to win this tournament, even.
Of course he does. And for Gata, he always, lowballs expectations, but believe me, he's got a belly full of fire, and he's still determined to be the best player in the United States.
Let's take a comparison at Gata Kamsky last year and this year, changing up the fashion. Gotta keep him guessing. I like it, Gata. We see that a lot in the women's championship, people changing their hair, their style, but Gata
that's a big change. That's a big change.
Yeah, very nice.
Do you like the long hair?
Well, I'm more. It's not nothing against Gata, but I'm not as into long hair and most people. I like the shorter cuts usually.
All right.
But I appreciate the switching it up.
Yes, indeed.
Right? Kind of switch it up.
And in their game, Wesley So, by the way, has a very nice record against Gata. They've played 3 games, 2 wins for Wesley, only a single draw, and in last year's U.S. Championship, Wesley won with black. Today he is playing white,
right.
And they're playing the most well-known opening in chess, the Ruy Lopez, and the players have they slow-balled it at the start, but then they sped up to a very well-known position.
Which Gata has a lot
defense.
of experience in.
Exactly, and the Breyer defense is really the centuries-old, yeah, well, it's one of the oldest. The knight on c6 is actually not very well placed, and it reroutes itself, we'll understand in a second, from the d7 square. The knight, there we go, protects the e5 pawn, and as we'll see in one further move, after bishop b7, the bishop has an open view against the e4 pawn, and that forces white to drop back with his bishop. The bishop on c2 steps up the defense of the pawn on e4, but on the b3 square, it was eyeballing black's king. So black has forced white to retreat his bishop to a slightly more passive square. All of these maneuvers are very standard, and the most standard move that I'm aware of is a2, a4. And Wesley thinking about that. Usually the line goes a4, bishop g7, bishop to d3. And many, many hundreds of games, this is almost kind of a tabia, a starting position for these top players.
Yeah, very principled Ruy Lopez maneuvers here, with the knight coming to g3, trying to eye the f5 square, black responding with his g6 fianchetto, which usually isn't that popular in e4, e5 variations, but it works out quite well here with white using this long-winded maneuver to get his knight to a strong square.
Exactly.
So yeah, just super principled, and it's really good for those of you who are trying to pick up the Ruy Lopez to pay attention to this game, because these type of maneuvers with a4, knight g3, the fianchetto, they come up in pretty much every closed Ruy.
Exactly, and you said it well just a moment, closed Ruy. In a closed position, you see a lot of maneuvering. And by closed position, I mean positions where there are 7 pawns for each side or more on the board, and that allows for these long-winded maneuvers. Anatoly Karpov made a career out of playing knight d2 to f1 to g3. A very handsome one, I might add.
Yeah, I love playing that in Blitz. Like, if you play that maneuver in Blitz and then you get your knight on f5, they lose every time.
Yeah, we just feel good about it, don't you? So let's continue our look around the board. Just a second. And, just an update. Instead of the traditional move a4, as mentioned before, instead of the a4 move, which I know much better than bishop to g5, bishop g5, h6, bishop d2 has been played. Well, okay, I would imagine that Wesley's idea is that with queen c1, king h7. Interesting, a moment ago I put the bishop was on b3, eyeballing black's king. Now the bishop's on c2 doing the same thing. Intriguing.
Maybe we can try to play for h4 and nibble away a little bit at I mean, of course that weakens the d4 square, but I'm trying to play h5 and regain the f5 square.
There you go.
Because if you ever take on h5, of course that would leave the f5 square
one
open.
Of the treatments that Boris Spassky made famous as black is he often would play h5 and not king h7 in this specific type of position. So again, a very big theoretical contest going over on that one. I want to jump back for a second to this game of Varugian Akobian, because I just find it remarkable that VAR has made a pawn sacrifice. Quite frankly, VAR is known as a cagey, wily veteran. Doesn't like sacrificing material, much rather sacrifice his opponent's material.
Solid.
Solid.
Sacrifice his opponent's material. I like that.
Yeah. And he's given a pawn early to Fabi with this maneuver, bishop f5 and knight bd7. Interesting thing. Maurice, give us an update. What's all that about?
You should be befuddled, Yaz, because this position has never, ever been seen by any player over 2,600. Ever. This is the first time we're seeing this variation getting played, this knight f6, bishop b5, bishop d7 line. I've seen, I believe, an Ivanchuk game before in the early position, but this line here we're about to go to, bishop to g4, and now f3, bishop f5, and black is aiming to get this pawn back at some point, but white simply won't let it happen too easily, guarding the pawn on d5, and now knight bd7, searching to get to b6, and this is the position I was referring to. This has never been seen. The Indians are actually saying that white only has a slight advantage here, noticing that this pawn looks like it will drop at some point, although it's not so easy for black to get at it. I mean, white can play very aggressively with g4 here, and that's a very sharp line, I should point out. g4, the Indians give, ignoring that attack, attacking this bishop, and after this bishop drops back as best, now the move bishop to c8, not relegating itself to this square. And again, this d-pawn looks like it will fall. The Indians like the position for white after d4, but I think that if black gets the pawn here, with just knight takes on this square, the Indians also give the move a5. To me, I don't think white would ever want a position like this one, this knight not being in a good place, and these two pawns not looking that great either. So this position is very close to what Varugian wants, and he's looking to play this move. Now, most players in this position have played the move knight g to e2, but you're going to have to face off against this move, and if you, obviously the pawn on d5 is under attack, so if you try to keep it with bishop to b5, check in this position, now the bishop drops back to d7, and a trade, queen takes, and suddenly the d pawn is under fire, and again it's going to drop. So it looks as though black, to me, even though the Indians, now the Indians start to go down and say it's more towards equality, and I would absolutely agree. If I got this as black, I feel like I was fine coming out the opening. So I think he surprised Caruana for sure. Looks as though Fabi did not play the most critical lines, even though he actually played the most popular lines, and he's not going to get an advantage, any serious advantage here, not on the board and not on the clock, and not psychological either. Look at VAR leaning back saying, you fell into my preparation, sir, and the body language of Caruana is telling it all. He is not happy. He's got white right out the gate, no real advantage that he can find, totally out his preparation. This is a very significant occurrence right away in round one of the U.S. Championship.
Wow. And talking about significant occurrences, too, while Maurice was giving, I didn't realize we were going to get theoretical novelty so early in the show. Check out what just happened in the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Alexander Lenderman. So this is a very standard semi-Slav position. Lots of players, the Moscow variation with bishop g5 is played, and instead Hikaru went g3, Alex captured the pawn, bishop g2. These are very well-known pawn sacrifices, but I have never seen this move b3 in this specific position. Why? Because it seems to offer black a golden opportunity to play the move b4, attacking the knight. Okay, let's say you move your knight. I'm not saying it may be a piece sacrifice, but then after c3, essentially, strategically, you're lost, because black has a protected pass pawn on the c3 square, and this may be preparation by Hikaru, but boy, it better work, because if it doesn't, it's just like, you're going to lose. Maurice,
right.
What's going on here? This is crazy first round.
It is an absolutely crazy first round, and we have to go quickly to try to keep up with developments because stuff's happening everywhere. Fire on board in the game between Shanklin and our young participant, Akshat Chandra, the second youngest participant in the competition. They're playing a wild position, and check this out, guys. The move rook to e1. Remember I said, looks like black has a nice solid position, looking very much like a very solid French. And he played the move queen c7, attacking the bishop. The bishop drops back to f1. Looks as though white has only one real piece developed, and a nice rook on e1 agreed, but nothing too aggressive here. Bishop to d6, gaining a tempo on the h2 pawn, waiting for you to defend it so I can castle. Shanklin said, no, I don't think so. Time for me to start an attack, attacking the bishop, hitting the pawn on g7. Of course, you cannot take because of the pin on the e line. So what's up? Let me take this pawn with check, and now king over. And let me just make this little king maneuver. King to f8, moving my king out of the way, looking to chase this knight out and then look to redeploy the bishop. What does Sam do? You can have my knight. Take it if you want to. The youngster said, sure. What if I snack on it? A queen sacrifice right in the open, right away, and black cannot capture this queen because we smell a mate right on the board in 2, absolutely forced, down rook to e8 and mate. So after queen f6, black, though, stayed cool and played the move h6, defending his position, and this is the position we have currently on the board. Actually, now the move queen to d4 has been played. For some reason, I smell a theoretical rat. I'm going to take a look to see if this line has been seen before, but the engines do believe that despite being down a pawn is white, with this h2 pawn having dropped off the board, that it is white with the advantage. The rook on the e line does really leave a good impression, and the king having not castled, and that rook on the h-file on h8 doesn't look that good either. So wild chess, guys, right away. This is what we look for, we long for when we get a big tournament like this one, and already in round 1, it looks as though Sam is trying to break that curse. He doesn't want to do 8 in a row, not having won the first round.
That's right. He wants to win his first game of the championship, and Akshat wants to win his first game.
Very, very good.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look and see how that position looks. Now, of course, the fact that it's so wild and crazy, and yet they're playing these moves so quickly, means 100% they have analyzed this at home.
And its preparation. Yeah. Well, I remember having this position as black against Leonid Shamkovich. Do you remember Shamkovich?
Yeah, you wrote a book on onions. Right?
Oh, yeah. Well, he wrote a number of books. He's a great tactician, a grandmaster from the Soviet Union who emigrated to the United States. Bishop takes h2, king over. I was black, and I remember this being shocked by this move, knight takes g7, king takes g7. This later became a very well, heavily analyzed theoretical game, because after queen d2, white has
Can I bail out with bishop f4?
Queen checks and to take this knight, or queen checks over here and takes the bishop.
And if I bail out, I'm just a little worse in the end game.
Right.
Yeah,
with bishop f4.
Yeah,
yes.
2 bishops. You're happy with that.
Yeah, but the way the game went was a surprise for me. Queen takes f6, a beautiful checkmate, of course, that Maurice pointed out. h6, queen came back, bishop e6. One of the things I really notice amongst the elite top players is they love the initiative. Nobody today likes to play defensive chess, and you're seeing a lot of sacrifices already in this first round. We're seeing pawn sacrifices by Hikaru, by Akobian, and now by Sam. Maybe there are other sacrifices going on. But very early initiative for white.
Now,
me, I just like the material.
But so what's the body count here? Black's up a pawn, right?
Yes.
So I feel like we need to develop that dark squared bishop. So how are we going to do it? I would love to figure out a way to fiend Keto so I could threaten checkmate.
Maybe you just it's a similar idea. Just put it on c3, and like you say, threatening checkmate. Black, for his part, will try to develop, and if you put your bishop on c3, this doesn't look good. And please forgive me. Rook h7. It doesn't look good, but at least I do have a plan. I want to go king g8, and maybe on a good day just trundle Henry the h-pawn up the board.
That's right. And so now
And so you've got to prove your, you've got to prove your initiative. You can still, you know, kick me around, right? You've got an early initiative, but you know how to make your pawn sacrifice really work.
That's why I'm wondering what Sam's going to play right here. I was even thinking, I know it's very weakening, so of course you came up with the idea bishop d2, bishop c3, but I was also looking at the fianchetto with b4 just to kind of like lock down the c5 square.
I like it. I like it. b4, bishop. So it's very similar, except in the previous line I had bishop c5. Your move b4 basically forces me in this case to go into a more defensive shell. At the moment, a lot of black pieces around his king, so I really can't imagine you getting a checkmate against me. But on a good day, you may be able to, well, I don't think the sacrifice works immediately.
And meanwhile, you're threatening bishop f6, actually winning material.
Bishop f6 is on my agenda, yeah.
Yeah, this
so still a lot for Sam to prove.
Exactly. That's why I think it'll be really interesting to see what he comes up with right here. He's probably still in preparation, but probably maybe reviewing some of his preparation.
That's one of the hard things in chess, is you do so much preparation that sometimes, and you're looking at so many lines that are similar to others, and to remember them is really a great challenge.
And he has played a move, so let's take a look at that. And then I also want to go over to the Women's Championship. Because speaking of preparation, guess who I saw on her laptop 5 minutes before the game, 10 minutes before the game, just getting that little extra bit of preparation.
I can't imagine it's Arena. So who was it?
The youngest player in the competition, Carissa. She was there, so I mean, I expect big things from that star.
Of course. Oh yeah, I don't know. Her star is going to shine brightly in the years ahead. She's 12 years old.
She's 12 now, and she beat her first grandmaster at 9 years old. And you know, earlier you said the Bobby Fischer Prize was impossible. Yeah. One of my favorite Carissa Yip quotes, or any female chess player quotes, was anything is possible if you try hard enough, like beating a grandmaster. She was 9.
9?
Anything is possible. I mean.
Then what did she do? Go back to the sandbox and play? Oh my gosh.
There she is, by the way.
Wow.
And she's playing against Akshita Gorky. So this is a key game, actually, because it's really two youngsters who, Akshita getting in on as a wild card, Chris actually getting in by rating. And we're going to really see, I think, one of these players shocked with field, and maybe this game will tell us which one. But meanwhile, Sam actually played bishop c4, a move that we hadn't looked at all, right?
Which was actually a very good move, because this move, bishop c4, we were just realizing very quickly a moment ago that if black was allowed to simply develop with bishop e6 and get his rook over on a8 into the game, he'll be fine. At least with this move, bishop c4, eyeballing the f7 pawn, it actually also means that the e-file remains open, and so bishop c4, I think that's an excellent move.
Yeah, stopping a really nice prophylactic move. I was too obsessed with getting a checkmate threat in.
With good reasons.
Slow down.
Good reasons. All right, let's move. Let me just see around what else is going on. We have the veteran Alexander Onishuk, who's played in, boy, I think over 10 Olympiad teams, 3 world teams for the United States. He's up against Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey, the youngest participant in the field, coming in from Dallas, playing black.
15 years old, that's right.
Wow. Queen's Gambit accepted with the move b7, b5. Normally, the players are reluctant to play b5 because after a4, this pawn on b4, it's often that white gets to play around the pawn. He gets to put his knight on b3, controlling the c5 square, which is absolutely key to black's efforts to break up in the center. So bishop takes c4 with the very straightforward, obvious threat of queen f3 with a double attack against the rook on a8, the pawn on f7, protecting against that. Queen f3 anyway, provoking c6, knight e2, and immediately e4. So we see Alexander Onishuk jumping all over Jeffrey early, but I'm absolutely sure that this is still preparation for Jeffrey, because b5, a4, b4, what was played earlier, these moves by white are pretty straightforward. So we have to imagine that Jeffrey is prepared for this position.
Well, yeah, Jeffrey should be very well prepared in general. I mean, actually, I read an article about him. He was one of the participants in the U.S. Chess School in Los Angeles, where Jan Gustafsson was the coach.
Okay.
And the entire camp was about opening preparation. So
Okay.
not as much about a specific opening as like Jan is a great theoretician.
Right.
So he would kind of try to explain to them and go over some of their openings and how do you prepare your openings well for this type of high-level competition that, you know, some people like Zhang and Sam Sevian are really gearing towards becoming the next Nakamura or Caruana and trying
opening theoreticians of opening chess knowledge.
Yeah, they need to be really strong in that area of the game.
Yes, and just one other thing, I was going to say that we're doing something a little bit different, extra special this year for the U.S. Championships. We are inviting telephone callers to come in.
Give us a call and get any questions that you have for me, Yasser, or Maurice, or all of us. Give us a call, 314-361-5465. You can also contact us in the traditional way via the hashtag US Chess Champs. It's funny that that's kind of flipped, right? I said Twitter is the traditional way. And
Right.
This is like
a landline?
Phone call.
Only if you have a landline, please give us a call. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Yeah, and these days people don't want to talk to you. It's like text. Nobody wants to talk. Email. Well, a very important game going on the women's side. We featured this at the very top of the broadcast between Grandmaster Irina Krush and Katerina Nemtsova. And their game, this game is really interesting. And a moment happened just now that surprised me. And Yasser, I'd love to get your opinion on this because I didn't expect it at all. First of all, they're in the Sicilian here, knight c3, queen c7, f4, and now a6. Typical stuff, knight takes, b takes, e6, bishop d3, and now the move d5. Black is achieving exactly what she wants to in this line with this move, d5, knight f6, king to h1, a nice little prophylactic move along the long diagonal. And now bishop to e7, queen f3, and castles. Everything so far so normal. Bishop to e3. And the difference, of course, black has a very strong structure of pawns in the middle of the board. And we see that there. White is looking to do something with these pawns. But any advance too early could create some kind of stasis for white. That white can't get the attack rolling so easily. And white would like to play g4, but of course the king is on h1, and a bishop could end up on b7, which is what happened next. Bishop to b7, now just somewhat suppressing the idea of g4 in any position. And here's where it happened. The move e takes d5. Now, my instincts just quickly said, capture c takes d5. What's the big deal? But Irina decided on what looks to me as a controversial response, and the engines are giving it a slightly worse for black as well. This move, e takes d5. Now, it's definitely clear. If these pawns get moving, then black will be okay. Black wants to play c5 and d4, and then black will be fine. But it's this move, which I'm not sure if it has been played yet. It has been played. Bishop to d4. This is the one that concerns you because now the bishop is on a great square. Both bishops aimed at black's king. And also, if you try to play c5, then this knight on f6 will drop and the d pawn will drop. So it's not so easy. White will try to make it difficult for black to get the move c5 in. But can white try for it? Can white make it happen anyway? The engines are giving a move like queen to d6, guarding the pawn and preparing this. And after bishop to e5, queen e6, I would think engine play like this, never going to happen on the chessboard. There's no way that this is going to be the decision that Irina makes to play with her queen here, especially with this move coming next. So that's just kind of computer play, that there's no way this grandmaster is going to play like this. So after bishop to d4, the question is maybe a move like rook to d8. The engine is giving rook to e8, but I'm interested in this move, trying to get c5 in at all costs. But the engines are arguing with me and saying knight to a4, and it's difficult to pull it off because the move c5 runs into knight takes c5 anyway. Tactics in the position, and if you take here, suddenly bishop f6, gf6, and hello, the party's on, as you're going to get mated on the h7 square. So natural moves do not work. So it looks as though White will play this position, bishop to d4, and cause a little bit of consternation to Irina. And there she is, thinking about the position. That move, e takes d5. It's a bit of a strange move, don't you think, Yas?
Oh, without question, Maurice. In fact, if I was giving a chess lesson, I kind of spanked the hand of e6 takes d. Everybody plays c6 takes d5, capturing towards the center. I'm sure Irina had a specific tactical idea in mind. You pointed out that really nice trick. Everybody wants to play c5, so rook d8, you know, is an automatic. And perhaps Irina, and it's an easy tactic to miss. Don't get me wrong. This is really a nice one. Knight a4, and then suddenly knight c5, and you go, oh dear.
Yeah.
Suddenly my king is going to be denuded on the king side.
I think it's also because it actually requires that precise move order that Maurice picked, I think, because if you, after c5, knight c5, bishop c5, bishop f6, gf6, it's important that you play this queen f5 move so that black can't defend with like f5 and f6. See, yeah, so after like king h8, I think like natural move to look at might be like queen h5, but then black can maybe defend with f5 and f6. So if you're looking at this like far in advance, you might miss that little tweak with like the queen coming to the f5 square,
right? Which
is just that perfect blocking move.
No question about it. But you know, it's funny. I didn't see queen g4 f5. Don't ask me why. What I saw was bishop h7. I'm just so attuned to this kind of a mating pattern. You know this one.
Right,
the old
the rover.
And your king has absolutely no protection.
So there is kind of like multiple reasons that Irina could have avoided this, actually. But we already have a phone call. We're so excited.
Our first U.S. Championship phone call.
All right. Yeah, hello.
Doing a great job as usual. Jennifer, love the blonde streak. Looking hot there.
Thank you. Where are you from?
I'm John Cordisco from upstate New York. My question was, since there was so much controversy in the FIDE candidates final and tiebreak system, what is the tiebreaks in the U.S. Women's and the U.S. Open Championship?
Thank you, Jack. A wonderful question. I'm very, very proud to say we play playoffs.
Thank goodness. Because especially in a round robin, it's very important, in my opinion, not to use math tie breaks unless you're really constrained by the scheduling of the tournament.
Exactly.
Sometimes you really have very few choices. Even then, I prefer some kind of Armageddon, 15-minute, anything, because it's a round robin. You all play the same players, especially in the candidates. It's even worse because you don't even have different colors.
Exactly. It's a double round robin. I mean, you know, I can believe the head-to-head matchup in the candidates as being the first tiebreaker. That makes a little sense to me. Thereafter, playoff.
Yes, exactly. I don't even think the head-to-head, but I like the playoff. Of course, I felt a little bit more strongly about it because it was our guy.
Oh boy.
It's one of those things I didn't, even if Fabi had benefited from it, you would have asked me and I would have said I didn't like the idea, but I would be like, well, let's take it. You know, I mean, let's take the spot.
Right.
But especially since he was being damaged by it, it was particularly painful.
Yes.
Because it felt kind of unjust, even though they knew the rules in advance. Maurice.
Thank you again to Jack for that great question.
I got to say, even if it was our guy, just personally, I think that fair play says playoffs. Come on, whoever decides the entire event on some tiebreak system, that's just completely ridiculous. Maybe when you're in the initial stage trying to get to the playoffs, trying to get to the finals, but the entire event based on tiebreaks, that's completely ridiculous. I think it was absolutely unfair, and I'm glad we're not doing it for these championships. Well, another matchup we're talking about, heavyweight matchup. Nazi Pakidze from last year showed her mettle, not losing a game in the entire competition and coming in second place to Irina Krush last year's event. Of course, now she's facing off against a woman who knows how to win this event in Anna Zatonski, who's won it quite a few times before. Anna, I believe, has won it 4 times. And Anna back in the event. Last year she had a young child. I saw at the opening ceremony her husband, Grandmaster Daniel Friedman, and their children. He was playing a daddy role with the 2 kids. And of course, he's also going to be preparing her round after round. They used to do it long distance while he was in Germany, but he's decided to come here, and she won't be lonely at all. Kids all around her, family support. So she's looking to make a run at this championship. They have a very solid position on the board, but expect this to be a great game because Nazi's known as a very positional player and able to hold her own, and looks like they have a solid one on the board as we speak. Another position of interest was a newcomer. First of all, one of the potential contenders in this position, in this tournament, Tatev Abrahamian. She's come oh so close. She's always been the bridesmaid, never the bride in this competition. Sooner or later, she's got to make her breakthrough, but she's busy facing off against Irina Krush and Anna Zatonsky, as we mentioned earlier. She's never quite been able to get over that hump and win the whole thing. This is a player many fans root for, hoping that she'll be able to get those nerves together, get the style together, and make it happen, finally winning one. And just add a new name. We're kind of getting a little bit tired of the same 2 names all the time. You know how the fans are. We're fickle. We want to see some change. Well, anyway, she's got a wild position against a newcomer to the competition, Agata. We got Gatakomsky. We got Agata on the other side by Kovsev. A 16-year-old. Check this out, guys. This is what I read about her in the bio because I knew nothing at all. I said, who is this young lady? At 16, she's already finished her requirements for college math. She's already got differential calculus down. She's like, it's ridiculous. Super genius. Ready to go to community college. She's already gone to community college to get all that math done. So she might end up finishing college in 2 years the way Alyssa Melachina did, another genius who's now a lawyer at 23, finished the bar and all that. These women are quite remarkable. And here we have a 16-year-old in the competition, a wild position on the board. As you see, it started off with this line, H3. You guys remember this line at all? This is the line that took down Fabiano Caruana. This is what Sergei Karyakin played against them and played this move, G4. So I hope that young Agata has something planned against the very, very aggressive Tatev, because she knows how to attack and she loves to attack. So we have this wild position on the board right now.
Wow, thank you, Maurice. Remarkable young ladies. And I
That's
believe
right.
we have a telephone call.
We do have another call, so let's find out who's calling and where they're calling from.
Hello?
Hey. Hey.
Hey, I'm Jason from Atlanta.
Hi, Jason.
Hey, okay, my question, and first off, let me say I'm a big Nakamura fan, so I don't want my question to seem like I'm a troll, looking to hurt Nakamura at all. But I find it interesting that there wasn't that much media attention to his jadoo. Like, it almost seems, I know he just lost his mind for a second, and he was like, he saw that he was, basically stepping into mate, and there was nothing he could do, and instantly said jadoo. But it seemed like, I'm not suggesting that he should, be contrite and be crying on the TV or anything, but it does seem like there wasn't that much media coverage for what he did. I mean, it just seemed like such a Bush League thing to do for such a professional and for, at the time, the leader of U.S. chess. Big fan of his, big fan of you guys, and I'll hang up and listen to you.
All
Thank
right.
you, Jason. Okay, what the caller Jason was referring to is what took place in Moscow, the candidates tournament, and Hikaru Nakamura was facing Levon Aronian. Hikaru had been under a great deal of pressure. It was a pawn down and a rook ending. He had been defending for hour after hour, and at a certain moment, Hikaru grabbed his king, touched his king, clearly intended to make the move King F8, realized to his horror, oh my gosh, that move is losing, and basically had, the single moment where he said shadu. You're supposed to say shadu before you make the move, so he clearly violated the rules and was required, of course, to move his king, and that it didn't really get that much prominence in the media, according to Jason. Hikaru is an extraordinarily fair player, I believe. He's never trying to disturb his opponents or to get an edge or something like that, an illicit advantage. And it was really, really out of character. And he just, I want to say, cracked under the pressure a bit there. It was just a momentary thing, and well, he wasn't contrite about it. He just said no big deal. He kind of fluffed it off, but it was bad for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like if somebody is interested, it's one of those things where if you cover it, you definitely bring more attention to it, and it's like you're definitely not making it worse, so you kind of have to be interested in it and think that it's a really big deal, or that it's somehow like a pattern or a problem. So
and it's definitely not a pattern or a problem. Definitely not. That was just, this one time, cracking under the pressure. What can you say?
But he is right. You're absolutely right that sometimes, because the chess world is such a small place, it's possible for journalism and fans to be the same people, and there's sometimes like a conflict there. But I think one of the great things that's happening in chess now is that it's becoming a bit more professional and big, and so you do see like some more separation of those roles, and I'm really excited about that.
Well, me too, but I would even go further and say there's so many more bloggers who are out there. Before you had a magazine that had so much space, you could only give so many opinions and editorial content. Now you're seeing a really wide swath of opinions with so many chess websites that things like this really come to the fore. If you didn't have the internet, maybe it would never have been reported in the official bulletins. You would never know anything about it.
Right, so it's a good and exciting world right now for chess, and nothing is going to go unnoticed.
That's the point.
Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, I think it was covered. I think that it was covered. It was given the kind of coverage that people thought it was due. He ended up losing the game anyway. I think that if he had ended up winning the game, if he had a positive result, remember when Garry Kasparov had something similar happen to him against Judith Polgar, there was absolute consternation by a lot of players, by a lot of journalists. And Judith Polgar said, I don't think it was fair what happened in the game. So there was more controversy. But in this case, because Aronian ended up winning the game, it's like, okay, the guy was under pressure, and he fell into something, he did something wrong, and he got punished for it. So it seemed like he got his just desserts in some way, because he ended up losing the game anyway. So why make such a big deal about it? It didn't seem like anything dramatically unfair happened as a result of his actions. It all just actually made him suffer more than anything else. And I don't think, for example, like journalists, common journalists who don't know anything about chess would ever pick up a story like that, because it just sounds like, what? Touch move, je do? What's that about? So different kind of thing. Now he has a position against Alexander Lindemann, and this is interesting because he has sacrificed a pawn in the opening for compensation. He clearly has that. He's got a great bishop along this long diagonal. He's got a centralized knight, clear lead in development, and looking to make some hay in this game. So this is a nice position for him. The engines are saying that this position is more or less equal, but looks like the kind of position Nakamura wants. And take a look at this one, another position where a pawn sack has happened. Alexander Shabalov, who's won this championship 4 times as well, he knows how to sack pawns. Shaba, as we like to call him, knows how to give away pawns for compensation. Ray Robson is playing here, and this game actually was really interesting up to this point. Let's just back up actually to the opening. This move, the pawn sacrifice, right on move 5, bishop g2, b5, cementing that pawn, castles, developing the bishop, and now e4, taking over the center of the board, bishop to e7, e5, and now knight d5, knight e4. And as the game progressed, bishop to g5, looking to get this d6 square, and after castles, hey, my knight goes to d6 anyway. You cannot capture it, of course, because of this pin against your queen. Now bishop takes g5, knight takes b7, queen to e7, then a4, and now just dropping the bishop back to secure square, to a secure square in h6. Opposite colored bishops, that's one feature we have to pay attention to. This unusual constellation of pawns on this side, well, actually it's a normal constellation with a pawn on a4. But check out that knight on b7. It looks funky, just hanging out like, hey, I'm in your living room and I'm watching TV, I'm watching a game. I'm just here. Not often you see a knight sitting there just even for one more move. You would have expected a knight to back out immediately after grabbing the bishop, but it looks kind of comfortable on b7. Of course, it can always go back to d6. So looking for some counterplay is Shabalov in this line. And I think that it's an interesting line. Shabalov now the oldest player in the competition. And I believe it was last year when he won, when he was also inducted into the Hall of Fame, he had that same attitude that Gata did. He was like, well, I'm not done coming to these U.S. championships yet.
No.
I'm going to be in the mix. And you could tell Shaba is a longtime gladiator, and he's got his game face on right now.
That's right. I mean, Shabalov actually didn't play last year. He just came to accept his award.
Exactly.
And because it's so difficult to qualify that even somebody as talented and high-rated as him, he won by virtue of winning the U.S. Open.
Precisely.
And
that's what got him in the event. Yes.
Just so exciting to see him back here because he's just got such a very exciting style of play, and that's one of the reasons that even though he was often not the highest-rated player, he won so many championships.
When I was playing in the game, it wasn't just Shabalov or Shaba, it was Shaba the Hun, because he was a headhunter. He would come after you, white or black, and he was really noted for his uncompromising play at the board, and he still got that same desire of victory.
Still
So
got it. Go
Go
Shaba. I mean,
Shaba
he has just captured on B5. Of course, we've got a lot of local fans here of Grandmaster Ray Robson because he is a local, Webster University.
And shout out to Webster for once again winning the national championship. They won the Final Four in New York a weekend ago or so.
That's right. Yeah, that was in New York City. Irina Krush was commentating. Susan Polgar was in town. There's a story by Al Lawrence on the U.S. Chess Organization's website, uschess.org.
Very good.
So you can check that out. Just a great event. We do have another phone call, so it's great you guys are all calling in so early in the tournament. We hope you'll stay with us the whole 2 weeks.
And good questions.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
You're on. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Max from Georgia. I'm a big fan of you guys. So my question is, it seems likely that Akshat Chandra is one of the youngest players and by far the lowest rated player is going to be the player that you need to beat if you want to win the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So does it make more sense for someone like Shanky, who's one of the higher rated players, one of the more favorited players, to play a sharp opening where the young player may have some chances to outplay them at tactical moments, or a slow grinding opening like a closed Catalan where he, having more experience, can outplay the younger player? Thanks for answering.
Great question once again. I think that this is always the tough part of the scale. Of course, when you're a favorite in the tournament and you're playing against a lower rated player, you are targeting that player, no doubts about it, and you want to win a game where you never give your opponent a chance. The problem is that today, thanks to the computer, thanks to preparation, it's really easy to prepare really well and get a good defensive position. And then how much risk are you willing to take? Well, clearly, to grab the early initiative, Sam sacrificed a pawn, and he's putting as much pressure as he can on his opponent. And it's up to Chandra to now diffuse the pressure. And if he's up to the task, sometimes you just got to tip your hat and say to your opponent, good game.
Well, the other thing is Sam is just got to look at his own style. If you're somebody like Hikaru Nakamura and you have a super universal style and you can play all sorts of different things, and the question might be more applicable, but I feel like Sam really does excel in the attacking and theoretical battles.
He enjoys it much more, yes.
So,
he feels the most comfortable. That's his game.
Yeah, so take the young gun on his own territory with the white pieces. I think Sam's he seems like the kind of guy who'd be happy about the momentum of starting with white against the lowest rated player in the field, and we'll see if he can live up to that. But of course, expecting great things from Akshat, not only in this tournament but in the future as well.
And believe me, winning the U.S. Junior Championship these days is no easy task.
No joke.
It's never been easy, but to get here, he deserves his place, and I hope he feels that confidence. But I know what it means to have the butterflies in your first U.S. Championship. It's a big, tough test.
Now we do have a question coming in from the old-fashioned, old school, 10 years old technology, the Twitter. Actually, a friend from New York City, John Fernandez, he asks, it's been a long time, maybe never, since we had 3 top 10 players in the world in the U.S. chess champs. How excited are we?
Shout out to John. Thank you. And again, great question. As Maurice was mentioning, if you go back to the 30s and 40s, you had Ruben Fine and Sammy Reshevsky. Those were 2 Americans in the top 10. Then you had Bobby Fischer and Sammy Reshevsky in the 60s, 2 players in the top 10. In the 90s, it was myself and Gada Kamsky, but this is the first time ever the United States has had 3 players in the top 10, with all 3 participating in the U.S. Championships, making it by far the strongest U.S. Championship ever. And yeah, I just think it's marvelous. This is a golden period for chess in the United States.
Very excited. And one of the cool things about it is that I always love the U.S. Championship, seeing the new faces and the kind of violent battles that sometimes result against a lower-rated plate against a higher-rated. But I feel that the Sinquefield Cup was taking a little bit of the sun from this tournament, because it was just all the superstars.
Right.
So now that we have the three of the top 10 in the world,
it almost feels like a Grand Prix tournament, doesn't it? You know,
exactly.
Grand Chess Tour, I mean, yeah.
So I feel like we can get that same international market that we get for the Sinquefield Cup, and that's what really makes it exciting, that I think the world is watching the U.S. Chess Championship now.
Yeah. And Maurice, some insights.
Absolutely, some interesting things happening, but none more interesting that I could find than the game between our 7-time champion. And by the way, let's point out, Irina Krush not only has won the title 7 times, she's won the last 4 in a row. Wow. This one is like putting her stamp on history, having won 4 titles in a row, despite having Anna Zotonsky in the competition. Okay, last year Anna wasn't there, but she was there in previous years. And Irina is saying, I'm making a bid to be the greatest woman player in the history of the Women's Championship. She is actually chasing Gisela Gresser, who had won 9 titles in her time. But Irina wants to get that next number, and she has made it very clear she wants 10. She wants to make sure that she wins it all. And it's very much within her reach in the next 5 or 6 years to add another 3 titles. But today, it may not be the day that she really liked so much, because she did play that natural move. Remember, I told you the Indians saw other moves, but humans don't look at those moves. The move Rook A D8 was the move, in fact, that Irina played. And remember, I told you this was the move I saw right away as a natural move, because you want to play for C5. That's a natural idea. And the Indians wanted to play Rook to E8 instead, and that didn't look very natural at all from a positional point of view. So Irina went for the natural move, but Katerina did not stop this idea. She did not find the move Knight A4 with the sacrificial Knight C5 concept that the Indians did see. And the Indians are giving Knight A4 big edge. However, she played another move, B4. B4, big time. Oh, hold on. I hear a confessional booth in my ear. I'm sorry. Is something happening?
Yes, we got Fabiana.
Oh, Caruana's in the confessional booth, and I heard it. I'm sorry. Came bothered me there. Okay, B4 was played, and similar idea, stopping the move C5, but this pawn is a little bit risky on this square. Of course, you can't touch the pawn right now because you just die. I mean, we saw this line before with this check, king over, and then queen here, and that's all she wrote. So B4, but Irina responded with the move C5, now trying to make it happen. And now BC5 has, in fact, been played in the game, and now you still can't take on the C5 square, but Irina uncorked Knight to E4. So down a pawn she is, and trying to get the pawn back. The position has absolutely exploded. Very sharp moment. What's going to happen? Is Black going to get equality, or is White going to be able to keep the edge? According to the Indians, Queen E3 only gives a slight edge to White here after Rook to C8, although I'm curious to know what happens if you try to get your pawn back. It looks as though there are going to be some tactical issues. No, in fact, the Indians are not saying too much after bishop takes here because your bishop is hanging, and now takes on H7 with check. King takes, queen takes on D4, and down a pawn in this line. Yes, this line looks bananas. Absolutely. White is up a pawn for the moment. You could trade queens and stay up a pawn. You're going to have to fight this bishop against this knight, but I don't know. It looks like White should be okay here. I know you're an old pawn grubber. This line looks good for White. Maybe not enough to say clear, decisive advantage. But it looks as though Irina is mixing it up now after having played a dubious move in the opening. E takes on D5. She's going to have to really play precisely from this moment forward if she's going to stay in this game, because White is definitely hunting.
Thank you, Maurice. I really like the move 94 by Irina. I think she's fighting back very well, and the players seem to miss that little nuance. But we have a very interesting moment. Fabiano Caruana, the #1 seed, has gone into the confessional, and he had something to confess. Let's hear what he had to say.
All right. Not sure if it's starting yet. I'm actually not here to discuss my game. This is a confessional booth, so I'm here to confess my undying love for Lawrence Trent. Also, a quick shout out to Alexandra. And, yeah, my position looks pretty good, I think. I'm not sure if B3 is theory or what it is, but it looked very logical to get the bishop on that diagonal. And, yeah, I don't see a clear way for him to easily develop, so I think I have a bit of an advantage. We'll see.
Okay.
What kind of prop bet did you lose?
For those that you don't know, understand that Lawrence Trent, of course, is the manager of Fabiano. And Fabi must have lost a big bet.
A big bet.
Big bet that he had to go into the booth
always betting
to state what he just stated, because there's no way he would have done that voluntarily.
He cannot stand Lawrence and losing to Lawrence. In fact, they had a bet at dinner last night.
Right.
That Lawrence was so disgusted that Fabiano, what was the bet? He bet something. We were talking politics or something. I forget what it was. Anyway, there was a bet. Lawrence was so disgusted at Fabiano for the bet. He was so sure that Fabiano was wrong, right, in this bet, that he took $1 out of his pocket and threw it at Fabi and said, "Here, just take the $1. I don't care that I'm right." It's just on the principle of it. And these two, they argue about everything. It's incredible that he has him as his manager, because they argue about everything. They're always going at it. Clearly, it's a kind of love-hate relationship. And Fabi must have lost a serious bet if he's going to go in there and pledge his undying love to Lawrence. Yeah. Amazing situation. We can't wait to find out from Lawrence what made him his charge be forced to make such a statement. And then you mentioned Alexandra, which...
Well, yeah.
Is disappointing some of the female fans, I'm sure.
Where did she say Alexander? Do you have any insight on that, Jennifer?
That was kind of buried, right? The undying love, and then it's like
then
the
we
real
switched,
thing.
the real thing.
Yeah, right.
And a shout out
it's
to
kind of
Alexandra.
like the shout out. Like, he's trying to make this like outrageous thing and then slide in the real meaning. It's like a code letter, like a letter from a letter from prison where
the confessional
they're
was
getting like
used,
a 2-page like.
when we thought up the confessional booth, we didn't anticipate that one coming. By the way, he mentioned that he thought he had a better game, which is kind of interesting, since what Varusian did was so surprising and original that Fabi, is satisfied with his position, and he thought he stood better. I'm not so sure I agree with him. I'm going to have to go with Maurice to get what the chess engine says. Let's see, against this enterprising setup by Var as black, Var has induced white to play this very weakening move, f2, f3. Gets in the way of this knight on g1. The game went knight b8, d7, g4, another weakening move on the king side.
A little in-between move there by black. So that
this was the move, this was the move that Fabi credited himself with. He said, like, after b3, he felt good about his position. How did the game continue? The bishop dropped back to c8 so that Var could easily recapture this pawn on d5. Fabi just continued with his natural piece development, just played the move queen e2. e6, very sensibly defending the knight on d5, opening up the bishop on f8, castles, and since this bishop on c8 doesn't have a real life, we've just seen the move b7, b6, and this is where we stand with white to play. Now, I'm pretty sure that Fabi is eyeballing this opportunity to play f3, f4 with the very straightforward idea of, f5 and blow open the situation in the center. After all, black's king is still in the center. We're told to castle early and tuck the king away.
Castle early and often, and your idea is that if I capture and just play back to d5.
Precisely. That was sure that this is what Fabi is calculating. Something along the lines of knight takes f4, queen to e4, the knight drops back because of the double threat. Knight f3. Now, obviously, I've got ideas like bishop b5 check and knight e5 on my agenda. Quite frankly, I'm changing my opinion. I really like Fabi's attacking chances. I mean, there's nothing about this position that I find appealing for white. If I can go to Maurice, this has been a wild. Has Fabi gotten his opening advantage?
I think he has. And what's intriguing about this position is this. In this position, the Indians really think that white has nothing. The Indians believe that after the move h5, which is a quite a rambunctious move in this position, attacking the pawn, the move g5 looks natural, but knight takes. And now, in this position, you could trade off, but you've weakened the f5 square, and maybe you don't have much. Me and my crazy attacking stuff, I want to play the move g6, but the Indians are claiming, forget it, that's not leading anywhere. Although I'd be a little bit afraid if this pawn landed on g6, and I'm sure VAR is too. The move bishop to b2, knight takes on d5, knight takes, queen to e2, and now e6. And what do I find interesting about this position, Yaz, after the move castles? It sort of reminds you of another opening, doesn't it? It's kind of looking like a French. like VAR got his French after all. His bishop came out and then went back home and he buried it with the move e6. And now he's a little bit of a tempi behind in the lines of the French, where black does play the move b6 and bishop to b7. So I think that this line is difficult for him for sure. If you're looking at it, white is castled, two bishops aiming down the board. And the Indians are also saying, hey, this knight can actually come to h3 in this position. Maybe a move like h4 is a thought. Maybe a move like even the move knight h3 is interesting. No need to sacrifice when you can just play f4 and get everybody in the party and then put your knight on g5 and just play chess. That's one line. And yet another line after this move is the move you suggested, the move f4. So everything looks like it's lining up for white right now, and black is not showing anything. Usually you want to oppose the bishops. These bishops, this one is not really doing anything much. But how do you blunt the effect of this guy? This guy's hitting g7. In the long term, how does black develop the pieces? You can't bring the knight back to f6 because g5 is definitely going to happen at some point. This bishop can't develop. I think that VAR has mishandled this one, and against a player like Fabiano Caruana, this could be real trouble for him.
Thank you, Maurice. And we have another call.
That's right, we've got another call, so tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Fine.
Wonderful. My name is Derek, and I'm calling from Virginia. My question is that I'm kind of new to chess, but I love you guys. Love what you're doing. Watch the United States Chess Championship every year. Big fan. My question is, do you think it's time for FIDE to reconsider the GM title, or even add another title such as Super GM with players such as Magnus and Karu and some of these other players that are just getting way up there? It seems like there's a clear distinction between their level of play and maybe a new grandmaster. And so just wanted to know what you guys think, and I'll shut up and let you answer now. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question, Derek. Yes, without question, I agree. At one time, the title of Grandmaster really seemed to be something extraordinarily exclusive. I remember back in 1987 when we founded, Gary Kasparov founded the Grandmasters Association. There was 120 Grandmasters worldwide, and about a third of them, or a quarter of them, were basically retired. So it was a very, very exclusive club. Today, there's about 1,400 Grandmasters, and there's a qualitative difference between the top 10 players that we're seeing here today and the 1,000 or so Grandmasters. Whether you can use somehow Super Grandmaster really doesn't work for me. You know, there could or should be a title maybe that is the provenance of those who play in candidates. Anybody who's ever played at least in the candidates deserves something that's quite exclusive and, well, makes them world class. So yes, I do believe that the title of Grandmaster has kind of been reduced?
I have mixed feelings because I think from the popular culture, people who don't really play chess, you've kind of reached the pinnacle with Grandmaster. It has like such a, it sounds so great.
It does. It's a beautiful name.
And it also like, it sounds really impressive. So it's like, feel like it's a bit harder to do better than that. And since for a lot of these people who work so hard in their game, Grandmaster is that first step to becoming more famous and like
world class,
and to showing their friends and their family that this little game they're playing. They've reached this amazing status. So within the chess world, we already have the 2700 Chess website, and we already have these like ratings and rankings. Whereas like to the outside chess world, I think the Grandmaster is so perfect. It's kind of hard to do better.
Yeah, no, it's a perfect title. Question is, has it lost this elite status that it used to mean?
Maybe in the chess world, but I think in the popular culture, you're not going to get better than that term.
Maurice, you can break the tie.
Well, sitting on that question, I do have mixed feelings as well. The main thing is that when you think about it, the top players, they're definitely way better. I mean, I wouldn't even want to walk in the same room almost with guys like Kramnik and Carlsen and Fabi and all those guys. I'm happy to just sit and watch their games, that they even let me do it. They're so far ahead. But I agree with Jen at the same time. That Grandmaster title, to get the Grandmaster title, is still hard work. It's not like it's easy to do. And the Grandmasters you see coming up again and again, these players are rough. I mean, they're really like serious hardcore players. They're not the elite of the elite. And it's kind of like if you think about sports, in the NBA, you have your all-stars, right? You have your LeBron James, your Steph Currys, the Dwayne Wades. Those are the cream of the crop. But everybody else, even all those bench warmers, they're pro ball players. And to get into the pros is really something meaningful. So you could create like an all-star kind of class, if you will. But I think people know that already, that these are professional ball players, and then they're the all-stars. And to call them something different may not make any sense, except when you have these all-star competitions. What use will it serve? And also, if you think about the PhD, for example, the PhD title in education, when you're a PhD, you're a PhD. I mean, there are people who may be far and ahead and been PhDs for years and have a lot more knowledge than someone who's just gotten that title, but it's still a pretty prestigious title. So it's hard for me. I do see the distinction the caller is making, for sure, and we all are in awe of those super elite players. The Grandmaster title does seem like a level you have attained, and a level that you can go far beyond even after you've gotten that title. It's like the black belt in karate. You could be a black belt, you could be a 2nd degree, 4th degree, 5th degree. I guess in karate you do make the distinction as you go up along the way. I don't have the right name for it, but maybe Super Grandmaster is just enough for maybe players over 2,700.
I don't know if the tie was broken.
I didn't claim I did. I didn't claim I had it.
Maybe you guys can hashtag us at US Chess Champs and give some more feedback. We've been getting a lot of great tweets and a lot of great phone calls. We want to keep this interaction going. So we will be back in just a few minutes, just enough time to come up with the perfect question for the three of us as the games heat up.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
Welcome back to the 2016 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's. We've already got action-packed round one here, including Fabiano Caruana, who confessed that he has an undying love for his manager, Lawrence Trent, and might be confessing too soon that he's executing cruel and unusual punishment in this game, because he does look to be having some fun here against Var.
No question. The game's definitely heated up, and he said in his confession that he really liked his position, and I must say that I did too. When we left it, and by the way, we were on break, we couldn't help but going over this game. Maurice and I were debating the position. Knight h3 was played. I had angled for an early f4, but knight h3 supported the move f4, and from all appearances it looks great for white. This bishop on b2 that Maurice had said, you know, like, how are you going to diffuse the power of this bishop, which is hitting this pawn on g7? Well, black may be walking a tightrope here, but I'm spanking down the move queen h4, and I'm going to turn it over to Maurice because I think that's the most challenging move. You can't just sit back and defend. Maurice.
Yes, Yaz. You know, unfortunately, these stupid engines, they come up with stuff. You look at a nice-looking move like queen to h4. It looks like a challenging move. The only thing about it is that black's pieces do seem very disjointed. I'm telling that story, of course, only after the fact, but you can somewhat see it still. White is perfectly developed except for this knight. This is the only problem in white's position. The bishops are beautiful. The king is castled. He's got pawns steaming down the board. Black has only two pieces out, and the third one just appeared on the h4 square. Far apart, you look at the queen here and the bishop here, they don't look like they're harmonizing, but they're specific tactics. What's happening on the f4 square? The knight is hanging. What's the deal? How are you going to hold all of this together? Well, there are certain defensive moves you could play, like queen f3, for example, but the engines give ignore the whole thing and play the move knight to g5 and bury this queen on the h4 square. Now this queen has nowhere to go. Your argument now might be, well, what's the deal? What about knight takes on f4? Isn't that attacking the queen and attacking the knight on the g5 square? Well, here's the little tickle. Bishop to b5 check, very specific. Sometimes it's all about calculation. It has nothing to do with necessarily positional play and all the niceties we're explaining. Sometimes it's just, does it work or doesn't it? And you have to look at the forced moves. And this forced move, bishop to b5 check, questions that king right now at the moment. And if black plays the natural c6, and now three white pieces are hanging, the bishop here, the queen here, and the knight on g5, well, black plays the counter shot. Sorry, white does queen to f3. Hello. Now attacking this knight, saving the queen, of course, and pinning this pawn to this bishop along this long diagonal. And this pawn is under heavy fire. This knight, of course, is hanging. How do you defend it all? This knight is also pinned, by the way. It dare not move because f7 is hanging to the queen. And that is all she wrote as far as the engines are concerned. You're busted as black. Your pieces are silly. And white is just crawling all over black now. It's hard to even suggest the next move in this position. Maybe what? Let's try queen takes knight just to show this line. Bishop takes check, and you cannot capture back. You're going to lose your bishop in the line. If you capture back, queen takes, and there goes your rook. So that line doesn't work. It's hard for me to even suggest what you should do now because it doesn't look as though there are any moves to suggest. It just looks like white is completely crushing. So this position, after bishop to b5 check, this is the flying the ointment, hitting the king. If the king, let's say, goes here, then suddenly the move queen to e5, and the only thing you're attacking is this rook, but who cares? c7's hanging. There goes the king. Too much firepower in this position, Yaz. Queen h4 better not appear on the board, or we're going to see a miniature happen in this game. I think Var will avoid that. Notice that his pieces are not quite right, but he's studying the position now, and the engines do give the move queen to e7 as the most solid move here. But I don't like the fact after queen to e7, you still haven't solved this problem of the g7 pawn. The engine's only giving a slight edge, though, only a slight edge to white in this position, saying that white can't get anything going. I would just feel uncomfortable if I had black in this position. We'll see. When you play the French, sometimes you got to face some discomfort.
And meanwhile, we've got some really big news in the Wesley Gata-Kamsky game. We talked about that knight coming to f5, and we have a knight sacrificed on that square. We got to get to that game fast. You know, you mentioned it that all of the top seeds got the extra white. And Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana are showing what white means today because they are coming at their opponents. I mean, look at this knight to f5 move. If we go back just a couple moves, even though Gata Kamsky took pains to prevent the knight f5 maneuver, Wesley is hammering down on the h6 pawn and trying to play it anyway, and that's exactly what happened.
Well, like you were saying, actually, that when you play blitz, you get your knight to g3, you put your knight on f5, and the guy collapses. Well, there you go. Well, truly, white by all three favorites. Notice that they've sacrificed in every game. Hikaru sacrificed a pawn. Well, okay, here we go.
Yeah,
let's take a look.
Get to the juicy part.
Yes. So all of these are pretty normal moves that you might expect or see in a brayer. Knight h4, telegraphing the obvious intent of occupying the f5 square as well as releasing the f-pawn. You see there's opportunities to play f4 in the near future. Gata came back. Queen d8, by the way, trying to intimidate white and suggest, oops, I did something wrong. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you might be able to be trying to play like takes on d4 and then knight takes e4 and embarrass the queen on h4 or something like that.
Exactly. Sorry, I'm going to have to send it back to Maurice as I hit the wrong key. I sure did. I lost my board. Oh, my goodness.
Well, what's interesting about this position is you seem like you just have a solid, cool, calm brayer. Like black has gotten some center, nice, calm bishop, 2 knights. Unlike in the game with Akobian, this game, black has every single piece in the game and has gotten everything you would want with the black pieces. Except the next couple of moves, knight h4, starting to suggest some action. Says, okay, will you break the tension in the center? The Indians are giving takes as the best move, followed by c5. Very specific action. Take on d4 here, and then follow with c5, and suddenly that hedgehog setup that black has comes to light. The hedgehog means that the pawn, the position, you stay back a little bit, and then when the time happens, you explode out. And in this position, it looks as though black is fine according to the Indians. The knight has left the center, and that was the recipe in this position. That just seems very typical. However, instead of playing that way, Gata went for solidity with the move queen to d8, and now this allowed this tempo. Queen to c1, hitting the pawn, still staying very solid, not trying to do anything funny, and bam, out of nowhere, knight f5 appears on the board. It just shows that it just takes a moment, just a moment of hesitation for you to go from equal or maybe slightly better to worse. That's just the nature of our game, folks. Chess is rough. Knight f5, and the Indians are saying after gf5, knight takes f5, that white is clearly better. Down a piece for only 1 pawn, the Indians already giving white a +1 advantage. That can't be right when you're playing the black pieces. And the main point is that knight on f5, the knight Garry Kasparov used to be his calling card, sacrificing a pawn for it. Here, Wesley has sacrificed a piece. And what do you do about this pawn hanging on the h6 square? It looks as though you don't have enough firepower after the move knight back to g8. But the problem is this d6 pawn. Knight takes d6. And I'm reminded once again, Yasser, do you remember that game? Was it game 2 of a match I think you wrote about, the World Championship match that Kasparov played in New York? Kasparov-Karpov, New York. Lyon, was this 1990? 1990, right? The World Championship match where Kasparov sacrificed on h6. Right. You made some bet that the sacrifice wasn't sound, only to find out later that the sacrifice was pretty good. And it involved a similar idea that this, well, he did actually sacrifice on h6, but later was this fork, this kind of fork in the game that got him some material back and showed that he had real compensation. And in this case, I think you wouldn't have made any bet in this position. This one looks even better than the one Kasparov did back in that classic game. So this pawn, either you give this one up or this one up, but either one looks terrible. And black seems like he's in some bit of trouble trying to figure out how to defend here. The Indians are giving a move like rook to e6, and now white can consider the move d5, a pawn you just don't want to take because look at that bishop open up along the long diagonal. This position is rough. It looks like Gata is in deep trouble. It's only moved 23 in the game, but it looks as though he's running out of defensive resources. And Gata, I think, feels it right now. Wesley So hunting the great four-time champion Gata Kamsky. He looks like he's in a lot of trouble.
That's right. Absolutely. I mean, this is why we play the Roy Lopez. Dream come true, right?
Yeah, well, you're supposed to play the Roy Lopez because you want to play really solid. And that single, as Maurice was saying, that window of opportunity opened up with the move Queen D8. That may be the big mistake. Instead of capturing, playing C5.
By the way, Black did play rook e6, and I love that move D5, so beautiful, because the bishop on C2 not working at all.
Exactly, so you really want to open up the bishop on C2. So we have seen the move rook e6. Maurice did mention D5, and the whole idea of D5, this bishop on C2, lurking in ambush, ready to give a spanking discover check. Well, five-time U.S. champion Gata Kamsky in serious trouble in this opening round.
Right,
and we have a caller.
Yeah, let's take a call. So tell us who you are and where you're calling from, and, of course, your burning question.
Yes. I am Joshua from Tennessee, and I've been a lifelong fan of Yaz ever since I was little. Thank you for writing the Play-Winning Chess series, by the way.
Thank you.
Second, congrats, Maurice, on getting into the Hall of Fame.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes. And congratulations to you, Jen, for being good at both chess and poker.
Did we pay this guy to call?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to write you a check right after the show.
This is where it gets bad.
Now the question.
But.
All right. Anyway, there was a previous caller that was talking about a grandmaster and the disparity of the level of play among people at the grandmaster title.
Yes.
I was watching on Chess 24, and one of the commenters there said maybe something like a black belt system would work for it. Like, say, another degree of grandmaster for every 100 points of FIDE rating. So second, third, fourth, like Magnus Carlsen. I was wondering if that would be worth consideration. And the other thing is, I plan on actually coming to St. Louis this weekend to hit round 3 in person. And it would be awesome to run into some of the people up there, especially you, Yasser. I've been wanting to meet you since I was 8 years old.
Well, there you go. I promise if you do make it to St. Louis, we'll go out and have some drinks together. On me.
All right.
And bring that book.
No, on me, sir. You're too good a man.
Thank you so much.
Also, one more thing, and I'll hang up. Yes, when are you going to open your own Twitter account?
When am I going to open it?
Not likely. I don't think Yasser owns a cell phone.
All right, I'll hang up and listen. Thank you for the call.
Thank you. Thank you, caller. Boy, that was great. Boy, we're all going to get out our checkbooks on this one.
You're going to get a dog-eared copy of Winning Chess Moves, and you're going to have to sign it. 4th
degree Grandmaster, 3rd degree Grandmaster, 2nd degree.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea.
One of the best I actually have ever heard.
And it comes off, it trips easily as well.
Yes.
Because people will still say, so what's a Grandmaster? And then you'll hear 1st degree, 2nd degree, 3rd degree, and okay, so what's a Grandmaster? And it'll still be the same kind of description we always have to do what a Grandmaster is. I think it's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
We have to get used to it, but I think it's a pretty good idea.
Interesting idea indeed. And Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, who's also a black belt in judo, I believe, has also talked about that kind of like a belted ranking system for children.
Oh.
Yeah, because her idea is like it's kind of negative to be like an E player.
Oh,
like that's not like
I hate the ABCDs of chess.
And people
that's
don't really use
terrible.
it. To be fair, people don't really use it
anymore.
These days, it's like it exists, but people usually talk about their actual rating and about the upward trend of it.
Exactly.
But I like the kind of positivity of like a colored system.
Yes, much better.
And somebody also wrote into our Twitter, the hashtag being US Chess Champs, Larry War, he said that Grandmaster Elite would be a good title for Super Grandmaster. I do like that. That definitely seems less goofy. Super Grandmaster sounds a little goofy.
Right, I get the Superman comic thing going there, but the Elite Grandmaster, something very nice and cool about that. I like that. Maurice, you wanted to show us that knight F5 sacrifice that Garry Kasparov executed.
Well, it actually wasn't the knight f5 sacrifice. It was the pattern, again, in a Ruy Lopez, something similar happening with the pressure. Look at the queen. Take a look. We'll make some similarities. I pulled this up on ChessBase. Look at that queen on c1, that bishop on this diagonal. You see the queen here, the bishop on the diagonal, the pressure on the h6 point. In this position, it actually, if I go back one move to this position after c6, we have it, the same thing. And if we switch over to the board with Wesley So, here's that queen and that bishop along the long diagonal, very similar. So now just going back to the Garry Kasparov game. Again, look, the bishop on b1, a king on h7. We have the same idea. So my memory just flashed back to that game back in 1990, to this position where Garry played the move knight to g4, attacking that pawn, adding some pressure, daring the capture on this square, opening the h-file, allowing the king to move over and a rook to put pressure down. Instead, knight to g8. And it was in this position, Yaz, that you made that bet. Bishop takes on h6 was played. He had other moves, but he decided to go for this line that Garry Kasparov against his nemesis Karpov. Takes, 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 takes. And now knight takes d6, a fork on the d6 square, forking these two pieces. It was a tricky position. Queen b6, knight takes c8, queen takes d4, check, king h1, and queen d8, trapping the knight. White ended up getting a rook. This knight has to go off the board. So it was a rook against two pieces, against a knight and a bishop. You didn't like this position, Yaz, for Kasparov, but he proved correct after a few moves. Rook d1, queen e8, and queen g5, kerplunk. And the black pieces were too scattered. They were too separated, with the rook landing on the d8 square, and it was just all mayhem for black to defend. There were some chances, but it showed that white's sacrifice was sound. It was unclear to the eye right away, but turned out to be sound in the long run. If we jump to this game now, similar kind of idea. The knight goes to f5, takes and takes. Maybe not right away you see it. You see the pressure here, but then you look over the d6 square, we see a similar type of fork landing on that square. The threat to maybe take this bishop and take this pawn as well. The long diagonal bishop, and the move rook to e6 was played in the game, and it's this moment that Wesley So is studying. He could just take on h6. That's one way to go. The Indians really like that move. d5 is also another move in the position, but just strains of those kinds of ideas ever present. I think considering all that, you've got to say white has a huge edge right now, but what will he play? Will he go for crunch and munch, take on h6, or will he blast open the position with d5? Both look sexy, and I have the feeling that Wesley So is just studying the possibility. If he could go 1-0, start the game, the tournament off with a bang, with this kind of beautiful sacrifice, you know he's going to feel good about his chances moving forward.
Thank you, Maurice, and I would ask you to bring up that chess-based position again, that what you did with that Garry Kasparov game for just a moment. Jen, you're going to love this. Well, first of all, it was embarrassing for me. What happened was I was doing the live commentary for the audience in the playing hall, and some of the grandmasters had done VIP commentary. So I was saying that I really like Karpov's position, and Patrick Wolf and all these grandmasters were making a bet against me, and I was taking Karpov's position, and I was explaining to the audience in the playing hall that a sucker's born every minute, you know, and Karpov lost. I lost the bet. It was terrible. But I had dinner that evening with your father, Mike Shahade, at Petrosian's, and I said, Mike, I can't believe that Karpov, we're going to turn to Maurice, that Karpov didn't play the move knight g8 here. And it was your dad, of all people, who cleared the cobwebs. And he said, Yaz, you're busted. I'll play queen h4 check, a move I had not seen, king g7, rook d8. Now, against the immediate rook d8, I had queen e7. But now when I go queen e7, your father took my knight, and I started crying, and, well, he picked up the bill.
Aww. That's such a great story. And you know what this makes me really happy about? Because watching that little 2 minutes is going to make my dad's year. And just in case he's not watching live, you know that all the episodes are archived on YouTube?
Yes, they are indeed. So there you go.
So I'm going to be sending him that time code.
Little gold star.
So he can put it on a loop.
And if I may close that loop, Yaz, I was in the audience watching you give analysis as well. Of course, it was in New York City. I was a young chap aspirational, looking to become a grandmaster one day, and hearing all this talk and the craziness of the sacrifice. It was a match I followed. Not only did I follow that match, I followed them to the second half in France. I went to Lyon to play in a tournament that happened right before that, the second half of the tournament, and just got to just soak it all in, the glamour of a world championship match between those two amazing heavyweights. So this game certainly stuck in our memories very vividly, and we have something similar happening, of course, and I'm sure there are youngsters watching us now thinking, wow, look how much I'm learning from all this commentary.
Or look at how many times I'm refuting Yasser's variations. We have one comment from Twitter. DJ Rule J points out that Akshat Chandra is taking an hour on a move. He actually has just moved. But, you know, we took a long break from looking at Sam Shanklin's enterprising sacrifice, and we expected to come back to a few new moves. But actually, after Bishop C4, Akshat spent 1 hour to play the move Bishop D7.
And
so
to remind everybody, you start with 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, with a 30-second bonus for each move. So he spent 2/3 of his time on this key moment, and finally he decided on the move Bishop D7. So clearly, Sam Shanklin has put his opponent under a lot of pressure that he had to take 2/3 of his time on a single move. That's bad time management, obviously.
Well, but for a player so strong, I mean, there must have been like a specific variation that he just wanted to make sure he wasn't getting completely busted in.
Exactly.
Because if you're busted, then all the time in the world doesn't really change anything.
Not at all.
We also have a phone caller as well.
Yes, please.
So let's take that call. Tell us your name and where you're from, and what's on your mind.
Hello, this is Vince Clem from New Jersey.
Hello.
I played Jen when she was about 16, and I've met both Maurice and Jazz. I'm wondering if you can tell me if there's anything finalized about the Kasparov match at the end, whether it's a single or double round robin.
Very good. Well, thank you for your question. The caller is referring to the idea, well, what we're going to do after the U.S. Championship. The top 3 finishers in the Open are going to be playing a blitz match with Garry Kasparov as the 4th, and it'll be a round robin. They'll play each other 6 times.
3 each day.
3 each day. So there'll be a 2-day blitz playoff featuring the legend himself, Garry Kasparov, against the top 3 finishers immediately following the U.S. Championship. So it'll be a ball. Garry wants to mix it up.
And that'll be on the 28th and the 29th, and we will be doing commentary for that as well. So
that's exciting. I mean, blitz is just so much fun.
I assume.
I mean, come on, this will be so much fun. We got to share that.
So we're going to have a lot of fun with that. And thanks for the question and for the plug for that super exciting event. Of course, Garry Kasparov is a big supporter of the championship and the St. Louis Chess Club and the Grand Chess Tour. So it'll be great to have him here throwing some patties, as Yasser likes to say.
Exactly.
Do we got an update on one of the games, Maurice?
There are lots of updates. Lots of updates. I'm going to go through one at a time, the ones I'm looking at, and then throw it at you, and you throw it back to me. Let's just play catch football right now, because there's some heated action on a lot of boards. Remember this board where Shabalov sacrificed a pawn against Ray Robson to say, hey, I got some funky action. My knight is on your B7 square. Well, take a look at how this game proceeded. He took on B5 and then brought his knight back out to the D6 square. Well, Ray said, go right ahead. You want this pawn? Take it, please. And after knight takes on B5, queen to B4, giving back his pawn, queen to B4, saying, I'm attacking the knight and I'm attacking the pawn on the B2 square. Now, that is a serious attack. This pressure right here is meaningful. He played knight back to D6, and he said, bam, give me this pawn on B2. And now the move rook A5, a very sharp move. You start to feel, whenever I see pieces starting to stretch themselves away from the other pieces, you feel a little bit concerned. This rook and this knight, they're separated from the rest of the army. That makes you wonder, are the forces tight enough? Are they coming together in the right way? And now the move knight C3, spanking that down, hitting the queen. And you've got to be careful where you put this queen. Check out this line. This line is crazy. Queen to A1 looks like a reasonable move. Trading off the queens on this square so you can play rook takes, and then you've got some nice pressure. Except, check this out, guys. Bishop to C1. I mean, that constellation is quite unusual in a game. Of course, if you take on C1 right away, then crunch a munch. Again, give me that guy. And then bam with the fork. So this is a line Shaballov's going to have to be careful about. Knight on C3 right now. And I think black is on move at the moment. Sorry, queen to A1 has been played. And we're expecting a very interesting move. Bishop down. You can even play knight check. This pawn is alive. The C pawn's alive. I don't think white has anything here for his, as far as compensation is concerned. But the engines are saying that there is some life in this position for black, for white that is. The move bishop to C1, apparently you can just try to trade off in this line and then play knight to E1. I'm thoroughly confused, but this, of course, this threat and the A7 pawn is going, but this line is sharp because you can now drop the knight back to D5. Guys, what's going on? This is a crazy position to assess. Clearly, it has blown up in this game, and it is black on move after the move, queen to A1.
Wow. I think that when we were starting the U.S. Championships, what we were really hoping for was exciting, hard-fought, dramatic chess. Well, if round one is any indication, the players really have brought it for this U.S. Championships. This is a great opening round. Fantastic. And I'm looking at the games across the board. I'm seeing some really double-edged positions, and I'm just looking at the game between Alexander Onishuk and Jeffrey Zhang, and that game is ultra sharp just across the board. Maurice, how did Varugian, how did VAR handle Fabi's move, knight F4?
So you remember, you talk about that game, Gadakomsky's game. We still have Wesley So on move, trying to figure out what to do next, which move he likes. After F4, VAR played the move bishop to D6, trying to get his pieces out as quickly as possible. But hey, you don't have to tell anyone. I think anybody 1,800 and up, maybe even 1,600 and up, a lot of players are going to play F5 as soon as possible. It's on the board, and the engine's giving a real edge to white. He did not take on G7. This is maybe something VAR might have hoped for. This was better for white as well, by the way, according to the engines. After bishop to E5, the engines like this position, but queen to E7 looking to castle this way with some counterplay you could pray for. Okay, you might say it's possible. Fabi said, forget that. I'm going to attack you. I still have all the pluses. G7 still hangs. E6 is under pressure. This looks good for white.
Wow, that's simple. F5. And whew, a lot of tough decisions for VAR here early. I still am attracted to that queen H4 move. I'm sure I'm going to get refuted as well. Let's go back to this game where Wesley So, one of our top favorites, has sacrificed a piece against Gadakomsky. And
he still hasn't decided between these two compelling choices, taking an H6 or D5.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, again, I would probably rip off this pawn on H6 myself, just because, well, first of all, I'm getting rid of that pawn shield.
And he's done it. He has done
played
it.
bishop takes
Yes, he's
H6.
played bishop H6 and now got it in the hot seat yet again.
Wow. I'm not even sure I would like to make a suggestion here.
Knight E8 was what was played, actually.
Came quickly.
So,
knight E8.
Knight E8. What exactly is the idea on knight E8?
Well,
It's uncovering the rook's defense. So after bishop G7, knight G7, you're kind of holding the fort together since we can't sneak in with queen H6.
Precisely. So this move, knight E8, opens up the rook for the defensive task of protecting the H6 square.
Not to mention the fact that there's actually a threat now of playing rook H6 and taking off some of white's powerful pieces, so the move D5, sneaking that in is not possible. So instead, white played a different in-between move, played the move bishop to G5.
Exactly, just dropping back. Notice how really cramped black's position is. Okay, white has two pawns and great attacking possibilities, but for black, this is a very, very uncomfortable defense, despite the fact that, on paper, materially speaking, he's ahead. I just see that this white's position just looks really good.
For sure, it's not an enviable task, but Gada known for his defensive skills. So what do you think black's going to play right now Knight on D to F6?
Knight on D to F6, maybe Queen B6. I'm a little bit afraid if Wesley didn't play the move D5 earlier. I'm a little bit afraid that when it comes, it's going to really, really land. Maybe I have to play F6, which I don't like.
I was hoping you wouldn't say that.
You know,
I can even play bishop to B3, just the direct threat of the rook, because it's actually trapped on E6, right?
And you would basically force me, in case of bishop B3, to play the move D5. Lots of tempting possibilities for white, but I'm sure black has defensive resource. Maurice, the engines love these kinds of positions, and what are they saying? What are they telling us?
They love it. We love it. Everybody loves this. This is a dance in the park, in the sunshine, when you get to sacrifice, get 2 pawns, and then the guy has to start to grovel with his pieces looking absolutely ridiculous in this position. He's going to try to hold on. The lines that you guys are discussing, the engines are already showing very compelling refutations for these lines. For one example is the move F6. Looks like, you know, logical type move. The rook is trapped. The main problem is the rook no longer controls the rank. The bishop just goes back to H6, and we just want to trade, bring the queen into the party, and you're in huge trouble. This line is extremely compelling, virtually lost, according to the engines. If you play king to G8 as one move, then the move queen D1 is playable. Maybe even stronger is rook to E3. Uh-oh. That guy's coming into the game, rook rover to G3, and this is busto. Black is lost for space. This piece is a key piece. You can pick the bishop up and throw it off the board. It doesn't exist as far as the position is concerned. And also the knight on D7 is looking like it doesn't exist as well. Bishop G5, I thought about this move, bishop F6, but the engines beat me immediately with give me the bishop. I want to get to H6, so be careful what you take with. If you take back with the rook, then guess who appears into the party? Queen to G5. And it's like, whoa, rook's coming. Nothing can move over here. Everybody's tied down. Amazing position. It's simply over. That's how crazy this position is. You can't do anything about the rook coming up and over. Let's say, for example, you try to unpin yourself with this move. The rook just simply comes into the game, rook up. And if you try to defend with this position here, then simply check, king back. And now knight E7, we'll go get the rook. We'll bring the rook in. And it's like, the problems are just exponentially expanding. Another problem here after bishop G5 is if you just move the queen away. I think I was analyzing queen to C7 in this position. Now queen D1. Basically what this position comes down to is that bishop on B7. And also, tangentially as well, the knight on D7. But especially this bishop. You're up a piece, but you're not really up a piece until you show you're up a piece. If this piece is not working, if it doesn't get into the game, C5 is not happening anytime soon because of D5. So this piece is not really in the game. So white can actually spend time and say, your king is denuded. I'm just going to bring my pieces over there, concentrate my forces, and you don't have enough space along these 3 ranks to defend against my continued expansion. That's exactly what's going on. Just the simple fact of black having extra material on the board doing absolutely nothing at all. And that is leading to a lot of compelling variations for white. And Wesley is just studying it now like a hawk, seeing a mouse and just trying to figure out how I come down there and clutch you up and finish this off.
Thank you, Maurice. And we've got a popular show. We have another caller. Hello, caller. Welcome.
Hi. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, this is Jerry from Palmdale, California.
Welcome, hey, Jerry. Terry or Gary?
You guys are doing a great job. I look at all your guys' show. Even if I miss it, I always watch it on the YouTube channel, so I never miss any of them.
Thank you.
My question was, I believe in round 5, it's going to be So versus Okobian. And you guys remember what happened last year. Do you guys think that there's going to be some kind of a tension between them? Is there going to be a handshake? And if so, the game plays out. Do you guys think that Okobian has a real chance of beating So again, considering So's caliber of a grandmaster? That was my question, but I'll let you guys go. But if you can answer that, that'd be pretty cool. Thank you.
Well, Thank you for the question.
Yeah,
so the question refers to an incident that took place at last year's U.S. Championship, where Wesley had written on his score sheet an inspirational word or two, like concentrate or focus, and he had been warned by arbiter Tony Rich Eventually, he was forfeited by the arbiter in the game between Wesley and Varusian. And how is that going to affect their round 5 matchup?
I don't think it's
Take
going
it,
to.
Jennifer.
I don't think it's going to affect it. I really think that both of these guys are two of like. Obviously emotions were probably high in that particular game, but they're really nice and seem like the kind of forgiving types.
Yeah.
So maybe like a little bit more fire inside, but I think they want to win every game, and I don't think either of them are holding grudges for that. They just really don't seem like the types to me.
No, they'll be holding grudges, but I think they're professional enough that they'll definitely be shaking hands.
Yeah.
There's no issues there. But yeah, that one really kind of stuck in Wesley's craw. I mean, I was with Wesley in Vaikanze this year, had some conversations, and Wesley would like a measure of revenge.
Oh, so VAR's not on his Christmas card list?
No, not on the A list.
Not yet.
Not yet, not one bit, not at all. But that's something we'll be talking about come round 5.
That's right, yeah, but good on you to like keep looking and start circling those days where you need to watch the entire round. That should be every round though, right?
Maurice, your thought?
Yeah, after the interview, he said, when I interviewed him here, he said that Akobian wasn't his friend anymore. That was, he just put it very simply. So I think that, yeah, he's looking to take some serious revenge here at this tournament. And in this round, man, he's making Gata look like he's not his friend either, because Gata tried this move, bishop to f6. It is on the board, and the engines are saying white is now completely winning. But guys, this is so interesting to look at. This one, the way white wins is basically based on one piece, the strength of one knight in the position. This knight on f5, what a dominating entity on the board. And Wesley has found the computer move. Bishop takes on f6. It is currently in the game, and the engine saying this is the dominating continuation. The queen looking to go to the g5 square, so Gata instantly played queen takes on f6, stopping the incursion of the queen, only to face the monster move d5. That's just a huge shot in the position. This rook is trapped on the e6 square, nowhere to go. And check out what happens if you trade immediately. Pawn takes, you're still under threat. And if you play bishop takes on d5, now knight back to e3. This bishop has turned into the true Spanish bishop, and this bishop is hanging, going to drop. Well, it's going to end up a pawn, plus the king is just miserable. This is going to be clear technique for Wesley. So going back to this position after d5, maybe since you've sacrificed a piece, you can play this move, rook to e7. But check out this computer find, the move g4. G4 with the simple threat of G5, telling the queen to leave that rook alone. I want to grab it for free. G4, a huge move, winning instantly. Nothing to do about this threat. The rook can't leave. The queen can't leave. Nothing can help reinforce anything. Just a gorgeous move. And it looks as though Wesley So has found this continuation. Otherwise, he wouldn't take on f6, or maybe he would consider it again, because if you can't add pressure, you may not play the line. You might have relieved black somewhat. But if you have g4 with the threat of g5, it's bye-bye. It's done. As a matter of fact, just going back one move, here the engines give queen e3 as an alternative, saying that that's also better for white by a couple of pawns even. But g4, it's already saying, I'm a rook up. Gorgeous. G4, about to win a rook. So if he finds this line, and it looks like he will have no problem finding it, and the move is on the board. Sorry, not g4 yet. d5, rook e7, played quickly by Gata, and all we're waiting for now is the move g4.
There it is.
He's played it.
And he has played it.
Quickly.
Amazing.
Wow.
Quickly. We knew he would find it. G4 is on the board. This is resignable. We would not doubt it if Gatakomsky resigned right now. Wesley looking so calm, guys.
Hello, Wesley. So don't, this is a very good congratulations to Gatakomsky on making the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Wow. He's
devastated. This game was brilliantly played.
And look at Nakamura shaking his head.
Nakamura. It's like, hello, Wesley.
Like, why are you giving my rivals easy points?
Look at Naka disgusted. That look in Naka's face like, oh my goodness.
Or maybe I thought Fabio was going to be my main competition in this tournament. Watch out, Wesley. He's in some good form.
And Gata looks devastated. Gata looks like he's in shock, shaking his head. He missed this move G4 unquestionably, and that's going to cost him. He has no defense to G5.
Can you pull that up on the board? Because that is such a stunning move, G4, because I feel you basically need two moves for black. You need to both protect the rook and you need to get it out of take.
Look at Gata, guys, but look at Gata. Look at that look.
He recognizes
I mean, you
how
see
bad
that
it
is stunning.
He can't believe he's going down this brutally. It's
he gonna
only
resign
moved
now?
28. He has to resign. There's nothing to do. It's helplessness right now.
We talk about quiet moves, the powerful quiet moves. Well, this is a quiet move, but it is a really powerful one because, again, as Maurice has been pointing out, this rook is basically defended by one piece and one piece only. It's trapped on the e7. If you can push away that queen with the move g5, it's really, it's an entire rook. And
this would be a good time for the double.
Kamsky in round one.
And Wesley has gotten up from the board, maybe not wanting to sit in front of his opponent. Just gotta resign to the fact he's about to lose round one of the championship. There's 11 rounds in this tournament. He's just black. Remember yesterday I told you I was sitting next to him and he was concerned about who he would play. He thought it was Naka. Then he found out that it was Wesley and he thought no difference. It's going to be a rough game no matter what. He could not have imagined it would be this rough. A knight sacrifice on f5 followed by this beautiful move g4, just thematic Sicilian, just beaten up in this game, absolutely. And he's just got to digest the disaster that has happened to him right away in the tournament.
Thematic Roy Lopez, in fact. And we do have a comment from Walter First who says that he loves and confesses his undying love for knights on f5, referring to Fabi's undying love for Lawrence Trent earlier.
Right.
Just a real dazzling start here for Wesley. And
well, just to mention that, as Aviv did for us, how the players match up. Extraordinarily, these players, Wesley and Gata, have played 3 times. Really, really close matchups, but amazingly, Wesley has actually won 2.5 to half, and this will be 3.5 half. So is this something about stylistically that Gata just cannot handle what Wesley brings to the table?
Gata's got his number, just like so many of you guys who keep calling us with your fantastic questions.
Yeah, wow, and there we have.
And what happens if Gata were to resign when Wesley was up from the board? You don't see that too often, do you?
Actually, that happens a lot, that the player, like when he's gone, the player understands, he gets it. I've resigned at certain moments when my opponents are from the board, and I just wait for them to return and congratulate them. Yeah. But Wesley, very, very confident, looking great here in round one. Also looking very interesting, we talk about knight sacrifices. We ought to bring up this game of Hikaru Nakamura against Alex Lenderman. I can see all kinds of knight sacrifices about to occur.
Well, guys, that other game we should stay on because he's going to resign any second. There's no move to make. There's just no move to make. He's just got to accept his fate. And it's just barely 2 hours into the broadcast. Let's think about that as well. It's barely 2 hours into the broadcast, and he's going to be the first person to lose on either side, either in the championship or the women's championship. 28 moves, complete disaster has happened to him just that quickly. One off move in the opening, that queen d8, instead of taking on e4 and playing c5, and taking on d4, playing c5, and Gata is just, you wonder, where was my mistake? If he doesn't know where the mistake is, what did I do? How did this happen in such a disastrous way? And you can see he can't compose himself. He can't think about what to do right now. This is a great champion, Gata Kamsky. He's already been talking about retiring, that it's past his time. Maybe he might have a chance, but look, that look says it all.
It sure does.
Well, Maurice has talked about the Grandmaster curse before. Is there a Hall of Fame curse?
Hall of Fame curse. The moment you get inducted into the Hall of Fame, you get spanked in the very, very next game. Yeah.
I don't think there's that curse. Sorry, let's not start that one.
Right. But yeah, this is chess is a brutal game, and this is a particularly bad loss for Gata because this is one of his #1 defenses against 1e4. He plays the Breyer to be solid.
Right.
And, if you're going to grind him down, you're going to do it in 60. You're not supposed to do it in 28. And it's amazing that at that one slip, queen d8, that's not a bad move. It looks pretty decent, right? And then suddenly Wesley uncorks this combination that just hits home perfectly.
Wow, we might see one of the best games of the tournament in the first round. And to be fair to Gata, it's not a Hall of Fame curse. I was kidding. It's a playing very well-prepared Wesley So in good form with black curse, which can pretty much affect anyone, right? And maybe we'll see it affect more people in this tournament. I mean, it would be great to see somebody like Wesley in super good form in this tournament so that it won't be a two-horse race.
Guys, remember, Wesley So had, what kind of U.S. championship did he have last year?
Wow.
It was horrible.
Roller coaster.
It was horrible. No, roller coaster. I mean, he was going down. He played a very bad championship in the end, didn't he? I mean, he lost some games, some critical games in that championship. And, I mean, Wesley, well, this is not last year's result since Fabi didn't play. Oh, I see. So you're saying Wesley came in third. Wesley came in third. He won some games. He lost some games. There it is. Resignation has happened. But for Wesley lost points last year. He had the embarrassing result. This year, he's clear on revenge, and he has run over Gatakomsky in this game one of the 2016 championships.
So poor Gata.
I just wanted to say, it felt like Wesley had a very bad tournament last year because of the forfeit, because of the brilliant loss he had with Hikaru Nakamura. Those losses stand in your mind. The truth of the matter is taking third wasn't so bad.
That's true. I can see that. That is true.
He was on a roller coaster ride, and then just to tweak a result here or there, and he would have been in gold medal contention. But certainly, what a start for Wesley in this round one.
And we see a lot of Wesley fans chiming in. Wesley is on fire, and talking about the power of the F5. We got some compliments to us. Welcome to elite coverage. Thank you, Jims DeWild. And we also have a comment from Mike Klein over at chess.com. He says that Akobian played the Scandinavian as a kid, and his only loss was against Grishuk in the 1996 World Youth Under-14. Wow, thank you for the throwback there.
Wow. Alexander Grishuk, as we know, one of the world's top 10 grandmasters in the Grand Chess Tour, as well as the World Blitz champion.
Yeah. I mean, it was great to watch him and Hikaru play like a time scramble. I mean, those two are just super fun to watch play Blitz. We've also got a comment from the St. Louis Chess Club, which is actually being taken over by Grandmaster Christian Chirila throughout the tournament. So if you're not following them already, you probably are. You want to take a special consideration to it now. Finally, Grandmaster Josh Friedel is said that the 2750 plus guys are like drunken pirates, and the white pieces is their cutlass. I like your arg.
Josh. Yes.
And the women's section, actually, the St. Louis Chess Club pointed out, these games are more balanced. A lot of times we see the opposite, that there's crazy tactics and aggression in the women's side, and we need to look at those first and then go over to the championship. Today we've been focusing more on the championship because the games are insane.
Right.
But of course we have a lot of love for the women and the ladies championship, and we are going to be going back to that after some of these tactics fizzle out.
Well, we've just been being blasted with fireworks in the first round. And we do have a very special guest who's getting set up in our studio. We're going to go.
That's right, Gata Kamsky, World Chess Hall of Fame inductee. We've got both of them. So congratulations to Maurice and Gata. You got your shot, and some good news, bad news today, right?
Well, I've got to commiserate with my fellow Hall of Famer today. I'm glad I wasn't playing, but Gata, you got to make those moves. It was a really amazing sacrifice. The fact that knight f5 worked so powerfully. It looked like your position was solid. It looked like you achieved everything you wanted out of this Breyer. But suddenly this knight on f5 was amazingly annoying, and it was just simply difficult to defend.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see knight h4, knight f5 idea. I mean, in hindsight, of course, I should have taken with the bishop on a8. But
is his mic working, guys? I'm not quite hearing him.
I'm not sure.
Okay, all right, it's working fine. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so in hindsight, I should have taken knight with the bishop, but then after knight h4, it was difficult to see whether the exchange, whether the piece sacrifice would work, but it seems to really work, and because my king on h7 is really weak. I mean, I really blundered g4, of course, at the end, and I thought that any other move, maybe rook takes f6, would pose more problems for white. I mean, he has an advantage, but he still has to work for a win. but I completely missed this G4, G5, which just shows one move blunder and then it's over.
Pretty incredible,
Yeah.
remarkable. In a game like this, you know, it's the first round. You do have black. Black's never easy to play against such a star player anyway. Do you just shake it off like one of those days at the office?
Well, I was preparing for D4, but he surprised me with E4 all of a sudden, and you know, I had no preparation for E4, and then I had to try to remember what he was trying to prepare for. And then I realized, you know, because Breyer is my main opening still, that he must have prepared for this, but okay, still it's a little bit unsettling. But okay, you know, I'm jet lagged, I just arrived like yesterday, and I'll get into the rhythm, and I'll try to show these kids that I'm not dead yet after getting Hall of Fame nomination, but okay, we'll see.
Well, I'll let those be the last words. Those are great words, reassuring to us and your fans. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Gadakomski after a tough loss in round one.
Please, thank you to Gada for coming and sharing what was a very difficult start, obviously, for him in his opening round. I didn't get a chance to mention it myself, but finally, I think I'm about to. Come on, if I can draw up the game. There. Oh, gosh. There it is. So check this one out, Jennifer. We got this game between Hikaru Nakamura against Alexander Lenderman, and we can see all kinds of sacrifices that White is planning on either F7 or E6. For example, one bad move that Lenderman avoided was playing Knight D7 because of this nice sacrifice. You capture on E6. Whoops, sorry. You capture first on E6, and then you pick up this bishop, and you get the extra pawn. So that's a big trap that Lenderman avoided with the move A5. But clearly, now after bishop H3, talk about telegraphing your ideas of sacrificing. Here's Hikaru. We're going to see more knight sacrifices, and we've got Wesley in our studio to explain his knight sacrifice.
He's with Maurice.
With Maurice.
Yes, the number 10 player on the planet, Grandmaster Wesley So, after a scintillating game, amazing crush with Knight to F5. Wesley, when you saw the move Knight F5, did you feel like it was over, or did you just think you had compensation?
No, I didn't think it was over. In the worst case, I'll get 2 pawns for a piece, and I thought this would be enough. I'm surprised that he allowed it by going King H7. He could move his knight there instead, Knight H7. And then, you know, I probably wouldn't sacrifice back if that happened. I'll just play Knight F3. But when I played Knight F5, I felt there was something. For example, I didn't expect he would go 23rd move Rook E6. Thought he would play something else, but he went for that. And yeah, I think White isn't risking much with 2 pawns and his bad bishop on B7.
You know, it's funny. I often get asked this question. I'm sure you do too. It's a typical question people have. How far ahead do grandmasters see? Do they look 10, 15, 20 moves ahead? And you're saying, well, no, I just looked a few moves ahead. I pick up a couple of pawns. It looks like a good attack. I don't know what's going to happen. And you didn't even necessarily anticipate all of his defenses.
I don't think I would be a professional chess player if I tried to calculate everything. I would get too much headache, especially with 11 games here. But actually, even in the final position, this G4 move, I only saw it close to the end. I mean, when he played Rook E7, in the worst case, I could grab the exchange and have 2 pawns. But then I spotted G4, which wins easily enough.
Amazing. That definitely shows you out there that grandmasters, even elite ones like Grandmaster Wesley, so don't look ahead 15, 20 moves. That's not what the real strength is. The real strength is being able to assess the current position based on the factors in the board and to make sure you see enough lines, like a bailout line like Knight takes E7.
Only the computer can calculate everything. And for example, in this game, he has options in almost every move starting on move 23. So there's really no point. I'm sure Yasser will explain more.
That's because Yasser can't calculate 2 moves ahead. So.
Well, he plays the English solid.
Absolutely. Were you surprised, though, you were able to win in just about 2 hours against the illustrious Gadakomski? He's won this championship 4 times.
Yes, of course. He's a legend, even these days when his rating is not as high as it used to be. He's still a very considerable opponent, and I didn't expect to win, especially in 2 hours. This is just, this is a good break for me. I mean, I was praying yesterday for a good start, and I think I had 2 good days. So tomorrow, I don't even know who I'm playing tomorrow. It's probably time to
really don't look ahead at all, do you?
one game at a time, but I will check after.
I'll just close with this quickly. A quick question. Last year's championship, there were some ups and downs for you. Is there anything on your mind, one, to clean up last year's results and have a great championship this time?
Oh yeah, well, last year I had 10 decisive results and only 1 draw against Hikaru. So this year, the people can probably expect that I'll play more solidly.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, we hope you play some more fiery sacrifices like this one and they work out for you.
Well, as they say, it cannot happen every game unless the opponent does something real bad. Yeah.
Apparently, we're being told you play Akshat Chandra tomorrow. So you get one of the youngins.
Yeah, he's the youngest participant. No, Jeffrey
is, but he's 16, quite close. What's it going to be like playing the juniors? You're no longer a little baby yourself.
Yeah, I have moved on from that for quite a long time. I realized when I turned 16 that I'm getting older and there's no going back. So I look forward to playing under 26 instead of juniors.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, Akshat is a very good player. Tomorrow will be exciting.
Indeed. Well, today was very exciting. You quite pleased us with your sacrifice. Good luck in the rest of the championships.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Grandmaster Wesley So, showing why he's one of the top 10 players in the world. A great win today.
Thank you, Wesley. Thank you, Maurice. And indeed, a very, very impressive win. We've been keeping an eye on the 3 favorites, looking at the game of Fabiana Caruana versus Varuzha Nekopian after the move F5. Var has played the move Queen E7, and he's trying to settle in and, create some kind of defenses in his position. He is having trouble neutralizing this bishop that can, on B2, that can still snap that pawn on G7. That still looks like a very tempting opportunity for Fabi. On the other hand, the move F5, it's all about, softening up a target on the E6 pawn, and also a very compelling move would be rook on H1 to E1. In both cases, I really like Fabiana's position very much, and I think that Var is not going to be pleased. Kind of a boomerang, a surprise Scandinavian in round 1. Boomeranged against him, and white stands better.
White stands better, but let's just put it this way: it could have been a lot worse. I think a lot of players, that don't have Varuzhan's defensive experience, they would be like, got in this position and resigning already. The idea of like Bishop D6 and Queen E7, he's avoided immediate catastrophe.
Right.
And we've got a phone call.
Caller. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Yes. Hello, Jen.
Hi.
My name is Rob. I'm from Dahlonega, Georgia, and my question is, what chance do these youngest players have, like Carissa Yip and Jeffrey Jean? I mean, what are their coaches telling them? Are they looking for 1 or 2 good games? I'll hang up and let you guys answer, but, what are these young players trying to accomplish at their first U.S. championship?
Well, thank you very much for your question. I'll take my first shot. I really think it's about experience. I mean, if they got a couple of wins, so much the better. But it's their idea that in their careers thus far, they've never faced this type of competition at the highest level for 11 rounds in a row. So it's the experience of playing really, really top players game after game after game. I think that's the #1 thing that they have to take away from it. So really, lose, win, or draw, they are winners for having competed in the first place.
I don't know. I feel like the champions of somebody who's done so well, like Carissa Yip or Jeffrey Jean at such a young age, I think they're able to hold 2 things in their minds at one time. And the one thing is, I'm the least experienced and I have one of the lowest ratings in the tournament, and the other one is, who cares? I am going to win this tournament. I think there's this a little bit of irrational confidence that is useful for anyone who's going to become like a true champion. And you see that with somebody like Hikaru Nakamura. I don't think he is ever going into a tournament when he was like 14 or 15 and thinking like, yeah, I can't win this. There's no way. So I think there's just like some kernel in their brain where they're like, I could just like start winning games. Especially I think in Carissa's case. I mean, it is really hard when it's hard for both, but like if you look at the rating, statistically, not a high chance.
Right.
But I really think players that talented have to have that seed of irrationality. What do you think?
Well, there's something to be said about that. Again, I'm just thinking that the enjoyable experience. I remember for myself personally, my first U.S. championship, I really, really enjoyed and wanted to play because I was hoping my opponents would think of me as the target in the tournament and really come after me. I'm a very provocative player. I like counterpunching. And in my first U.S. championship, I was really hopeful that the players would overstep and take too many risks. I'll turn it over to Maurice. Your thoughts, Maurice?
I agree with Jen 100% here. Actually, I'll go even further. I mean, you've heard of names like Bobby Fischer, Garry Kasparov. When those guys are young, the hand of destiny is burning bright inside you. You're thinking, look, I'm going to be the U.S. champion. I'm going to be a world-class grandmaster. These are my dreams, my aspirations. I've got the talent. It's been proven to me. And now I get the chance to play my country's best players. I know that some of the players here actually are some of the world's best players. If you're going into this competition thinking, you know, it's going to be rough, I'm going to play against these tough players, you're not going to be one of the best. I mean, that's just simply not the attitude. You come in like a Fischer, like a Kasparov, like a young players coming into their national championships thinking that I'm a star. I'm maybe not big head in that way, but like I'm focused. I want to win. It's chess, and I know how to checkmate you. I know I can see combinations. If I just can get some decent openings and not get tripped up, I will fight you tooth and nail. Jeffrey Zhang, we see on the screen here, this kid's a beast. He's already won a huge tournament in Chicago, so he knows exactly how to take down top grandmasters, and so he's always got that hoodie look too. He's got that hood over. It's not cold in the room, but man, he puts it on to just get his focus on and say, look, I want to fight with anyone here in the tournament, and I have a belief in myself. This is why I'm a grandmaster. The kid's 15, and he can say, I'm a grandmaster. I know how to punch super grandmaster, first degree, second degree, whatever. I still know how to hit back. So I think these young players come in. They're going to get experience. The story for us, those of them who do not succeed, will be, well, they got the experience. But let one of these players start hitting on a few GMs, and we'll be singing their praises for the future that maybe we have a future star in the works.
Thank you, Maurice. And the game of Jeffrey, by the way, has just exploded. I've been keeping an eye on that game. I really like how Alexander Onishuk built up the pressure, taking more space. These knights on e4 and f4 are extremely powerful, lurking, dangerous attacking ideas, especially with his bishop on b3, lurking against this king on g8.
Knight h5 in the air.
Knight h5, knight e6. So recognizing that he was under pressure, Jeffrey captured upon offering a peace sacrifice, which was refused by Alexander Onishuk, who just simply captured the pawn on e6, and Jeffrey, under big pressure by the always solid and good Alexander Onishuk, looking very powerful in his first game. And Maurice, I'll send it back to you. This game's turned wild.
Very wild, and I got to admit, I'm trying to keep track, and I can't keep track. And so again, you get the engines who help us with the analysis, because we can just talk generally speaking, but until you look at the concrete moves, you're just blowing air. We can give you wild and crazy and our general estimations as strong players, but some positions just defy simple analysis and simple breakdown, and we'll be talking for a long time before we finally realize, oh, this is what's actually happening. The engines are saying right now that this position is actually almost equal. I know, it's insane, but the engines are like, maybe white has a slight edge, nothing much, and you gotta look and say, are you kidding me? Look at the craziness that's going on the board. This knight sack, this knight's hanging. Well, the engine's giving is this move, intermezzo before taking the knight, knight to d3, allowing the knight to die on the d3 square, and after rook takes d3, now take on e6. Now, what this means is that white can actually play bishop takes on e6 with check, and now after king to h8, white is currently ahead by a pawn, but the problem is that black is now perfectly safe. There are no attacks you could do to the black position that affect this king side, and this bishop is bearing down on this rook, and this queen is about to take this pawn, and if this rook moves, white will not be able to castle, so it turns out that white is actually worse in this position. White is in trouble. The rook has nowhere to go and can't stop this queen showing up on the a4 square. So that is what Jeffrey should go for, and he has actually played the move. Knight to d3 check is on the board as we speak. The only move is rook takes. Don't try to move your king because you're going to face some nastiness. Plus your e6 knight is dropping anyway, so you must take this. And now f takes on e6, and the Indians say do not take this pawn. Play the move rook to e3, save your rook for the moment. But now after king to h8, getting off the long diagonal, when you stare at the board, you have nothing to do for white. White has no way of improving the threats somehow. How do you generate initiative? You cannot castle anymore. In fact, the Indians are trying to shut the position down somehow with queen to e5 as the best move, go into some endgame, and black's not really seriously worse here. Maybe after queen to e5, you'll get something after this trade, and now rook a to d8, and Yaz, black is getting out of the woods in this position. So this youngster has calculated this line. It looks super sharp, but this move knight to d3, and they're in that position right now, and Onishuk is still thinking about it. It looks as though black is perfectly fine. Onishuk now digging deep. I tell you, these youngsters, they are respectful, but they're not afraid.
That's right. So
I'll have to go into the confessional booth and confess I didn't see the move knight d3. I thought Jeffrey was in real trouble without that move, but
Don't
with
worry.
the move.
This is a 6-hour confessional.
Yeah,
You can say whatever you want. It's
go.
all one long confessional sometimes.
There we go.
Right?
Knight
Some days
D3,
feel like that.
Very, very nice move.
Very boring day we've had so far. No, seriously, this has been amazing so far. The only thing I've been disappointed by so far is we've gotten such amazing calls, but what's this one thing everybody has in common that called?
What?
They're all men. So shout out to the ladies who are watching. I know there are some of you. One of you's got to call in at some point, but we do have another call right now, and I'm happy whether you're a guy or a girl.
Hello, caller.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, sorry. Hi, my name is Pablo from Venezuela. Great broadcast as always, guys.
Shout
I was
out to
wondering if you think
Venezuela.
players like Nakamura and Caruana are excessively fatigued, both mentally and physically, after long 2-3 weeks of the candidates, and will they be vulnerable versus, their sharp, tactical co-competitors?
Thank you, Pablo. Very, very good point.
Fantastic question, yeah.
Two of our players, Hikaru and Fabi, are, of course, coming from that marathon hard-fought tournament, the candidates tournament in Moscow, that only was completed 10 days ago or whatever it was that they 2 weeks ago that the event was completed. First of all, the jet lag in terms of return, and after such an event where they exhausted themselves, do they have the inner energy, fortitude to come and take a commanding position in this U.S. championship? I think we're going to find out. I mean, I really don't know. They're youthful, but boy, those events really zap you.
That's true. I think it's a great question. I mean, one of the things is both Nakamura and Caruana are so successful, world elite, that besides preparing for chess, they don't have any, too many other responsibilities, like, so an appearance here and there. They both represent the club, and Hikaru's with Red Bull, but it's not like they're teaching lessons on the side or doing videos and stuff like that. So it's true that they do have that full 2 weeks to rest. Is that enough? Is it a benefit, or that let's also look on the bright side? They've also been preparing so much chess. They probably had some novelties that weren't even used in the candidates.
Without question.
Could easily be executed against some innocent bystander here at the championship.
True that. And a great question. We're going to find out.
We will. And certainly Wesley is here to say, hello, I'm fresh.
Yeah. Right.
Even fresher. He's got a free day today, like half a free day. Instead of slaving away for 4 or 5 hours, he's got his game done in two hours.
Right, and we saw Hikaru, who looked over the game, kind of shaking his head in disgust, like, "Gosh, you're just giving my rivals a key gift. What's up with that?"
That's right. So a little bit of a a jealousy there. I think. No, I mean, you know how it is.
Yeah, you're taking the point very easily.
Nakamura loves to be on the winning side of attacks like that. So, looking at his comrade,
winning sides, winning moves.
We've got one of our live commentators here, Grandmaster Ben Feingold, on the winning side of a best move tactic. And we are going to go on a quick break. Keep those questions coming, both your calls and your hashtag US Chess Champs. We're loving the interaction that you've been giving us for the first 2 hours of this broadcast, and we can't wait for the rest. Be right back.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part of it?
We are back at the 2016 U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championship. It's been so great so far. That thrilling victory by Wesley, so you're going to have to go back and rewind if you didn't see that, because that was awesome. And we also have had such a fantastic number of callers. We know that those of you who have called in, you've been waiting on hold while we analyze some highlights, and we thank you for that, because it really does add to the show. And we look forward to more of you, hearing from more of you throughout the show. We have been getting lots and lots of tweets, including from some top grandmasters like Josh Riddell, who's played in this competition before. And he pointed out that the women are maintaining their sanity better than the men. And most games consist of solid and objectively correct chess. Well, you know what they say about men? They're so emotional.
Is that what they say about men?
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to talk to Dan, your husband, about that one.
Josh also says the pirate trend is catching on. He says that the ultra-solid Onashuk forgot to castle and goes on the immediate assault. Awesome to watch. Wow. So, indeed, we've got a lot of excitement here and more to come.
And by the way, we got to solve the question, the puzzle.
Right, from Grandmaster Ben Feingold, you were challenged to find the best move, and Maurice Ashley will clue you in.
I know you keep saying Grandmaster Ben Feingold, but actually Ben got slapped in this game. So let's switch it around. This is actually Shaba doing the right thing. Also a Hall of Famer is Grandmaster Shabalov, and he had this position against Ben. And unfortunately for Ben, it looked like he had made a good move. Let's just go back one move to this position. What is the most natural move on the board? Hey, just simply double rooks, right? Looks pretty good. Well, what could be more natural than that? The problem with the move is now the rook is a problem on that square. And those of you who found this really delicious move. Knight to e2 check. Complete surprise in the position. The knight, if captured, he resigned in this moment actually. If the knight is captured, then simply rook takes check, king moves, and then the other rook comes down and checks. And that's going to be all she wrote. After rook e1, either rook or queen can take, and that's going to be checkmate. The main problem of the move, however, is you actually have no response to it because, for one thing, if king to h1 in this position, let's make that the new main line. In this position, if king to h1, well, you could play knight g3 check and pick off a rook. That looks kind of simple. I believe, however, that this move is also kind of delicious. This rook is coming down, so after bishop takes, we can just sacrifice our queen on the square, and that's going to be all she wrote. After rook takes, here we have a nice little back rank checkmate. So knight to e2 check by Shabalov. Such a natural move, rook a to f1, but it proved to be a disaster in that game. Meantime, Shabalov is facing off against Webster's own and St. Louis's own Ray Robson, who just seems like, how many national championships for Webster has he won? Has he won all 4? Since in his tenure? That's absolutely an incredible record to win national championship, collegiate championship, time after time after time after time. He's like the UConn women, winning 4 in a row. Absolutely incredible feat by that university. And Susan Polgar, kudos to her, developing a world-class program.
Absolutely, and I just wanted to mention the women's game, because in the women's championship we have this game between Naji and Anna Zatansky. Anna, again, welcome back to the U.S. Championship. But Anna is in really bad shape here. I just love White's positional domination with his bishop on e5. His bishop on e5 could go anytime she likes to the d6 square, and that would skewer an exchange over here. And it seems to me that if White were just to move her rook, for example, to the d1 square, eventually this pawn is going to move up to the b4 square, allowing the rook to come back to the e1 square. And I think Anna is in really difficult shape here in her first round. What kind of form is she going to show at this tournament? Because she's been absent from the game for a little bit. She may be very rusty as one of the pre-tournament favorites, in big trouble in this first round.
Still the highest rated, and I do think we have to give a lot of credit to Nazi, who's shown her mettle with White in this tournament before. Last year, she actually defeated the champion, Irina Krush,
and went through undefeated herself.
In a really nicely played game with White. You guys can go back and go over that.
That was a great effort, and she came very close to winning the championship last year against Irina, who's won 4 in a row, did we just say?
That's right.
I mean, what is it with Ray Robson and Arena? Anyway,
and
we do have a caller.
That's right. We've got a caller.
Hello. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Yes, my name is Ernest, and I'm calling from Oklahoma. I was wondering if all 3 of you guys, Jen, I know you play a lot of hula chess with 5 minutes. Yasser, feared Grandmaster Ohm on ICC, 2,500 blitz rating on the auto pairing. That's pretty incredible. And of course, Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. None of these guys apparently can touch you in blitz chess. So I was wondering if you could offer, like, I don't know, maybe 3 tips on how to improve blitz chess.
Well, thank you for the question, Ernst. I'll take that because I've all my life played blitz. I started chess as a blitz player, and it took me a long while to stop playing blitz at the tournament games because I played it so quickly. I enjoyed blitz a lot. For me, blitz is a kind of a training and a relaxation. And what I try to do when I play blitz is to get the positions that I'm the most familiar with. So I'll play systems that I really feel comfortable in, and I'll repeat those systems when I'm playing sessions. I enjoy that a lot. Secondly, you got to stay ahead on the clock. You just can't afford to get too far behind. And finally, the third and most obvious one is play higher rated players. Take this as an opportunity to train yourself, and don't shirk away. Don't decline challenges from higher rated players, but rather really play the strongest players you can find.
I actually just read an article by Hikaru Nakamura about 17 bullet chess, and there's some cool ones there.
Never resign.
I never resign, and I like the one where he said, keep the clock in your peripheral vision. I really like that, because he's like, always keep it in vision, but don't like stare at the clock, because that's going to take too much attention from the board.
Exactly.
So I think that's a good way to think about it, that there's actually like this ninth file, if you will,
right,
on which the chess clock lies, and you got to keep that on your eye. Great question, thank you. We've also got Maurice Ashley with an update on the Jeffrey Zhang game. That's gotten pretty heated.
Quite a few games now. We need to hurry up because a lot of things are going on. In particular, guys, you guys are going to start to appreciate the time disparities in some of these games. Simply stunning, as a matter of fact. But first, let's look at this one. Jeffrey Zhang did go down a line that we said, let's back that up, that the computer said was good for black. Because in this position here, he did find all the moves. Right here, he played the very nice knight to d3 check, forcing rook takes d3, fe6, and then after rook to e3, he did find king to h8. It's almost as though he was watching the broadcast. He found all the right moves, takes, and then rook a d8. He also said, I'm not defending the e6 pawn. He could have defended it, dropped his bishop back. He said, are you kidding? And let the guy castle? You can take that pawn, please. And of course, bishop takes on e6 now, and the engines are giving this as equal position. 000 is a surprising assessment, given that white is up a pawn, but it's not a clean pawn in the move. Rook to d4 is what the engines are giving in this position. This king has a problem, and this bishop is very strong. You look at this lineup on the e-file. This e-pawn could come under some danger quite shortly, so that's a bit of a challenge here, a very unclear position, but the engines are saying just fine for black. Enough counterplay with the two bishops and the dynamic play and this king stuck in the middle of the board. Just the markers we need to be able to say, you know what, this is kind of interesting. We don't know what's happening here. Very sharp game. Now, more importantly, let's take a look at this game. We've been staring at this one for a while. Fabiano Caruana has been pressing Varuja Nakobian, and a critical moment happened here. Var said bishop d6, f5, big time move on the board. Queen to e7, and Fabi said, give me that. I'm going to take the pawn now. The engines weren't too thrilled by it. They thought he should continue to play positionally by taking, but a pawn is a pawn after all, and bishop back to b2. Not saying that this was a bad position for white, just maybe taking a bit would have given black a little bit less, because now black was able to castle, and after rook hf1, rook d to e8. Now this move, the engines are not too thrilled by, and giving an advantage for white. But forget about that for a second. Not only is white up a pawn, you want to check out these clock times? 24 minutes for Fabi, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. That's under 3 minutes with 22 moves to go. Okay, they're 30-second increments, but guys, 22 moves? You talk about bullet. I hope Var has been practicing some bullet chess, because he's going to need it, and he's going to feel the tension in his body for the next 45, 50 minutes of play. And you see he's trying to stay cool, but this is a dangerous moment for him. If Fabi comes up with one move, that's just one move that has some trickiness to it, that has some tactical complication, that has some nuance, he's going to be in trouble in that position. Now that one, and he's getting up from the board. Dude, I make a move, you might lose 15 seconds of your time. So that's quite challenging to see him there. I think that's a bit irresponsible, getting up right now and just casually looking at other games. But talk about time issue. This other game I was looking at, Sam Shanklin versus Akshat Chandra. The kid has played beautifully. The youngster refuted everything, kept his opponent at bay. All right, his rook is sitting on 8-7 right now. That move I did not see a couple of moves back, but now it's on the board. The engines are giving him equality because he's got an extra pawn, and the engines have not figured out how to win with white. Although, to me, this is full compensation. easy compensation. You think that black is much worse by my assessment, but the Indians are saying, nope, we could defend this position. But forget about that for the moment. White's pieces are all active. 35 minutes on the clock for Sam. 41 seconds. 41 seconds left for Akshat Chandra, and he's going to have to make 12 moves with his opponent. He won a gold medal for the U.S. team in the Olympiad, did Sam Shanklin. You know he's going to figure out a couple of tricky moves, and boy, he's in bullet mode already. Okay, you get your 30-second increments, but even so, wasting all that time in the opening, spending an hour on a move, guys, that was not responsible, and he is in deep trouble no matter how equal he is in this position. He's going to have to defend some kind of tricky tactic, and I think he's going to blunder into a loss in this game if he does not lose on time. He's just going to make a horrible move that costs him in the worst way, and he will take a lesson from this game. Don't waste your time like that in the opening, no matter what. These guys will make you suffer. And the only problem for Sam is kind of saying, you know what, I got a lot of time. Let me sit for as long as possible instead of playing quickly. You see him doing it right there, moving his bishop back. Will he play too fast and allow his young opponent to come up with quick moves? But, hey, Chandra is down to 35 seconds right now. He's got to move.
Let's keep our eyes on this game, indeed.
Wow.
So Bishop D4. Obviously, at some point, it would be beautiful if Sam could make something about this long diagonal. But that's the one thing that Chandra is well equipped to meet, right? Like even if we create a battery on A1 and B2, you can simply play Bishop G7.
Well, the nice thing from Chandra's point of view is, despite his time deficit, and it is really bad time management, of course, we are always prepared for the direct threat. So a move like Bishop D4 should have been immediately answered. The same move faster was better. Chandra took a few seconds, but he did find and play the obvious Queen C6.
About 30 seconds exactly, because he had the same amount of time as he had when he started. So now Sam presumably is going to back up his bishop.
Right. Say, I don't know, like Bishop to D2. Hold just a second.
Bishop to B2 is in baby. And notice that the Queen on B6 was holding down the D-edge square.
Exactly.
So that's the difference. And again, Queen G4 doesn't seem like a threat at first because you can play Bishop G7, but note that we can meet Bishop G7 with Rook to D8, which could get a little sticky.
Exactly. Well, this back rank is really suffering. I mean, he may have to just simply drop back with his queen and not to allow that invasion on the back rank, trying desperately, by the way, to set up for a trade of bishops with Bishop G7. Maybe black could crawl with his king to H7 and on a good day activate his rook. I mean, basically black is doing his best to hold on here, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and just an amazing defensive piece there on Rook H7. That's not a...
Stopping Queen D4 and Queen H8 mate, right?
Not something you see very often, but surprisingly effective.
And by the way, just turning the page for a bit, I'd look to me like for being a pawn down, that Hikaru had a dominating position. I'm just trying to find Hikaru's game. I think it might be up top.
This is the Caruana Varusian game, where Varusian's managed to get his king over to the queen side.
And this is the game of Hikaru. Essentially, I really like Hikaru's pawn sacrifice, and you know me, I love being a pawns ahead, but black's pieces all on the first rank. White has enormous edge in space, a lot of opportunities, and of course, for the moment, this D6 square is a very juicy square that the knight could possibly land in the very near future. So I see Alexander Lenderman as being under a lot of pressure against the defending champ.
That light squared bishop, nothing to write home about indeed. And we do
Looks
have that
like
move.
a big pawn, doesn't it? Stuck out here. Sorry, we do have a new.
Let's move to Akshat Chandra because he's down to 12 seconds.
Oh my goodness!
We need to keep it moving. And Sam did in fact play that Bishop B2 idea, and Akshat has decided to respond to it with F6. So creating some weaknesses, but making his Rook on H7 a little bit more sensible.
Indeed.
And the Indians do like that move. They give him equality still. This is a move that Sam's going to have to study really carefully. And there are no lines, actually, absolutely no lines the Indian gives that pose any real problems. I'm talking about a tactical move that you go, wait a minute, you have to think about that one. You think about that one. It looks as though black will be able to slowly get his game going, maybe bring the rook over to f7, get the king to h7, and just play blocker and say, hey, you're not coming to get me anytime soon. So if he can add a few moves together, string a few moves together where he's just not losing, then he can catch up on that time, add a bit of time on the increment to pad himself a little bit, and he should be fine. The move rook to d8 has jumped in on the board, and the inches are saying that this is actually worse. Sam playing quickly and maybe trying to take advantage of the clock, but the inches are saying this move is bad for white. The move now being to just trade off, and after queen takes, just play this move, rook to d7, and it seems as though you cannot capture a pawn back happily. We go into this endgame. Thank you very much. Bring the king up. Easy game for him now. His rook's coming down, and that's just no problem for him. So this rook to d8, and the trade has happened. So he needs to find the move rook to d7 now, and his pieces will be well connected. Queen to e8 will also be a move, but suddenly the move rook to c7, like, is that for real? Beautiful tactical idea. Check this out. If queen takes, now rook to g7, and suddenly it's white who loses the game. Whoa. Will he find those moves? Will anything like that happen? Is amazing variation, but he does have the move rook to d7. He did not find it. He played the move rook to f7, saying solid. This is one of the problems with not having enough time on your clock. You can't find tricky moves like rook to d7. He just played the instinctive one, rook to f7, guarding his pawn. The Indians now give rook to e8 and say the position is more or less equal, maybe though slightly better for black. It seems as though black is out of danger. Black will always be able to bring the king to g7 and be protected. So it seems as though black is out of danger. Even here, he has to move b4. So the youngster defending well, and I think Sam played quickly. A typical problem when you have time pressure for the other player to play quickly to try to take advantage of it. It looks as though Sam has done so, and the youngster is getting out of the woods.
Thank you, Maurice. And we have a caller, Jennifer.
That's right. Welcome to the show. Give us your name and what you're curious about.
Hi, I'm Tim from South Dakota.
Hi, Tim.
And hi, and I've got a question about overall chess principles. And I've been playing online, and what I have found works for me is to lock up the positions with the pawns all locked up. And so I've got a closed position, then I trade off my weakest piece. And I find when I get in those closed positions, am I the only one that thinks that it's easier to calculate tactics in a closed position rather than an open position? I'd like to hear your discussion on that.
Tactics. Question about tactics in a closed position versus an open position. Well, as the entire nature of chess positions that are open is you're simply going to have a lot more tactical play. When you're playing closed positions, normally you're not as vulnerable to tactics. I always liked playing closed positions because those were more of a maneuvering games, and I felt that that was my strength. So for those of you who are like tactics, you love the open positions. Maurice?
Absolutely. Love those open positions full of tactics, and then those semi-open ones that are on balance, also intriguing tactics. Closed one definitely much more about maneuvering. And in this position, we have Nakamura against Lenderman. It is definitely one of those semi-open, if you will, that's about to be totally open. Nakamura in this position with white, starting to build his position more and more. And queen c7 was played, and Naka, of course, found the shot d5. And after e takes d5, of course, the c-pawn is pinned. He now dropped in knight to d6, hitting the rook. And the great thing for his position is uncovering this diagonal for his bishop. The rook has very few places to go to. If you play a move like rook to d8, then suddenly bishop takes d5 anyway, and the f7 pawn is under threat. You can't just start grabbing stuff here because, of course, bishop takes f7 check, and the rook is suddenly on the queen, and that's going to be all she wrote. So d5, e5, knight d6. Lenderman now studying this position, and the engines are saying he's busted, by the way. Let's just make that point. If the rook goes to f8 in anticipation of defending against bishop takes d5, look at this atrocious position for black. You just got to look at the pieces. The rook on a8 is doing nothing. The knight on b8, the bishop on a6. 3 black pieces absolutely out of the action. This rook is passive. And start looking at white's pieces. They're just lording over the chessboard. No surprise that there are going to be some tactical kills in this position. Don't forget this bishop on this diagonal. Great position. It looks as though Hikaru, showing his stuff, starting to cruise right now. And an exchange sack has occurred in the game. He has decided instead, as we see the board, to sacrifice an exchange in this position. Instead of playing any rook move, he just moved his queen off the pin with queen to d7, allowing takes and takes. This looks really bad for him, given that he has no pieces yet moved out, still on this side. And no surprise, the engine's looking to open up the game, blast open the game with the move e4, just to keep hunting. This position looks like totally in the favor of one of the top 5 players. I'm not sure, maybe he's number 6, but same difference in the world. Nakamura really showing that he wants to follow Wesley So and win with the white pieces.
And win in style, like Wesley did.
This was beautiful principles, I must say. When you have better development, control of the game, we're always told, open the position up. Don't let your opponent catch up with development, but look for those sacrifices, and that move d4, d5 is going to be a textbook example of what it means to have a superiority in development to open up the position. Very impressive game thus far by Hikaru Nakamura. He looks great. I'm also looking at the game of Fabiano Caruana because of the time pressure that's going on in that game between Varakobian. After this bishop takes g7, it looks like Fabiano has a very nice position still. Well, he's always had a nice position, but it looks like he's improving his advantage against an opponent who basically used all of his clock, burned. What did we say?
Yeah,
he was down just a few minutes.
No, I think he could have easily gotten crushed if he hadn't used that time. I think his position gotten he had a lot of pitfalls he could have fallen into like 10 moves ago. The fact that he's just managed a castle.
That's a big accomplishment, you want to say, right?
Yeah.
You know, get your king out of dodge. I get it. No, but having said that, he really, it's a terrible position for him. And all of our favorites looking great here in the first rounds. Maurice.
Yes, just to throw out a point, because his position looks so good right now, but it's worth just mentioning. It looks like Caruana may have missed a bigger opportunity in the game, according to the engines. Anyway, like I said, his moves look very human and natural and what we would normally do. But the opportunity here was to move queen to h5. This apparently was a very strong move, but it involved understanding something really bizarre. And I'm looking at it now, and I still am wondering why you would do it. After takes, the move knight f4. In this position, remember, he's up a pawn right now to sacrifice the exchange, to say, okay, I'm willing to give you this guy so I can crack your pawn on f7. And now this pawn on f6 is super strong, and black's pieces, they still look not that bad, but it's bad enough because this pawn is such a bone in the throat, and he's going to bring his knight back out and make you suffer with this pawn forever. So this line by the engine, a bit counterintuitive, needing to sacrifice. Fabi probably said, you know what, I don't have to do that. Let me go into a different line. But according to the engine, that was very strong, but he went to a very simple line. The engines are not giving him that huge an edge as he had before here. But here's the problem. This guy is only 36 seconds left on his clock, this Akobian. So he has to find all the right moves. Rook to g6 was the move by the engine. Instead, he played rook to h8. And that move, like I said, when you're in time pressure, you face tons of problems trying to play the right move each time. This move, the engine says, curse splat, you're dead. You're done. If Fabi now finds, and I have no doubt he will, find the move knight takes f7, beautiful shot. Now you're in big trouble after takes. Rook landing down on the board, and suddenly you're running out of moves. This f-pawn is turning into a beast. We'll run down the board very quickly. Let's just follow a line, for example, like queen to h5, trying to trade off. This f-pawn is saying, hello, I'm coming fast too. You're in trouble here. What can you do? This is all protected. If you move your rook over to the g8 square, to the d8 square, then we grab this as well. Look at that f-pawn, and problems still continue. This bishop along this diagonal has exploded. Great play for him. And if the rook tries to stay, then it doesn't work, of course, because if queen takes queen, and then this pawn will become a queen in one move. So what to do here after knight f7? It just looks terrible. Has he found the move yet? He's going to take some time. I'm sure he sees it. Rook to g7. If you try to stay in the position with this move, then f7 is still going to happen. And again, rook to e7, trying to defend. Cool, calm, rook over to g1, preparing the move rook to g8, and you can't take this pawn on f7 because of queen takes e6 check. Terrible position for black, and again, the time pressure will derail him. We are waiting to see if Fabiano Caruana finds this move, and guess what, guys? He didn't find it.
Wow.
He didn't find it. It was a crushing blow, completely crushing blow, it looks like. And now he's played the move h3. In this position, instead of taking on f7, he's played h3. And I'm somewhat surprised here that he didn't find that move. Maybe he saw something surprising in that position, evaluated it. Instead, he just played the move h3, and blitzed out is the move rook to h6. And game continues.
Thank you, Maurice. No, for me, that move h3 by Fabi is a clear indication that he still doesn't have his energy batteries fully charged, because I'm 100% the Fabiano Caruana we saw at the Sinquefield Cup, where he went on the streak, would have played knight f7. And the move h3 is just a soft, reasonable move, but it misses the instant tactical blow, knight f7 and rook g7. That, as beautiful a variation as this all was, again, this all comes from this knight takes f7 sacrifice. For a player of Fabiano's caliber, that's not a difficult find. This all, I mean, it's just, it plays itself, there's a flow. It's so easy for him to find that, and I'm going to attribute that to simple tiredness.
Now, over in the Women's Championship, we've got a couple of games where it looks like they could be over soon. Tatev Abrahamian, one of the pre-tournament favorites, is really just all over her opponent, who's a newcomer to the championship, a wild card, Agata Baikovtsev. And she's up material, and basically every single one of her pieces is better than her opponent. So I think that game will end soon. Not you versus Eswaran, which seems a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Although Jennifer, you still on top, but no, this Tatev Abrahamian versus Baikovtsev looks like it should be over pretty soon. I mean, what does Tatev have here? She's got a pawn. She's got the monster on d6. She's got two bishops.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm just having a little trouble with my
getting
mouse.
the current position.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you have it. This game of.
I mean, the rook is just ready to invade on e7 as well, and then the bishop can come to d5. So this just
totally agreed. Better minor pieces and extra material for white. So this is simply game over.
Minor and major, minor and major pieces.
I thought things were unclear. Just at this moment, Agatha had tried this queen. Pardon me, ace. A6, A5, attacking white's queen, and I thought Tatev found a very nice solution, giving up the A2 pawn, but getting this winning middle game, end game position. It just looks great for Tatev.
And meanwhile, Carissa Yip against Akshita Gorty. So we've got our youngest player in the tournament, Carissa, and Akshita, our second youngest, I believe. Yeah. So this one, we also have a material advantage here for Carissa. She's up a pawn, and it looks like if her pieces also are better. So as long as there's no trickies here, as you like to say, Yasser, this should also be quite strong for white. Just a queen that's invaded, a nice rook on c5 ready to take on c7, and even the knight on c3 has some greener pastures.
Yeah, and I was just going to say our defending champion is pawn down against Kate. So Arena's got some issues. Maurice, what's going on?
No, just a quick update on another game, the game between another past champion, Anna Zatonsky, and Nazi Pakidze. Nazi's like, not only do I belong, one day I'm going to think about winning this thing. And she's definitely one of the favorites to winning the tournament. Nazi Pakidze against Anna Zatonsky. That's a big game. We see a different game on the screen there. But this game, I'd like to show you this position. The way she handled it, we saw a great dark square blockade. This bishop was very strong. She played the move Queen B2, did Nazi. And this move, interesting move, it's very positional. The engines don't like it, but when you look at it, you feel like That's how humans would play this position. Get the dark square control, and now you can't take the pawn on c5 because of the move b4, and that's going to be all she wrote. So instead, bishop c7 was played. Now a trade on c7 and then rook e1, guarding the dark square. And now the move rook f to e8, and then f4 got control of the file. Of the square, e5 square. Now d4, rook to d5, rook to e5, and now you're looking at the position. You realize the complete dark square dominance. d3, now rook d2, controlling every dark square. Black's pawn looks dead on arrival. Rook to b8 was played, and now queen to c3, queen to b7 on the board. The engines feel like this is just a random demonstration. b4 will happen. This pawn's going nowhere. Will it be enough of a consternation to white? I don't think so. Bishop to e4 is coming. This pawn looks dead. She's completely outplayed her, guys, and she's ahead on the clock. So Nazi Pakidze once again showing she played the championship last year, didn't lose a game, now playing this year and pressing a former champion, four-time champion, Anna Zatonski right out the gate.
That's right. I mean, that's one thing.
Game by Naji so far. I told you I liked it earlier. I really like it now.
Yeah, I mean, Alejandro was on our broadcast, and he's friends with Naji, and one thing he pointed out last year is that he admired her professionalism. He thought that she came prepared, and she didn't get into as much time pressure as some of the other women. So, like, just a bit more of a professional approach, he thought. And maybe that's something we're going to see from her, like some good opening preparation and not leaving herself with 1 minute on the clock. But to be fair, it's not just the women who get into time pressure. As we see a massive time pressure in the championship.
Absolutely.
I think like in previous years when the women weren't as used to like the prestigious competition, we saw more extreme time pressure because it was like so nerve-wracking. And now they know like St. Louis, it's a big deal, and they seem to like just be more prepared for the clock management.
Right.
Which is huge.
Yeah, disciplined approach by Naji for sure. But in this game, Anna looks bad. She's definitely been caught, and her position's just very, very unpleasant. She is being positionally dominated as we speak. I'm very curious as to what's happening in the Open Championship in the game of Chandra versus Sam Shankland. Sam had a big I'm on the clock, but the position, has Chandra made the time control? I see that Sam's up from his board, so I'm wondering if the U.S. Junior Champion has survived.
He did make the time control.
Wow. Well, first of all, kudos for that. That's an accomplishment.
But it looks like...
But he made some errors. But he made some errors along the way. Unfortunately for him, he did not play precisely in that position, and he opted for this endgame. He should never have taken on c2 in that position there, and he did. And unfortunately for him, taking on c2 allowed this maneuver. b4 takes, queen c1, rook back, and now he offered a trade of queens, which Sam gladly obliged the trade of queens in this position, forcing this line with rook to e8, and after rook over, now, the a6 pawn is dropping by force, and he's made time control, but now facing two passed pawns, getting ready to steam down the board. This is going to be hard, if not impossible, to save this position. His 4 pawns against 2 on the other side mean just about nothing because of the double pawns on the f-file.
Wow. Yeah, that's the advantage is really, really turned in this game, and we understand absolutely why, because of the time trouble. This was the crucial moment, as Maurice was saying. Grabbing the pawn on c2 was simply helpful for Sam Shankland. Had he played b5, b4, I think all 3 results are possible here, because you're going to play king g7 or queen takes c2 next. And this demonstration of this pin on the 8th rank isn't that meaningful. Black already has a rook on f7. So this is where the game starts to turn, right here. And here, this move queen c7 is really wrong, egregiously wrong. Probably he had to play the move queen to f4, attacking this bishop, trying to provoke that trade. But I'm just wondering how bad this is. It's bad, don't get me wrong. This is really bad. But how bad is it, for example, after I play g5? On a good day, I'm dreaming that I'm going to play f4, g4, put a pawn on g3. Let's say we go b4. Looks right. I'll bring my rook. I'll activate my rook. Do you want to go b5? What do you think, Jen?
Yeah, let's just go for it.
Let's just go
so
for it.
I can let you demonstrate your evil plans.
Well, exactly. And I do have some evil intentions, of course. But my evil intentions involve trying to utilize my pawns on the king side. Let's just continue the game for a second. Like something like this. And here's where you
And so you're getting your little counterplay.
A little counterplay.
Maybe I could have defended a little more accurately.
I think you could have, and should have. But I'm just saying, there's still some kicking chances.
This is going to be a long one, so we're going to keep our eye on variations like that for the next couple hours. Meanwhile, a game that could end any moment or could last a long time. Fabiano Caruana versus Varuja Nakovian. Maurice has an update.
Yes, again, quickly, Varuja in horrific time pressure. Still, he hasn't made it out the woods. There's no way he's trading off all these pieces quickly as much as he would like to. And so he had to blitz out some moves. And take a look at what happens to a grandmaster, a strong one as Varuja Nakovian is, when he is just a poodle with time pressure on his mind. Look at his moves. It's crazy. Rook, df1. Fabiano said, look, I'm just going to guard that pawn. I'm not going to do anything X. Just keep the pressure on you. A5 coming out of nowhere. It's just a move. It's like flick the pawn. There's no way to really improve the position. King to B1. Cool, calm in this position. I don't do anything. Your move again. King B8, leaving the center. I just need to make a move. What am I supposed to do next? Rook to G4, building, slowly improving the position. Rook D8. I'm not sure what to do. Leaving this E6 pawn alone. H4, still building. Maybe not even the optimal move. King A7, he needs a move. He has no real plan. He's just moving his king away. And what do the Indians say now? There's a big blast that could be played. Knight takes E6. It's bizarre, though, because Fabi is refusing to play any of the winning moves, the sacrifices that are possible. Knight takes on E6, F takes, and then pawn up. I'll show it on the board. Knight takes, and then F7. And this position is really difficult to hold because of the Rook G8 threat, and he's completely winning. But Fabi is almost like he's somehow transfixed on Varujan's poor time situation, that he's just continuing to play solid move after solid move. So in this position, instead of sacrificing, it looks like he played the move bishop to E5. Yes, he did. Bishop to E5. And the Indians don't like that one, but rook to D7 was not the best response. And now the Indians saying, bring the bishop back to B2 and let's get back to the business again. So it's funny watching. It happens to all of us. Your opponent's in time pressure, and you're thinking, if I just play fast enough, I'll push him over, and you miss the decisive shots. It's like he's waiting for move 40 to really think about the killer blows. It's Fabiano and not playing the right moves. So again, bishop to B2 is the Indians' move. Don't trade off pieces when the guy is not doing well in terms of space. Instead, find the blows. Fabiano, with 8 minutes on his clock now, he's starting to lean into some time pressure issues. He's got to make 11 more moves in the next 8 minutes. So he's feeling it too. This game currently going topsy-turvy, guys. One game that's not topsy-turvy, though, is this one. This is Squash City happening here. We saw this back here after queen takes E8. E4 did happen, opening up the game with advantage. Well, D4 he tried, said no way in the world. I'm continuing with my march down the board to keep the position sharp. F4, F6, rook takes D4. He got to trade this off. And here comes this rook trying to get down into the position. This move, bishop to C8. And this is just terrible. The bishop, look at these pieces. They're all on the back row. Bishop D7, trying to keep the pieces out. Not a chance. Queen takes G6. And this one's as bloody as the one that Gata had to face. Just complete. You know when you play a game and your rook and your knight, it's move 35. The rook on A8 has not moved yet. It's move 35, and this piece has not moved. This knight looks like it hasn't moved either. Just a disaster for Lenderman. Certainly a game that he will likely want to forget really soon because he did not acquit himself well. And he's at move 35 with 11 minutes to go. Nakamura is the one who's in heavy time pressure with 2 minutes on his clock, 2 minutes and change. But I think Naka could handle this one. What do you guys think?
It's a beautiful game by Hikaru, a totally dominant game. If you forget about the clocks for a moment, it looks like one of the most one-sided games since Wesley So and Gata's game. So the defending U.S. champion sure looks good in this opening round. I'm a little bit surprised for the second time that Fabiano has missed that knight sacrifice that looks so decisive. But Hikaru Nakamura cruising, and I don't even see a move for Lenderman at this moment. He really, suggestions, there are no suggestions, yeah.
Bishop h3 we could play. Oh, so many lovely ideas here for white.
Exactly. All white's entire dream is just to take this rook and plonk it down on the d8 square, and black's king is toasted. So this looks like a very one-sided game for Hikaru Nakamura, as his campaign to retain his title appears to be going very well.
That's right. He's off to a great start here. And,
by the way, there's also Bishop e4. There's another very simple idea in the position for white. Bring your bishop to e4.
Too many wins.
And set up for queen h7 check.
He chose something different. I think he played bishop...
Let's see what happened after... Okay, just a second. I have to refresh my board. I apologize. And let's see.
So he just played bishop c3. I was trying to see.
So, sorry.
So bishop c3 in this position. No, when the queen was on e5. With the idea that if queen takes c3, you can just take on d7. What was the idea? Queen takes c3. So the queen was on e5 and he played bishop c3.
No, the queen was on e5 and he played queen f5. It was Lenderman's move.
Oh, sorry. Now bishop c3. Okay,
and now bishop c3.
I thought he was like sacrificing some idea of bishop e4 or something. But
this looks
in any
terrible.
case, yeah, this looks pretty kaput. So we're going to see this be over soon. Another game that looks like it might be over soon. Maurice.
Is over already. In fact, big results. Tatev Abrahamian has won her game and taken the lead in the women's side, at least for the moment. She did have this great position against young Agata, and she played rook to e7, a dominant move. And it turns out that Lenderman has also resigned in his game, so we knew that was coming. But this one, let's quickly get to the results. Knight to c5 was played, and now bishop to d5. Look at those bishops just lording over the position. The d6 pawn way too strong. Bishop to e6, and she just played d7, a monster blow, releasing this piece. Everybody's guarding this d6, this d7 pawn, and something's going to land on the c7 square. The rook just has nowhere to go. What do you play here? It's just a miserable position. A completely crushing ending to this game by Tatev Abrahamian, who's still looking for her first championship. What a way to start.
Very nice indeed. And again, we're seeing some real aggression in this round one. I mean, any games looking drawish to you?
Well,
I mean,
you had mentioned that the defending champion, Irina Krush, was down a pawn, but it does seem like she has very good chances of holding that. She has a lot of activity. So
in the rook ending?
Yeah, if you want to pull that up while we're waiting for some of our special guests.
Absolutely.
So, yes, Nemtsova putting the pressure on Irina Krush. And, Nemtsova also a very strong candidate, I think, in this championship. You can tell she's really serious about her game.
Yes.
Like I've mentioned, the professionalism of Nazi Picazzi. You see that same professionalism in Nemtsova. I have the feeling she prepares quite hard for this tournament, and she also is a Webster student.
Absolutely. Well, I saw her playing in the Bill Wright Open here in St. Louis a few weeks ago. And she played some very, very good chess. She tied for third with 3 wins, 1 loss, and a draw, I believe. I think she's one of the favorites for the title. I see Irina and Anna as the big favorites, but Nemtsova is one of them who can really challenge.
But I feel that Irina's going to hold the balance here. But let's go to our guest, the first winner in the U.S. Women's Chess Championship, Tatev Abrahamian. She's with Maurice Ashley.
Indeed. Thank you, guys. One of the women who you would absolutely say has a clear outside chance to win this tournament. But, of course, it's only round one. Tatev, welcome to the show. You had an interesting game today. It seemed very sharp, kind of the kind of style you like. When did she go wrong?
I thought she went wrong with knight a3, but I was just told it's a good move. She just didn't play well after. Well, I was really focused on taking on d6 pawn, but at some point I realized even if I take that pawn, it's not anything special. But after she allowed me to play e5, I think I'm just crushing there.
Had a great position, finished it in good style. How important was it that you win this first game? You have an extra white in the tournament. What was your attitude going in?
I mean, it's always nice to win the first game. First game and the last game is always nice to win. I mean, playing one of the low-rated players. It's good to start with a win.
Your chances, people have talked about this before. You've been very close to winning this tournament before. What are your thoughts coming into this tournament? You know, there's so many chances. What do you see for yourself this year?
I mean, I'm not sure. I just had such a bad tournament this year. But I think this year it's going to be a different tournament because previously it's been a race between Anya and Irene, and I don't think that's going to be the case this year. I think it's going to be very close. And it's going to be more like a real tournament than just two people.
Why do you say that?
Because we have a lot more stronger people playing with Nez Pakidze. I mean, a lot of people don't know her in the U.S., but she's a very impressive player. She has a very impressive resume.
She came in second last year.
She did. But, I mean, she hasn't played a lot, so I think a lot of people are not familiar with her. But she's a well-known player, and Nemtsova, I think she's been starting more and been playing better. So I think it's going to be more level. Even though Crush and Zatansky are much higher rated than the rest of the field, I think it's going to be more even this year.
So a tough field. Well, we thank you for joining us and wish you the best in the rest of the games.
Thank you.
Tatev Abrahamian, off to a flying start, looking good so far.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Tatev. Finally, we've been waiting for this for a long, long, long time. When was Fabi going to strike with knight takes f7? And again, we've been talking about Var's time trouble, and after bishop b5, rook went back to d8. Look at this one. Now he did it. Knight takes f7.
And that was just a straight-up score.
Yeah.
Like one that you would see in the tactics books, right?
Exactly, and one you would find in blitz chess automatically after rook g7.
You would find.
No,
not all of our
because
listeners.
because your eyes geometrically, you would be drawn to this idea that there's an issue, a skewer
Right.
on the 7th rank. So
geometry, and remember the peripheral vision on the clock as well.
As Hikaru would give you the 7 tips.
That's right, and here he is.
Championships.
Hikaru Nakamura with the second win in the U.S. Chess Championship, and we are seeing some really impressive wins by the favorites with white. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Well, we're with the reigning champion, Hikaru Nakamura, one of the top players in the U.S., certainly one of the best players in the world. And Hikaru, today's game, it looked like you really put on a positional masterpiece there before exploding tactically.
Yeah, I think overall it was a pretty straightforward game for the most part. I think for me the only difficulty was at some point it looked like there should be some sort of tactical shot, something that would win on the spot, and it wasn't there, so I kind of had to just go back and try and grind a positional advantage. But yeah, overall it was pretty easy on my end. I mean, it was much harder to defend than it was to play as white down the pawn, but with a lot of compensation.
Absolutely, the move d5 was certainly scintillating. What are your thoughts about? We saw you when Wesley was playing against Gada. You seemed to have a little look on your face there that was like, oh, whoa, did a car run over somebody? What were your thoughts when you looked at that game?
Yeah, I was kind of just surprised that Gada lost so quickly. I mean, obviously Wesley, at least nowadays, is definitely considered to be a better player than Gada, but I was just surprised to see how quickly he lost, because especially when Gada tries to play solid positional chess, usually he doesn't lose that quickly, but Wesley played a great game, so, I mean, that's just, I guess, the correct result.
Any fatigue from playing in the candidates? You just played a big tournament there. Any letdown from the candidates, or are you looking at the U.S. Championship very seriously and everything's in the past?
I think, well, not to speak negatively of the tournament, but I think if every single player here was as strong as they were in the candidates, it would be very tiring. But fortunately, some of the players perhaps aren't as strong as some of the players in the candidates. So in that sense, it's a little bit easier to play. But still, mentally, it's of course I'm definitely tired from the candidates. It was a very long tournament and very stressful compared to a tournament like the U.S. Championship. But still, I mean, there are a lot of good players here. So I'm just looking forward to trying to have a good result.
Is it a 3-horse race? Is it just that simple? It's going to come down to the top 3 players who plays the best?
Objectively, I would say that I think that's true. I think the only player who could possibly shake that up would be Ray Robson. He's quite capable of playing extremely good chess when he's on form, so I think he also might have a shot. But for the most part, I think there is a reason that 3 of us are so much higher rated than everyone else, and I think most likely one of us will win.
All right, well, thank you so much. Enjoyed your game, and best of luck in the rest.
Thanks.
Hikaru Nakamura, 4-time champion, current defending champion. He's the one to beat here in this tournament.
Hikaru, you didn't go into the confessional booth, but if you had gone into the confessional booth, would you have made a confession about this game? Was there any point in the game where maybe things didn't go your way?
Well, first of all, I mean, I think I would state quite clearly that I don't think the confessional box is a good idea. I'm not a fan. I tried it during Norway Chess and also the Sinkfield Cup, and if anything, I think it's a distraction because you have to be focusing on the game. And when you go into like the confessional box, you tend to have more normal thoughts, I would say, that are not related to chess, and I think that's not a good thing when your mind is thinking about too many things at once. So for me, I mean, I don't intend on using the confessional during this tournament.
All right.
Well, you can always
Clear
use
answer.
it. Well, you can always use it when your opponent's like almost about to resign. Like that's what I would recommend. Like if it's like if sometimes when people are just keeping to play a couple moves just for the fans. Like if literally it's like really completely kaput.
Mm-hmm.
For somebody who doesn't like it to get out of their game flow,
Mm-hmm.
that would be my suggestion to them. Or conversely, you could go like the second move or something. But you don't really want to give up any time.
Right.
The best time would be like literally before your opponent resigns.
Well, one of the things that Hikaru is just saying right there is we take a look at the confessional made by Fabi. He's being quite witty.
Yeah.
Right? So it's taking him away from the game because he wants to say something that's cute, funny, interesting, right? And when Hikaru's got his game face on, like he's super focused, he doesn't want to.
Don't want to be thinking about the Lawrences and the Alexandras.
Exactly, of the world. You put that to the side. But I was going to say, Fabi, by the way, is really closing in what I think is a winning game, and I don't know if they've made time control yet.
So the confessional is working out well for him in
this
game. Yeah.
It has.
Some people like to get out of the zone for a minute because it helps them clear their heads. So just to each his own. Let's keep our eye on this game because it does look like it's going to be finishing up any second. We see that we've seen lots of classic tactics in this game. You mentioned the skewer, and now we've got the pin.
Well, let's see how that skewer did actually work out. It worked out brilliantly, of course, for Fabi, as he did play this move, Rook G7, and picked up this knight.
By the way, note that the king went to A7, didn't have to go there a long time ago. There's really no purpose to putting the king on A7. It's just that he needed a couple of quick moves, and that's what cost him later in this contest after this exchange. Now suddenly the king, if it was on B8, would still be defending the knight on C7.
Exactly. The king turned out to be worse plays on
a few more moves were played here, though. We should keep going.
And after rook takes, and there we have seen the handshake as Fabiana Caruana. All three favorites looking
the first to win.
Dominant.
Not only winning their games, winning their games in nice style and winning the first 3 games of the round.
Right. This is real power chess. And these three gentlemen looking great in round 1. I mean, they're beating opponents who are tough players, and they're making it look easy.
Now Fabi's going to find that the only pain that he's really going to feel in today is getting quizzed by Maurice on Lawrence and Alexandra.
Yeah. What bet did you lose that you had to state that? Okay, after queen takes e6, this killing blow, bishop to d5, the rook on c7, obviously pinning the bishop on b7 to the king on a7, and that's a terrible absolute pin. After rook b8, queen f7, a few spike checks before
take your bishop.
Recognizing it's all over, c2, c3, and the bishop on b7 is lost, and this is where
that's right. And I can't take your bishop on d5 because of the pin. We do have some listeners of varying levels, and what I like about this game is even at the super grandmaster level, you see these basic tactics that are coming up in the game. There's the pin, there's the skewer. It's all the same tactics. It's just
absolutely.
on a higher level.
Oh, absolutely. And double attacks and things like this. So Var not happy with the outcome of his opening experiment today. I think he had a decent position. Just missing this move h5 was practically decisive. And Maurice, more thoughts on this first round?
Well, lots of thoughts on the other games. We should just quickly go through them, guys. This position, Irina Krush looks like she's going to make a draw in this kind of rook and pawn ending. In this position, Anna Zatonski managed to get queens off the board. So even though she's still in trouble, it's not as bad as it used to be. And it looks like she's trying to steer it into one of those kind of drawish positions with rooks on the board. So she looks like she might have a chance there. There was a clear result in the game with Sabina Foiser and Alyssa Melechina. We didn't get into this game too much, but those two strong players ended up drawing their game. And it looks like it's going to be all over Carissa Yip in her very first U.S. Championship game. The 12-year-old should win this position. Look at that D-pawn. She's about to get a queen. That's going to cost at least a piece in this position. This position is losing. This trick, bishop to f3, looks quite nice, but after a check and a queen check, she's going to be able to pick up this bishop with queen to d3. So very strong moves here for white. The key being to play this check and then promote and then come back. So you guys can show that line because I know my board usually does something funny when I do that. I want to risk it. But that's a great line to show how she could win this position. But the 12-year-old is going to win her very first game, and she's looking quite confident right now. It's got to be a great start to win your first game in the U.S. Women's Championship.
So I guess that 10 minutes of extra prep before the game really paid off. But yeah, let's look at that tactic, because I did mention varying levels. One of the things I often tell to my students is that when you're getting attacked, you know, look for ways to trade the queens. And in this position, the pursuit variation that Maurice mentioned by playing pursuit, isn't that like that's more like looking for a perpetual check.
The pursuit variation. I haven't
But
heard that term.
queen h8.
Okay, so bishop f3, and you're threatening the checkmate on g2, right?
Yeah, which is pretty annoying because we don't really have a lot of ways to stop it.
You well,
queen d2.
But okay, so then the queen g8 check. The king is obliged to capture. King takes. We make a queen. This is where Maurice says that his, whenever he promotes, there's a kind of a hiccup.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And he wanted to point out that after king h7, queen f3,
d3, yeah.
Queen d3 check picks up the bishop on f3 and would win the game.
And yeah, this, and actually this variation did start on the board, and Gorky has played bishop to f3, so a really key battle here between the two youngsters. And here I think the problem is that we're going to anyway somehow get that same tactic with like queen d7 check. If you go to g6, we have queen d3 again, and if you go to f8, we have queen f5 check.
Precisely.
So you keep getting got. But we do have another star, Fabiano Caruana, who was the star of the confessional booth. He was actually the only victim so far.
Oh,
nobody else has done anything bad.
We've got questions for Fabi. What was the bet that he lost that he had to make that confession?
And he's with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, with Fabiano Caruana, who I had us all in heart palpitations at the candidates when he had such a close chance down to the final round to be able to qualify for that. I know, Fabio, you don't want me to bring up bad news. We just had to bring it up momentarily. I promise I won't bring it up again in the rest of this tournament anyway. But, Fabio, you got to tell us your undying love to Lawrence Trent. That sounds like a lost bet. What happened that made you do that in the confessional booth?
It wasn't a lost bet at all. It was a genuine outpouring
of
emotion.
Come on. Seriously? Seriously, there must have been something that he's got you not being able to confess what it was right now?
It was not a bet.
All right, that's terrible. We're going to have to work that out. I'm going to ask Lawrence what it was and get the real deal behind that one. Anyway, let's get back to the real chess. You played a game today where he tried to surprise you in the opening, did he?
Yeah. I didn't expect him to play Scandinavian. I don't know if he's ever played it before, but he hasn't, at least in the last couple of years. And I checked this line maybe when I was 8 years old.
Wow. Yeah.
Midnight of 6. I couldn't remember anything. And yeah, I'm not sure if knight c3 is accurate or g4 first is supposed to be played. But in any case, I liked my b3 move. It was pretty bespoke.
Okay, and so you got this position, but then the time pressure went nuts. I mean, it was just like he had so little time on the clock, and it looked like you had shots everywhere. Knight f7, knight e6. It was like you just kept saying, "Nah, I'm gonna wait and wait and wait."
I saw there were options like that, but I thought I should win without any complications. Maybe I should have gone for it though. I mean, knight c7 was a blunder, but already at that point, I think his position is basically hopeless.
Well, he played this move A5, and the king marched over to A7.
Yeah.
It seemed like he was just trying to catch up on the clock.
I think he wanted to have the option of bishop A6 in case I played bishop takes D5 and E D5 and then maybe bishop A6. Which
trying to make logical sense of
skewer,
moves that really didn't make too much sense. So tell me, you are one of the top 3 players in the tournament. Is it a 3-horse race? We asked Nakamura this question. He said it's a 3-horse race. It looks like. Anyway, maybe Robson gets thrown in.
I don't think it's necessarily a 3-horse race. I think it's too early to say. Anything can happen in the tournament. Someone can rise up unexpectedly, or someone could just run away with it. I think that after one round, you really can't say.
Well, we're not talking after one round. We're talking before the tournament even started.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, it's even earlier. Yeah, it's. I mean, let's wait a couple rounds before we draw any conclusions.
Did you get a chance to look at the other 2 games between Nakamura, his game, and also Wesley's game? Were you shocked by that result in Wesley's game?
After knight f5, it already looked awful for black in Wesley's game. I was just surprised how quickly the opening went south for Gada and how quickly he lost after that. I thought maybe he could drum up some resistance, but I guess he missed g4, and I'm not sure if he had better chances to defend.
All right, so what are you going to do now to pledge your further undying love to Lawrence Trent?
Not sure. Maybe I'll take him out to dinner.
I want to know what the bet was. It must have been a bet. And who's this Alexandra you talked about?
It's a close friend of mine.
Close friend, huh? You got some secrets, man. Quiet guy. The quiet ones always have some secrets. He's zipping up, guys. I can't get it out of him. All right, well, indeed, congratulations on your victory and best of luck in the rest of the games. Fabiano Caruana, one of the top players in the world, number 3 on the planet right now, as a matter of fact, and trying to get some rating points. Maybe go back up to number 2 with a great victory today.
Thank you, Fabi. Thank you, Maurice. And we have a caller.
We do, indeed. So tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hello. Hello. Welcome to the show.
Hi. Yeah, hi, my name's Atari, and I'm from Ventura, California. When you guys, first off, great commentary, and Jennifer Shahade, you bring so much to the game. Thank you. When you guys did the candidates coverage, you had like this off report where you guys just talked about stuff, and Alejandro Ramirez and everyone was talking about ways to modernize the game. One that was really impressive, I thought, which was to have no draws per se and just have either a win or a loss mentality. And I was hoping to suggest that the St. Louis Chess Club and maybe Millionaire Chess as well commit to that type of format so that they can modernize the game. There was a time when queens only moved 1 space. It's time to get the game more sexy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Basically, what the caller was explaining was that during the Today in Chess show, we had a fireside chat where we were talking about draw offers and what we should do. Should we just replay the game immediately thereafter? Lots of radical and good ideas. I just wanted to say that we do have here at this event no draw offers before move 30. So it's not quite Sophia rules. Players can offer draws after black has made his 30th move, or black can offer a draw with his 30th move. But essentially, we want the players obviously to fight.
Yes, no question. This is a great event, and you see
Yeah.
so many great games. But I do agree with the caller that to make chess more sexy, as he pointed out, it'd be fun, especially for tournaments that don't have as much star power. We really need to make sure that there's lots of decisive results in those to keep the interest in chess. So I think experiment in other events is an absolutely great idea, and I believe we are going to see more of that. I feel like people are starting to put their heads together and really think, let's go even more extreme than the 40 move or the 30 move draw, and just try new things. What's the worst that could happen? We'll have one event a year that's not the same as the other 40.
Right.
Wouldn't that be that we don't try again?
I think
wouldn't that be terrible?
Yeah, and of all of these suggestions, I must say that Kazim Zhanov's suggestion still makes the most sense to me. That you start the game with X amounts of minutes on your clock, and you just play, And if the game is a draw, then you play a
I love
second
it.
game with the
I
same
love it,
clock
and that's been
time.
experimented before. In fact, I think in
Totally
Nashville and also
what
in the
Maurice
Extreme
talked
Chess
about.
Championships.
Yeah.
So, but we do have a result in actually,
sorry.
and this could be a historic result because Carissa Yip and Akshita Gordy. I mean, I really think these two women are likely to follow in the footsteps of somebody like Irina Krush, who got the overall Grandmaster title. I mean, they're so young. Carissa did win the game. She had a little. She did a little long-winded maneuver there. If you want to like take a look at that.
At the end. That was the one
That
where
pretty
she had the queen check.
simplifying variation, exactly. So she's the youngest player in this competition. She beat her first Grandmaster when she was 9 years old. Now she won her first game in the Women's Championship at the age of 12. So just great. I mean, some people would say, you know, you shouldn't be preparing for the game like 10 minutes before. But
And you should not.
But some different things work for different people. You know, Kramnik said that he likes to just work the last minute.
Really?
Like he can't help himself.
Bad. Yeah, can't help himself. But by the way, is this the youngest win ever? I mean, obviously it's her first win.
Because I think Irina played even younger. We can double check on it, but I think Irina might have played in one that in even younger age, but we'll double check on that. But let's just go take a look at the because remember, it used not to be as competitive. So like even 2100 would get you in, and Irina was 2100 very young. So Carissa actually had to wait longer than you would expect to get invited to this tournament. She broke 2200 a couple years ago, but she never actually qualified till this year.
I see.
So, and here she is.
Indeed, and this is the pursuit variation, as you mentioned.
The first iteration, she actually played Queen H8, so she had to actually double track because that's not as accurate.
Right.
Because after Queen H8, King G6, now there's
everything has to be with check because White is facing checkmate in one.
Right.
And so she retracked.
And now the idea is if King G6 now, you can always play Queen E6 check and Queen H3, defending the checkmate in that manner.
Exactly.
So I think the lesson there is just because you made a mistake,
well,
in these types of situations where you have total control,
yeah.
just go right back.
Yes.
Do it again.
Exactly. The Queen H3 check, in fact, well, you can't go back to H7 because the Queen F5 check as well. And if you do go to H5, you mentioned that, well, now we can defend G2 with Queen H. Well, we still have Queen F5 check. It's over.
A lot of wins here.
But she did take the Queen, and then it was just simply a very nice textbook finish. And Hobson's choice. Go to F7 or H7, and it's Queen F5 wins.
And here she is. Carissa Yip is with Maurice Ashley to talk about her first victory here at the U.S. Women's Chess Championship.
The youngest player on either side of the championships, young Carissa Yip, who beat a Grandmaster at the age of 9. Carissa, it must be something exciting to be in a tournament like this. You're only 12 years old.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
I was really excited when I got the email, and all through the year, my dad and I, we were like trying to make into the top 10 women's, and we would like check it every day to like see where I was like standing, and I didn't really want to get in by like a wild card, so my parents and I were like really happy when I got invited by rating.
Oh, that's fantastic. You earned your way in, and now you're here at this stage. You're in St. Louis. How do you like your stay so far?
It's really nice. The hotel's great, and yeah, that's it.
You had a chance to eat at any of the restaurants so far?
Yeah, the sushi place nearby is pretty good.
Yeah, okay.
And we came to the Thai once when I was here for a chess camp. Pretty good too.
Fantastic. Great eats around this area. Now your first game, you have won your first game at this tournament. That's got to be a thrill.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting to play someone like really high rated and like maybe lose my first game, but now here I am.
Did you feel it was a tough game? Or what were you think were the difficulties in the game?
Like in the opening, I feel like I messed up at some point because I wasn't really sure about the knight c6 line in the French. And then when I got into the middle game, I think I like made my way to equality, and she just messed up at some point. I got advantage. And then in the end, when she played bishop f3, I was like, oh, I missed, I'm gonna lose.
You thought this was a mistake on your part?
Yeah, and I was like, wait. And I just like calculated out the whole queen g8 thing. In the end, and I realized that I could get the bishop, and I was like, Oh, never mind. I'm not lost.
Absolutely, that's great. Now, your thoughts about playing. We asked this question earlier. As a young player, do you have any expectations at all in this tournament? Do you feel like maybe you might have a chance?
Well, I'm hoping to like get into the U.S. Olympia team for the world teams in the top 5 ratings. So I just want to like do my best here and hopefully get top 3 because my mom said she'll get me a new phone.
Well, that is a new one, absolutely. Well, we hope you get that phone and more. Thanks so much for joining us, and best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Carissa Yip, everyone, a new star in American chess. We look forward to her playing for many years to come.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Carissa. Jennifer and I would both like to share our congratulations to you in your first start in the Ladies' Championship and your first victory. Keep up the good work.
Well, Yaz thinks that you shouldn't prepare 10 minutes before the game. I said whatever works.
In this case, it worked very well indeed. Wow. We have Hikaru mentioned Ray Robson, by the way, as a dark horse, as somebody who is capable of winning lots of games and putting pressure on the top 3 players. Today he is playing Alexander Shabalov, who is white, and Ray is actually a pawn to the good in this particular game. The 3 top players have all won with the white pieces, and Ray is doing his best to show black's not a bad color to have in a chess game, as he's a pawn to the good. Any chances here, Jen, for him? He's just enjoying the extra pawn. He still has a lot of work ahead, of course.
Yeah, indeed. No, I think it's true. White does seem to have like some nicely placed pieces that kind of keep black's activity at bay.
Most especially this knight on d6 is superb. Oops, excuse me.
And I want to figure out a way to get my knight perhaps to f2.
This knight coming, to d1 to f2. Well, that would be sweet. But
so now, of course, it's pinned.
Right.
So it looks like the white's doing Onishuk, of course, doing a good job of defending, but another player who doesn't seem to have done the defensive task that you had hoped for. I shot Chandra versus Sam Shanklin. I was actually also looking at that game, and it looks like Sam is really on top. So we're going to have a massively decisive day today in the U.S. Championship, which is something we often expect in the women's field.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're going to get 5, perhaps, decisive games here today. Is it possible?
A real treat indeed.
I mean, of course, the result's not in yet, but we do have a guest. Katerina Nemtsova is with us, and she's here to talk about her draw against the defending champion and top seed. She's
Arena Crush.
That's right. She's with Maurice Ashley.
Well, Katerina Nemtsova from Webster here in St. Louis. Welcome to the show, first of all.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
You had an interesting first round. You get the top seed, well, at least the defending champion, 4-time champion, 4 times straight anyway, 7-time champion, Irina Krush. What were your thoughts when you got that pairing? You said, she's the first one I get right out of the gate.
Yeah, I was like, it's going to be a rough start. But I played her also in the championship in 2014 in the first round. And that didn't go so well, so I wanted to improve on that.
Well, you absolutely did this time around, and you even had her under some pressure in this game. It looked like you had some chances at some point.
Yeah, I thought that I have some advantage after before, but then it slipped away. There was nothing, so I don't know if I misplayed it or if it was just okay for black.
Right, well, she played very finely to maintain her position there. What are your thoughts about this championship itself? You got Anna coming back to the tournament. You have Nasi, who just seems like a powerhouse, somebody who's going to be around for a while. And then all these young kids in the tournament. It's like a 12-year-old already winning and taking the lead in the tournament. What is that?
I think it's really exciting to have a strong field, you know, to play the top field in U.S. and to have these young girls that have a huge potential. So I do think that they're going to be very dangerous.
Your thoughts about coming into this tournament for yourself? Are you thinking, I can win this thing?
Well, you have to come with this attitude, otherwise why do you want to play? So I do want to win. I do want to play my best, but it's a very long tournament, and it's going to be dangerous. Every single game is going to be difficult.
Well put. Well, congratulations on today's result. It's a good start, and best of luck in the rest of the games.
Thank you.
Katarina Nemtsova, certainly one of the dark horses in this tournament, or maybe one of the favorites. She could put together a fine result. Guys?
Love the attitude, though. You got to believe.
Of course, for sure. And Kate should have the ambition of medaling or even going for the gold. And today she played a very nice game. She kept Irina under pressure, and in the very end, she was a pawn up in the rook ending as well. Okay, Irina was always well within the margin of a draw, but still, it's always nice to have your opponent under pressure.
Right, especially when it's Irina Krush, 7-time champion and defending champion. Of course, you want to get the most out of White, but feeling like you at least put her to the test, right?
Oh, without question. And let's just go to that game for a moment, because I'm thinking of the game of Ray Robson, by the way. Not Ray Robson, Sam Shanklin. I apologize. Sam Shanklin's game, because I was trying to get for Chandra a little bit of pressure by utilizing the pawns. And by the way, they followed our line to a bit of extent where Sam Shanklin played the move G3. I was trying to get in this F4, if you remember, Jennifer, to get a little mating net going if I could put my pawn on G3. And this move by Sam in particular, G3, appears to be very well timed here. I'm wondering, what do you think? I'm wondering why Chandra didn't play F4. I thought that was his best, maybe his only chance.
Right, with the same idea that you had before.
Right, and if you do play B7, well, okay, now I'll get behind the pawn. You'll go protect your pawn. I'll get out of the discovered check. And if you go A4, well, again, I've got these ideas of harassing White's king a bit, and well, okay. I thought that
it's not that easy to prevent. Yeah,
I thought this was
maybe we could have played F3 the move before or something.
Right.
Before we started all this. Yeah, before we started A4, A5. That is.
Okay, so if F3, and we do have a special guest, so we got to get to our defending champion. Just a second.
You're trying to play H5.
I'm trying to play H5. And so, again, it's just a much, when you're winning, you don't want your opponent to get any chances, and this looks a little bit more awkward. It's not as smooth as what you may want.
So some enterprising ideas here for Akshat, but I think he might have some in the game too. We'll have to see. But right now, we've got our defending champion, Irina Krush. She's with Maurice Ashley.
Indeed, we're with 7-time champion Irina Krush. Irina, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Maurice.
This game was a tough one. Your opponent really sort of put it to you in the game. There were some chances for her, but you seemed to neutralize it and get into an ending that made everything okay.
It was a good fighting game. It was interesting. I don't think I had any problems there because right from the opening, if I wanted to, I could have taken the pawn on C2 and just traded off all the pawns. It would have been a draw immediately. So I just, I had a big decision there, spent a long time, and I decided to play the rook endgame down a pawn because Katarina didn't have a lot of time. And I thought, I was active, and if things go well, if she makes some inaccuracies and time pressure, I might have a chance to win. She actually played that part of the game really well, and what was the worst case scenario for me happened where I had to just hold the rook endgame down a pawn, but always with an active rook, so it's not very difficult.
Now, coming into the tournament, you have a target on your back. I mean, you've had a target on your back the last several years. How do you manage those expectations for yourself, knowing that anything short of a win for you is not really a successful tournament?
That's true. That's really the only result that feels successful. Well, you just come in and you try to do what you have to do to win. You do your best.
And that's it.
What else can you do? Is there a magic recipe that I don't know about, Maurice?
I'm asking you. You're the 7-time champion.
You come in, you play your games, you do your best, you take it seriously, you give it what you can, you try to, I think today I'm pretty happy with the way the game went because, yes, it could have been over in 30 moves. I took a little bit of a risk, but the more time you spend at the board during the first game, the more You sort of find your form, right? And you kind of get some practice by staying at the board a bit longer. So I'm happy with the way that worked out. I didn't really have any winning chances today. It turns out, I don't know, the opening, it's all comes down to that, and I would have to take a look at that.
Let's talk a bit about Anna Zatonski's return to the tournament. Everyone appreciates having the best players in the country participating. How do you feel about her now coming back? Does it make it a bit more of a challenge? Do you reflect on her presence in the tournament in any way?
You know, I just feel like everything is normal because I'm used to Anna playing here. I mean, she's played here almost, every year except last year, so it was more like of an abnormality when she wasn't here last year. So now I just feel like things are back to normal.
Is it less pressure on you or more pressure on you that, seeing that she wasn't here last year, there was a lot of pressure on you to definitely close that one out because your main rival wasn't here. Do you feel any less pressure because she's here to just play chess?
No, I mean, nothing changes. Whether, she's here or not, I still want to win. So, yeah, nothing has changed from last year.
Speak to the youth movement in this tournament. It's incredible. 5 players, 16 and under in the tournament. I mean, I remember you won your first at 14. How strong were you? How young were you when you first played in this tournament?
I was 11 the first time I played in it in 1995 in Modesto, California.
Did you win any games in that tournament?
I think I scored 2.5 out of 9.
But did you win any games?
That's a good question. I don't remember. Maybe it's possible I made 5 draws. I'm not sure, but I think the way it went, it went from 2.5 to 4.5 to 8.5.
Right. We're trying to remember because Carissa, having won her game today, may be the youngest winner in the tournament history. But you may be the one who actually did it yourself at 11 years old. But still, the youth movement here is absolutely incredible. I think it's great to have all these young players here, and they add a lot of interest to the tournament. And you can see how beneficial this experience is for them. Playing generally higher level players and getting that experience of playing a round robin, preparing for the games. It's a great experience for them. So we've got 10 rounds to go. What are your thoughts about the rest of the tournament? I guess I can guess at it already. But
yes, guess what I'm going to say, Maurice. Try to guess. You're going to say, I'm going to, you're going to do your best, Irina. And yes, that's exactly what I'll try to do. So I'll try to play good games. I've got, I have 3 out of 4 black games, the first 4 rounds. So you want to try to get past those with a decent number of points and then make use of your white color.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us and best of luck in the rest of the games. Irina Krush, 7-time champ. Decent draw just to start it off. And, of course, she's always saying, do my best, 1 game at a time.
Yes, we have heard that before. But, of course, Irina shows us that she comes to win every game. But we might have one of the moves of the tournament that happened while they were chatting, actually. It is getting really, really hot in here. Let's take a look and see what Ray Robson played after this move, knight to e8 by Alexander Shabalov.
Sure. We thought that Ray had a lot of work cut out for him. Obviously, he's a pawn up, but white's pieces, both the rook on a6 as well as the knight on d6, gave him significant compensation for the pawn. Then Shaba played the move knight e8, which looks okay. You're ready to reroute the knight. You're attacking the rook on c7. The pawn on a7 is under attack, and it's almost like a puzzle. Black to move and seize the day. Carpe diem.
Beautiful, just a beautiful move. Knight. I mean, you guys probably already seen it, this gorgeous move, knight e2, which combines so many different tactics, right?
Wonderful motifs, yes.
A discovered attack on the rook on c1, and there's also a threat of just knight to g1.
Which is a pretty mating pattern indeed. Knight to g1 check, king has to step up to h4, but then the important knight f3 check. You're not going anywhere, come on back, king h3, and then suddenly rook takes h2, checkmate, literally out of thin air. And Ray Robson, with this move knight e2, basically wins. It's over.
Let's look at the other variation where the knight could take on c7 instead, because that's also an unusual. I mean, of course, then you could take the rook, but better than that, you've got
the same checkmating pattern.
Well, I want to do it with the bishop, though. The bishop. There's a bishop coming to e7.
Oh, you like the? Oh, that's a nice. How about that one?
Right. I mean, that one's like, it's so unusual. Just dropping that bishop back to e7 to give the checkmate. Gotta love it. And wow, Hikaru seems to be right about stuff. He's like, yeah, you know, Robson might be on fire. 10 minutes later, Robson quickly uncorks 92. I mean, I don't think he took very long to play it.
No,
I can double check to see the timestamps, but
I think he anticipated that opportunity in case Shaba made that error. Wow, we are really getting a treat as the players, really a lot of blood on the boards in the opening round. My goodness,
gorgeous.
We're spoiled. We're spoiled.
The move. I mean, you gotta love this move. This one is one. The one I love about this is it's democratic. Like you can show this to a super high level player, and they're gonna be. This is stunning.
Yeah, this is.
I
nice.
could show this to somebody who's like who's kind of 1500, 1300, and they're gonna think it's gorgeous too.
Yeah.
So I love
it.
Nice. And we do have a draw in the game between Alexander Onishuk and Jeffrey Zhang. Onishuk
impressive.
Was pressing a little bit in an endgame, but the young Zhang managed to hold him down.
A pawn behind, he played very, very well indeed. I mean, and Alex Onishuk is used to pressing and winning these favorable endings. So a very impressive save, or hold if you want to say, by Jeffrey in his first U.S. championship.
So I got to ask you, put you on the spot, knight e2 or d5? What's the move of the round? I mean, these
you mean this d5 move by Hikaru?
Yeah, that was pretty good too. But
I like the sacrifice knight f5 by Wesley.
None of the above.
None of the above. I mean, look, I mean, come on. You're playing Gada Kamsky, 5-time U.S. champion, and you go, bam, knight f5 and sacrifice a piece, followed by bishop h6. That's impressive stuff.
Yeah,
that's really good stuff.
It's a good round. I mean, we could be at the midway through the tournament and say, what was your favorite move in the tournament so far? We're not even all the way done with game one, and
right. There's still games being played.
I mean, in terms of like the entire game, I think you got to go with maybe Nakamura's game, because one of the funny things about Nakamura's game is that I was terrified when Maurice asked him about the game, like. I was sure Nakamura was going to say it wasn't a very good game. Because remember he said that last time? Like last year, we were like, wow, Hikaru played really good today. And he was like, yeah, average game. But today he was like, yeah.
This was a pretty good game. I thought it was a master class. I really did. I thought he played very well, but that's a little bit of the problem. I thought it was a bit too one-sided, whereas I thought that the position that Gada Kamsky played, he played this move, queen d8, looks reasonable. Looks reasonable, queen d8. And you just had to play beautifully as Wesley did, and the final move was quite a blow, g4 as well. And we do see on our webcam that Shabalov has lost to Ray Robson, as Ray Robson, the only winner so far with black.
Animal instincts. I gotta love that move. That might be my favorite because 4 hours into a game, finding those tactical resources like that, just pouncing. That's what makes chess a sport.
Yeah, opportunistic, and that is quite a nice. Nobody taps you on your shoulder during the game and says, "No, now you have the combination." And he saw knight e2 and the beautiful checkmating patterns that we showed.
And we do have Jeffrey Zhang who's with us, and he has held Alexander Onishuk to a draw today in a very interesting game. He's with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Well, with the youngest player in the U.S. Championships, Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
You had an interesting game right out the gate. You get to play against Alexander Onishuk, a one-time champion already of this tournament. How did it feel going into the game?
Of course, when I drew the lots, I got a little bit of an unfortunate number. I basically start the tournament off with 2 blacks. And then here against Onishuk, absolutely great player, very strong. And I was just trying to come into the game and play solid.
So how'd you feel when the game was going on? Did you get over the nerves? Did you get up starry lights? I'm in the U.S. Championship after all, or you feel like, you know what, I'm just playing chess?
At the beginning, definitely there were some nerves, but, as I started playing, then it started to feel more like chess, and I got comfortable. So.
Did you ever feel at any point in the game that you might lose this game? Like your heart
Yes, actually, in some moment, yeah, I thought I was at risk. He got quite a promising attack and played some really strong, powerful moves. but was fortunate enough to save it.
When you come into a tournament like this one, there's some of these guys must be your heroes. I mean, great players. Who's your favorite player, by the way? Are there any of the American players who you pattern your style after, or you follow as a favorite when you're watching them play in the world-class stage?
Pretty much all of them, to be honest. I mean, I don't have any specific guy that I follow his style, but yeah, the top 3 players in the world, they all have. I learned so much from them. So
studying their games, now you're getting the chance to play against all of them. You will get a chance. Did you come into this tournament like a secret wish? Maybe I could win it all. Do you think like that at all?
No, not. I'm trying to avoid thinking too much about results. Just trying to play good chess and learn as much as I can.
Man, these kids learn young. They're already answering the question in a professional way. All right, well, we really appreciate seeing you here, and we look forward to seeing the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang, all of 15 guys. What were you doing at 15? Me, I barely knew how to move the pieces then.
Trying my best to graduate high school. I wanted to ask Jeffrey a question, Jeffrey, because it was a great shot that you had in the game. It was just on the 18th move. You played after knight takes e6, knight d3 check. I would like to confess that I didn't see that move, and that was a critical move. Without that move, you would be in deep trouble. How long had you anticipated that move? Had you seen that move well in advance?
Yes, I saw it after I played Queen A5, actually. Basically, this was all pretty much forced. And even this position afterwards, I think I'm still a little worse. But, of course, it was the only move at that point.
Great move. Absolutely great move in the position. We're used to seeing you play great moves. And again, we wish you the best of luck in the rest of the games.
Thank you.
Very impressive. He saw after Queen A5 a whole series of moves leading to Knight D3 check. Calculated it very well, Jennifer. Very impressive. Yeah. Yes, very, what can I say, just very impressive.
Yeah, who was talking about calculation earlier in the tournament? It was Fabi or something? They were talking about, or Wesley was talking about how many moves ahead they see and how a lot of times it's more looking at the different options than seeing very far ahead. I think that was Wesley.
But it was judgment too, right? He just had this sense that 2 pawns, very powerful knight, and this bishop on b7. His nose just told him that position's got to be good for him, even if he didn't see all the resources or analyzing. It's just great judgment.
Right, exactly. That's really a true sacrifice. I mean, when people are starting out,
there's no sham sacrifice,
and you sacrifice a queen, and like a couple moves later, you win back the queen. Well, that's not really a sacrifice.
It's a sham sacrifice, a fake one.
Fair enough. We do have Alexander Onishuk with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Well, with a former U.S. titleist, he's won this championship before. Alexander Onishuk, multi-time representative in the U.S. for the U.S. team in the Olympiad. These kids are good.
I know. Yes.
What was it like playing against young Jeffrey Zhang today? 15 years old, playing in his first championship. What were your thoughts going into the game?
You know, before the game, I thought ideally I should trade queens at some point and try to squeeze in the end game. But you know. Actually, I think I was much better out of the opening, but then he played a very good game.
It's incredible. The youth movement in American chess has really come a long way, hasn't it?
Yeah. We have so many talented kids, like Sam Sivan, Jeffrey Xiong, and Kaden Troff, and many more. So it's it's a good sign.
When you come into a tournament like this one, you're sort of not. You're not one of the favorites anymore, like one of the tip-top favorites anyway by rating. Do you think of it, maybe I can show something, though, and maybe win the tournament?
I realized today that I'm not one of the favorites. I mean, these 3 top guys, they won so easily.
It's incredible.
It's incredible, yes. So I guess my goal in this tournament is to finish 4th.
Well, we're expecting a little bit more than that from you, but we appreciate your candor there. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Maurice.
Alexander Onishuk, one of the gentlemen of chess, absolutely one of the finest representatives we have of the U.S. team.
Maybe his wife will buy him a new phone if he comes in the top 4.
There you go. What did Clint Eastwood say? A man's got to know his limitations. Aspiring for 4th? No, don't believe him.
I don't believe it.
Yeah. Alex will look for his chances if they present themselves. But, boy, when you play a 15-year-old Jeffrey and you played it so well, turning a slight disadvantage and held it throughout, very impressive.
But I mean, even more, just like looking at how the top seeds played today. Just three gorgeous games.
Right. It's really looking
Gotta
like,
love it.
Yeah. Why, they're all-stars. And we have another special guest.
Yes, good sportsmanship, of course, by Alexander Shabalov, inducted in the Hall of Fame last year, playing the tournament by virtue of winning the U.S. Open this year.
Right.
About a little disappointment today. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Well, let's not forget that he's won this championship 4 times. He knows how to win this tournament. But Alex, coming out the gate today, you played enterprising chess, sacrificed a pawn, fianchettoed your knight on b7 even in the game, at least in the white knight. What happened, though? What turned this around?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Pretty long it went along the preparation, you know, along all the lines. And then I couldn't remember exactly how to get. Computer shows the advantage, but I just like. And then I thought what I did was pretty good until realized that I missed Bishop C1.
Bishop C1 was certainly a sterling move.
Right. I'm kind of suspecting now that instead of Rook A5, Queen B1 was much stronger, but well, I don't. Gotta look at it.
When a move like that lands on the board, you notice you didn't see it. What are your thoughts?
My first thought was like, okay, I didn't see it, but now it should be a draw because, you know, I thought it was much better. And then I realized that no. No. It's kind of too late. And then I believe Ray was not really convincing in time trouble and let me back in the game. And, well, until the second blunder. I mean, in this tournament, you blunder twice. I mean, that's enough.
I would say so. Really nice move he played, though, playing that move. Knight to E2. That must have just come as a shocker when you saw it.
Yeah, I looked at all kind of a checkmate. I understood that H5 was the idea of, you know, some tactical checkmate. Just Knight E2, like, completely, you know, evaded me. And, like, for some reason, it was a square I'd never considered.
It's interesting. People think that grandmasters see everything for some reason, but we do miss moves like that one. Looking at this tournament, you've won so many times, but you haven't gotten to grab this title for a while. Do you have some real aspirations coming into the tournament?
I hope so. You know, certainly not after beginning like this, but. Yeah, I took it really seriously. Since I qualified already in August, I had enough time. I knew what's coming, you know. So I prepared really seriously. I mean, hopefully it's not going to go like this till the end. So. Well,
we know you play extremely enterprising chess, always entertaining for the fans. We wish you the best of luck and not miss any of those 92 moves for the rest of the tournament.
No, not again.
Alexander Shabalov, one of the great gentlemen in chess. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, that's good. Some real definitive answers there. Not one game at a time, just like, no way. None of that anymore. I love it. Wow. We do have a couple of feedbacks and questions coming in. So let me take one from somebody who left a message, actually. It's Tom from Pennsylvania. Oh, another PA listener. He said that... what advice would you give to other cities in the U.S. to try to emulate St. Louis' success in making chess so popular? Well, of course, you can't just copy-paste people, and the zinc fields are so instrumental to the massive success here at the St. Louis Chess Club.
And it's not just the zinc fields. Really, at the opening ceremony, I was really once again hit by the mayor, Francis Slade.
Here in support.
He's come to every single event, one of the very best mayors in the country. He supported chess. He supported chess in the schools. He's been really one of the great cheerleaders. And you can't you know, graciously thank when you have the political support of the city council and the mayor. I think that is like, you know, step one.
And then we've got the staff here, of course, and the chess history in St. Louis. But not to be negative, there is a lot you can learn from the example here.
Of course there is. Oh, yes.
Just the respect that they give to the chess players and treating chess as a profession, and the positive atmosphere that they cultivate both here.
Right.
And, you know, Rex shared with me a rule that he has in business, and it's called the no expletive rule. And you definitely see that here, that everybody is just nice.
Yes.
And that really helps foster this environment. I do hear that there's more action in a lot of other cities in America, like North Carolina. They've got like the Charlotte Chess Center, and they also have a Grandmaster in Residence program there. So it does seem like it's spreading to other cities, this idea that chess is a sport and chess is popular. And I mean, hey, we're even going to have the World Championship here in the United States.
In New York City, we can't looking forward to that. But we have a special guest in our studio.
That's right. We have Grandmaster Ray Robson. He is with Maurice Ashley about the first win with black in the whole competition.
Yes, and first of all, we would be remiss if we didn't remind our viewers that Ray Robson has won in the collegiate level 4 years in a row. People talk about the University of Connecticut women in basketball being a dominant force. Ray, you have been on a great team so far. Congratulations on your college team winning the championship again.
Thank you.
But on to the U.S. championship, the national championship. This game, you get to play against a four-time former champ, but you played him before. What was it like playing with the Black Pieces and this wild line he chose to play?
Yeah, I played Alex many times, and usually if I get caught in the opening, I get crushed, and if I survive, then I do okay. So that was my goal, but I think I was kind of caught in the opening, and probably he was better somewhere, but I felt after he played a4 and I played bishop h6 and was able to keep my dark squared bishop, I thought I was fine, although maybe he disagrees. And after that, when I was up a pawn, basically I thought I'm playing for 2 results, and no matter what, I can always get to like an endgame with a pawn up where I can try to squeeze.
That move, bishop c1, he said he didn't see that one coming, and he suddenly realized the danger of it. When did you see bishop c1?
It's funny because actually bishop c1 was kind of a last resort. I had thought when I played knight c3 and he played queen a1, I thought I could just play knight e2 check, king h1, c3, and it looks like my pawn is marching really quickly down to c1. But then I think he has a really strong move, rook a2, which I had missed. So basically, I was kind of upset. I thought I was almost winning, and then I saw some ideas like with knight coming to c1, then I realized I could play bishop c1, and I figured it's still the best chance to keep some advantage.
Oh, interesting. People always say, we mentioned this before, grandmasters see everything, and sometimes it's like, no, we don't, but we come up with something at the very end. You won with the Black Pieces. You seem to often win with the Black Pieces. Is it because of your opening choices with Black?
Maybe my opening choices and my style. I mean, in this game, Alex is known for being a very combative player, and this was like a pretty aggressive line that he played, and I could have chosen a more solid option, but I also wanted to go for kind of all 3 results in this game. So I guess it's my opening choices and also just my style.
Absolutely, we love your style. We love the fighting openings you play. We knew we have a top 3 here in this event, no question about it. You just have to look at the numbers and say these guys are the highest rated players. What do you think of when you're coming in a tournament like this? You played, what, is it your 10th time already? Is it really been that long?
I think it's my 9th.
9th time still. You're a baby, and you've been here 9 times already. Do you start thinking, you know what, I've got to win one of these? Does those thoughts start to cross your mind now that you're really a veteran of this event?
Yeah, I played my first U.S. championship when I was 12 or 13. Then I played here at the club the first time when I was 14, and I would have thought then that every year I'd be getting stronger and I'd have a better chance to win the tournament, and I have been getting stronger, but fortunately the competition has also been getting a lot stronger. Wesley came last year, and then Fabiano joined again this year, so yeah. Yeah, hopefully eventually I'll get my chance, but I mean, even last year, I was close to at least getting to a playoff with Hikaru. This year it's going to be even more difficult, but still just try to do my best.
Well, when we said to Hikaru, is it about 3 people in the tournament, he said, sort of, but is also Ray Robson to consider. So great praise there. We look forward to seeing you continue in this trend, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Ray Robson, Big Ray, 4-time collegiate champion. You can't do any better than that unless, you know, you hang out in college too long like I did. But he's definitely off to a scintillating start.
Ray, I got to ask you a question about just the final move. When your opponent played knight e8, tell us your thoughts as you relish the opportunity to play knight e2.
That's also funny because I had obviously seen, when I played h5, I have kind of all these mating ideas, and I had seen knight e2, but I hadn't realized that it's mate because I thought knight e2, and then he takes my rook, and I play knight g1 check, king h4, and I'd seen if I play rook h2 check, he can still escape with his king. And at some point I realized, oh, I can just play knight f3 check and it's mate, so maybe knight e2 is just winning. Because before I thought if I just move my rook, I'm still much better. But after he played knight e8, I realized knight e2 is just completely over.
So once again, not necessarily seeing it all, but playing good enough chess positionally that made it work for you. Certainly a nice finish, one of the moves of the tournament that we'll remember.
Indeed we will. Thank you, Ray, and congratulations. Very nice. So have we seen 4 men's victories?
Yes,
so
4
far?
victories in the championship.
Where do we stand at the moment in terms of the matchups and what has happened?
And only 1 draw. Unashik Shang was the only draw, and it looks like it's going to be the only draw because Sam Shanklin, Akshat didn't manage to find the counterplay lines that you
we were
did.
trying to find for him, yeah.
I mean, what he's drummed up seems like it's going to be too little too late.
I see.
But
so,
we can take a look, but...
So this is the current position that we have with the sole remaining game. And we've just seen a move by Chandra. What has he played? Not quite sure. I'm just going to...
he's played king to f5.
Okay, very good.
Yeah. So...
I just had to refresh the board, and there we have it. King f5. And,
he's just trying to play. He's trying to play like some kind of h3, and then rook takes f2 check, trying to get in some counterplay.
I see, but I see what you're saying in terms of probably being too slow. I could play, for example, a move like rook here, push, king, and I think I'm just getting this guy before you can. Well, wait a minute. Have I really blown it? Maybe I blew it. I thought I was winning the rook, which I am. But this is not the way to win the game.
Yeah, because you're getting in a little bit too close. Let's try this with a little bit better technique.
you
Sorry.
think? Okay, good enough.
Sorry, yeah.
You bet. No, I just wanted to say there's still some tricks there.
Don't give up all your pawns if you don't have to. So king f5, king f5, rook h8. What was this that we were looking at? We're looking at h3 check. Well, can we? So if we play king g3,
rook check.
And now king.
If you go there, oopsie daisy.
And if we go h2.
And if you go to h2, well then I'll go back with the rook to b2, and I'm still harassing the pawn. If I get rook takes pawn check in, well, it's going to be fun, I suppose. Or maybe it's not going to be fun. Maybe this is where you go a6.
Yeah, it seems like you're a move behind in the variations we just looked at because your king is so much further away, right?
Exactly.
So if you play rook takes f2 check here, we just play...
Well, king...
Yeah, we can just play king
g1, and I think that the pawns are going to win.
Yeah, because if g3, we can always just play rook takes h3. The fact that your king's not as close seems like it's kind of a problem, right?
Yeah. That looks good enough, yes. Should be winning for white.
And Sam's the guy to calculate it.
Yes, yes indeed.
Known as a very strong calculator. Meanwhile, in the women's championship, we've got a couple games left. We've got one between Jennifer Yu and Shritha Swaran, which we haven't paid a lot of attention to. But it does look very, very balanced with 3 pawns for each side and bishop first knight. Both of these young women have played in the tournament before. Not amazing results by either of them in their debuts, but I think this time coming back with a lot more experience.
Yeah,
and this year Jennifer Yu, just like Carissa, she qualified by rating, not by wildcard.
Exactly. And well, they're growing into their stature of having qualified and becoming veterans. I'm looking at the Anna Zatonsky game. I thought Anna was in terrible, terrible shape for a long, long time, but it goes to show her level of play that she's still resisting in a position I thought it was really hard for her, and she's, I don't know, she's getting closer and closer. She's been trading a lot of material down, and maybe she's no longer in the lost position I thought she had from way back. I mean, I thought she was being positionally dominated, and she's fought her way back close to equality.
Yeah, interesting. You know, Anna's very well known for her fighting qualities.
For sure.
That is really one of her hallmarks. You know, she's not always the greatest with the openings just because she plays so many different openings. But you know, you just you can't wear her down. She keeps her energy.
Yeah.
You know, and we've got Maurice Ashley with his thoughts on that game.
Well, it's a big moment in the game right now, and it's up to her opponent, that is Nazi Pakidze, to play the key move if she's going to want to keep some winning chances alive. And that move is a surprising one. You see the check here. There are 3 different ways to take this rook, and the way that the Indians love is to take with the king, the least obvious choice of all. Usually you set yourself up for discovery. You think, no, I don't want to do that. That looks too dangerous. But by taking with the king, it doesn't matter. There are no great discoveries other than taking this pawn with check, and you keep everything in place with this move. Now the move king to d4, and black has to be extremely careful in this position. Maybe she'll be able to maneuver her way into an easy draw, but let's take a look. Rook to c1 in this position can now be met by bishop check on h7, king over, and suddenly king to the square e5, and the king is headed to the f6 square, and that's why you want to take with the king to try to get this one going. So this is an intriguing position to be sure. The move c5 is where the engine's going with right away, but this rook will stay on this rank and start to get the king to f6. We've seen endings like Capablanca, I believe, versus Tartakower, showing this same kind of idea, bringing your king up ahead of the pawns, using your own pawn as a shield. This is a very interesting position. Maybe some drawing chances there, but the key move to look at after king takes d3, takes. Now this move, rook to h5, preventing the king from going into the position. But now you have to face rook c7. Now, is this 2 against 1 winning? Hard to say, Yaz. You're the endgame expert. Let me know. It looks to me that black should be able to hold this position, but some kind of winning chances, certainly no losing chances for white in this game.
Yeah, well, again, very good fighting chess from a very difficult position by Anna. I suspect that's closer to a draw. Of course, we like white, but that was a nice move, king takes d3. The active king in these endings, we've all had those games where we've managed to bring our king to g6 as white or king to g3 as black and get the opponent into a checkmating box, even with reduced material, and the active king being the decisive factor. I think Anna should be able to keep Naji's king out so that I think her drawing chances are higher, and sometimes you just got to tip your hat. You know, good defense is what wins championships in team sports.
She played a solid move, though. Instead, she played bishop takes d3, not wanting to go under that discovered attack. And it looks as though...
Very human move, by the way.
Very human, much more human move. That's why we make this a critical point in the game. Those kind of discoveries are the kinds of moves you have to play in order to win at the highest level. You have to be willing to walk into those kinds of moves. It's one of those moves that strong players miss often. But the stronger ones, they go into it. And by taking with the bishop, she has allowed herself now with that bishop on d3 sort of under attack and the rook able to maneuver a little bit more in this position. It doesn't work as easily anymore. So it looks as though she's going to have more of a drawing chance. That is, will Anna. But taking a look at the time there, they're starting to extend a little bit. 5 minutes and change for Zatonsky. But there she goes, hovering over that pawn. She definitely can capture it. And in fact, ought to capture it. Don't want to stay a pawn down in this position. Although she does have the option of rook to c3. Looks a little scary to play in this position. She's looking at one of the two, but she's certainly wanting to play rook takes on c5.
And she should. What do you think, Jennifer? I always loved it when my opponent's hand hovered over the piece and they seemed indecisive. I like to see that indecisiveness from my opponent.
Yeah, it shows a little bit of a lack of confidence sometimes, but on other occasions it's really irrelevant. Even if it does show that, you know how it is in chess. There's not as much psychology as there is in a game like poker. Right?
No, exactly.
There's very limited psychology in the game itself. If you play good moves,
it's an open game, yeah.
And that's why we see just such differing attitudes from the players. Like some are like, yeah, like I'm probably going to win every game, and some are like, nah, I'm not. I don't think I'm going to get more than X. And it's like in the end, it does matter a little bit, but really what matters is what moves you play.
Yeah, good moves beats psychology every time. Agreed. And we did see the move Rook C3, by the way, from Anna, which is kind of a surprising move from my point of view. Rook C3, encouraging White to play the move King E4. I don't see a better choice. Bishop takes D3. Let me just put those moves on the board. Rook takes D3, and I suppose it's this rook ending that Anna feels that she should be able to hold. I mean, it's 2 versus 2, but again, it's about the active white king as well as the active white rook.
And we do have a result in Jennifer Yu versus Shritha Iswaran. That game is a draw. 2 very talented young players here, and very brightly dressed. I love to see that.
Exactly.
The brighter, the better.
Nice contrast.
Exactly. I'm always kind of interested in see what the players are wearing. New fashion trends here at the U.S. Chess Championship. It does look like Chandra has gone along that variation that we discussed with A6, Rook takes F2, and that Shanklin is going to take this one down, despite some valiant defensive efforts here by Chandra, but just not enough. So let's just play out the variation where we left off to just try to find some good technique here by White. If Black plays G3 in this position. I
think the simplest is just take that pawn off the board. Oops, excuse me.
And then after King takes F4. Don't lose.
Actually, H2 check, I could probably take on H2. Nevertheless, this looks the simplest.
Yeah.
Rook takes, King takes, and let's just...
It would take you a few mousets to lose, probably.
Yeah, let's just... oh, wait a minute. Yeah, let's make a queen.
Right.
This looks like the simplest.
And then, suppose I play Rook B2.
Yes.
Yeah, you just have, unfortunately, you've got the twofer here, right?
The twofer? What's the twofer?
I mean, you've got two. You've got
I've got 2 fast pawns, right? I just have to avoid one small detail that after King F3, so maybe.
Right. So if I were to play A7, for instance, you would play.
Probably that still wins. By the way, A7 is maybe the simplest one. I apologize. A7, and in case of King F3, just take on G3, and you're queening with check. Oops.
Yeah, always got to look for those queen with check variations.
Yeah,
it's kind of sad that we could have made an A8 queen, but that our pawn on B7 was blocking it from being check, so Rook B1 would be mating.
Right.
It's kind of like a little bit of a visual trip there.
It's not a 50-50. I think this is B8 equals queen resigns. So, important win for Sam, as he doesn't tie the record mentioned regarding Anthony Sadie.
I think he has no idea about that record.
Of course he doesn't. I mean,
he's had some good U.S. championships. Like he got the one where we had it split at 8 and 8. He got into that match against Robert Hess. So.
I remember him qualifying and being just absolutely elated with his qualification.
And now we are seeing this variation over the board, Rook H3, but instead of King to F4, we saw King G4 instead. So Rook takes H3 on the board. Oops. And now G3, Rook H3.
Yeah.
And now King G4 instead of King F4.
Much better chance without question. King G4, very annoying when your opponent isn't following the same script that you're on. Let's see. Can I just play for the queen?
Yeah, you just play Rook G3, King G3, and B7, you mean?
Oh, no, I was just thinking I'm just play for the queen.
Oh, play for the queen right away. This way, too. Yeah.
Well, I suppose after this, there's still some trickies in the position, right? It's not that simple. Oh, well, maybe I can just take the pawn. And this is not the technique that I want to show you, but I mean, if it wins, right? I can just crawl my way all over to the queen side. And basically, it's these 2 passed pawns versus the rook that should be enough for a win.
That's right, and
those 2 passed pawns are
probably there's
gold.
even better. But meanwhile,
Yeah.
it looks like we have a guest in the studio, and I'm trying to remember. I can't. We've
Can't
got
see who we
it's
got.
Jennifer Yu, I believe, right?
Oh.
No, Shritha Eswaran. I only saw the color of her shirt, so I was like trying to remember. She is with Maurice Ashley, and I do love pink.
Pretty in pink, Carissa Yip in her second championship. Welcome back to the show. Welcome back to the championship. Welcome back to St. Louis, first of all. What does it feel like now? You're a veteran. Your second time in this tournament.
It feels great to be back, and I'm just looking forward to playing better chess than last time.
When you got the news you're going to be in the tournament, what did you think? Prepare, go win the tournament?
Well, just prepare and play like better games than last time.
So you got this first round matchup. It could have been at a World Youth Championship of some kind. What were your thoughts about this game today?
I think it was a pretty good game, and I think we both played really well.
Was it a result that's fine for you, or were you looking for more?
It's an okay result.
Do you have any aspirations at this tournament? When you look at someone like Irina Krush, she's won it 7 times. Do you think to yourself, maybe one day I can win 7 times, or like what are your big dreams for chess in general?
Just to get the WGM title in general, yeah.
And are you thinking World Championship one day or anything like that?
In the long run, maybe.
How much do you play chess at home? You must be a good student.
I play like maybe 2 hours each day, but not as much as I used to.
2 hours each day, but that's not as much as you used to. What are you doing these days?
I have school stuff, so because I'm in high school now, so.
Big responsibility, high school. 2 hours every single day. How long have you been doing that for this? Like, any special training for this championship?
Yeah, like I've been working harder for this championship.
You have a coach?
It's there's a lot of people working behind it. It's like most of it is Dion and also like NorCal and like some other coaches too.
Pretty cool. You're in California.
Yeah.
Anybody rooting you on? They're following every single move and ready to help at all times? Like really excited for you?
My dad, who didn't get to come this time.
Oh no. Does he suffer while you're playing these games?
I don't know.
Oh, you got to know. Dad must be nervous.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's proud you got a draw today.
Yeah.
All right, well, thanks for joining us, and best of luck in the rest of the games.
Thanks.
Ashvita Swearon, high school. Man, I really was like a scrub in high school. You understand? These kids are talented.
Wow. Thank you. We've just been keeping an eye on the webcam as we've been seeing Sam Shanklin and Chandra in this ending, and it does look like Sam has wrapped up things very nicely with his last move, Rook G8 check. We've seen King H3 on the board, and finally there is the golden handshake as Sam Shanklin wins his first game in a extraordinarily bloody round here to start the Open Championship, at least.
That's right. This really shows how exciting this U.S. Chess Championship is going to be. 5 out of 6 decisive games. That's absolutely incredible.
Wow.
And what games they were.
Yeah, reeling. Some absolutely great stuff by our 3 heavy hitters. By rating, they really showed what they're made out of. And, well, Ray and Sam, those were my 2 dark horses coming into the tournament. They look really good as well. Big results.
And we've got Maurice Ashley with the Jennifer Yu. She's won a gold medal for the United States, and now she's here to add to her accolades.
Welcome.
Well, also in her second championship, a veteran of this tournament is Jennifer. Jennifer, welcome back. How did it feel when you first found out that you were going to play once again in the U.S. Women's Championship?
I was actually a little surprised because I wasn't sure if I was going to qualify, but I was happy because I didn't play that good last. I played really bad last year, so this is like almost another chance for me to play better. Yeah.
And you get round 1. You play against another junior. I mean, you got a lot of juniors in the tournament. Does it feel like a World Youth Championship, then less like a U.S. Women's Championship?
Yeah, almost. I've played. I think I played every single one of the juniors, so at least once or twice, maybe. So, yeah, almost.
Now, when you play in a tournament like this one, you said you played badly last year. Do you think maybe I'll turn it around and maybe have a magical run and do really well at this tournament?
Maybe. I don't know. Because last year I was really nervous, and then this year I'm like more experienced, and so I also practice a lot, so hopefully I can play better this year.
How many hours per day do you work on chess?
Maybe 3. I don't know.
3 hours every day?
Yeah.
How do you blend that with school? I know a lot of people are wondering how to do that effectively.
Well, I do a lot of my homework in class, so yeah, that's just probably, I just do, it's just mostly time management and things like that. Yeah.
Wow, I certainly didn't have it when I was your age, I can tell you that much. Final question, any of these women you look up to as heroes, the top players in this tournament?
In the women's tournament?
Yes, or in both. You can, let's talk both.
Well, they're all like, they're all really good role models, especially like, especially for example, Irina Krush. Like, I think when I first moved here to Virginia, she was around, I forgot what her title was, but she got to GM really fast, and I think that's really admirable how much work and effort she puts in.
Fantastic. You think you could ever win 7 championships one day?
Maybe, I don't know.
Good answer, at least a maybe. Yeah. But we look forward to seeing more of your games, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
Jennifer Yu, 14 years old, 3 hours of chess a day, homework in class. We won't tell the teachers that.
Very good. And I think we have one remaining game, if I'm not mistaken.
Just the fighter, Anna Zatonski. We're used to seeing her be the last player in the tournament hall. That happened the 1 year.
Hikaru, who is the other one, and you can almost bet on will be the last person to play. And Anna looking like she's much closer now to a draw. And considering where she was a while ago, it's been a great save, a great save. It's not over yet, of course, and the players, again, I must say, do not have a third time control. They will be playing on their increments for the rest of the game. What you see there on the clock is all the time they get for the rest of the game, with 30 seconds added for each move played.
Yeah, so we're going to perhaps see some excitement after our interviews in this game. Let's see. Nazi.
You saw the move King E4, I think was the last move we saw by Naji. But okay, basically Black should just wait, I suppose. Just say, okay, how do you improve your position? Oh, I think it was well, let me refresh.
Kind of like a fifth rank Philidor you got going on here?
Well, I'm waiting for you to play G5 or something, because or actually all the way to G6. Oops, now I got the wrong game.
But meanwhile, we have Akshat Chandra in studio with Maurice Ashley. He's our U.S. junior champion, and he's with Maurice.
One of the great things about St. Louis is how many tournaments, top tournaments, the city hosts. So, Akshat, it's not like your first rodeo here in St. Louis. You've been at this club, and you've had a great result winning the U.S. Junior Championship. Right. What does it feel now being in the overall championship?
Well, it's obviously a great experience. I mean, getting to play the top players not only in the country but in the world as well. So I'm just looking forward to competing against these guys.
When you won the juniors, you knew you were going to play in this tournament. You knew the kind of caliber opposition that's in this tournament. How'd you feel? What'd you think? What was your first thought? Like, I'm going to play the best players in the country?
Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. Yeah, I was pretty excited.
Any part of you thinks that maybe, I might get a run and win this tournament?
Well, I mean, that's probably looking too far ahead. Probably just need to win a game to start and see how things go then.
Well, today was a tough game. You played against Sam Shanklin, won a gold medal winner for the U.S. Olympic team. What was the game like?
Yeah, well, I mean, I couldn't remember my preparation. It was really complicated, and I ended up spending an exorbitant amount of time, and I was probably okay, but then in time pressure towards the end, I probably erred, and the rook endgame was really difficult. But yeah, I feel like if I had more time, maybe I could have found some better defensive moves.
Speaking of time, you spent an hour, was it?
Yeah,
an hour on one move? Why were you thinking so long?
Yeah, I mean, I remember there was some idea at rook h7 at some point, but I guess I just kind of got muddled up then and too many options. So
Yeah, an hour though. You got to fix that because otherwise you get into trouble in the rest of the game.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it shouldn't happen. Yeah.
All right. Well, certainly. Let me ask you one final question. You look at the top players in this tournament. Who do you see as a favorite to win it all, barring yourself, making a run?
Well, I mean, obviously they're the top 3 guys: Seirawan, Nakamura, and Wesley. But I mean, everyone's capable of winning the tournament, so I don't really think there's a clear favorite. But yeah, everyone's pretty good, so anyone can really win.
Everyone is pretty good. Well, we look forward to seeing more of your games.
Yeah, thanks.
And don't think for an hour anymore.
All right, yeah.
All right?
I remember that.
Akshat Chandra, the U.S. Junior Champion. Tough games to start with, but he'll be back. Guys?
Thank you. Thank you. 1 hour. I'm just thinking, what was the most time I ever spent on my clock on a single move? I can't really recall going beyond 40 minutes. How about you? What was your worst,
I don't know.
Jennifer? You were a time travel addict.
Yeah,
you got
for
a little bit. Yeah,
real.
You were on the edge in some games, so maybe you used more. Maybe you used
an hour. Does seem like a lot, though. I don't know. Yeah, but we do have a trivia question we had earlier about Irina. Yes. Apparently, in that women's championship from 1995, she did have 5 draws. So she remembered she had 2.5.
Right.
And wasn't sure how she reached it. And that answer came actually from our friend Mike Klein over at chess.com. So thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
And that means perhaps we'll have to confirm this, but that Carissa might be the youngest ever to win a game
in the U.S. championship.
And she's going to be tied for first with only one other player after this round. Well, probably this would be a draw, and then it would be just her and Tata. That's pretty cool to see her name at the top of the list.
Oh, you bet. How exciting.
Another guy at the top of the list, but sharing it with quite a lot of players, more than you'd expect. Grandmaster Sam Shanklin. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Let's remind everyone, gold medalist Sam Shanklin. It's been a little while since then, and the Olympics coming up quite shortly. Today's game, clearly the tournament is a wild one. So much blood being spilled. Did you feel the need to press in this game as well?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm playing white against the lowest player in the field, and when the lowest player in the field plays this well, you have a tough tournament. I mean, he played Sicilian every game I'd ever seen from him, and then he played the Frenchman move one. I had to just totally improvise, could forget all my preparation, and I remembered this line that I think he just sort of walked into this after Queen D4, Queen F6. The computer called it equal, I knew, but somehow I thought that this rook on H8, his pieces are backwards. It's just and then he thought for an hour and 10 minutes, and I was just okay, he's under pressure. He's playing his first U.S. championship ever, and he's got 20 minutes against an hour 20. He's just going to crumble, chalk up defended like a genius every single move, and just I think it was funny. I think a few times he was equalizing. He always played well when he was worse, but at the points he equalized, I think he made a couple mistakes here and there to let me back in. And well, if white against the lowest guy goes like this, I'm in for a rough ride.
It's a good point. Tell the fans what it's like. What are you doing when he's sitting there and it's 30 minutes, 40 minutes? It's dude, what are you going to move?
I was still sort of in my preparation. I had a very complicated analysis, but of course I didn't review it because I expected the Sicilian. So I was just trying to remember what was going on, and I just could not for the life of me. And so I was mainly just trying to recall what the computer said, because in such a sharp position, I have a lot of confidence in myself, but I think the computer's a little better than me. And I just could not remember it. And, at some point I was just you can't possibly be thinking this long. Even if you think you're worse, you just have to make a move and, play a worse position where you have some time to defend. But,
exactly.
He just thought for forever and then rattled off a bunch of good moves. I don't know. I mean, he's clearly tough.
Were you spending any time, were you distracted looking at other games? I mean, there were some amazing games going on around you. People were dropping like flies.
Not especially. I noticed Kamsky blundered this G4, but apart from that, I didn't really notice much. I'm pretty focused on my own game when I play. I don't know. I noticed there were a lot of fighting games, which is usually which I think a little unusual for round one of a tournament like this, where everyone is generally coming in with new openings and people don't want to take much risks against new stuff, and here that's just completely not the case. Everyone was going absolutely nuts, and well, it's going to be a wild tournament, clearly.
Do you think it sets a tone that way? The first round sets a tone for the rest of the game?
It's one thing that, especially in the first round, a lot of the stronger players were playing white. Seeds 1, 2, 3, 5, and 7 all had white, which means that people like them don't really have the luxury of just making a draw in round one with white. If colors reversed, maybe we would have seen a a lighter day. But as is, I don't know. I mean, it's young. Every time I've always thought I knew it was going to happen in U.S. Championship after round one, and ended up completely different. So, you know, it's how it goes.
Let's hope it doesn't go that way, because we want to see an exciting tournament.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to listen to you at all.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I hope I'm right, but we'll see.
You're usually very hard on yourself when things don't go well.
Yes.
Your thoughts about this tournament? You have been here many times now. You're a veteran of the U.S. Championship.
Yeah.
You come in thinking, I'm playing to win the tournament.
Yeah, well, I'm always coming in fighting. You know, so far I've had a couple good results here for sure. I got third one year, I got fourth one year, but for the most part I've underperformed, and I'm always trying to. I guess maybe it's because I'm willing to take a lot of risks, and I guess those have happened to backfire. But this time is, I think, the first time in like 6 years that I started with a white, and my first time ever that I started with a win. So.
So you knew that, you were aware of that fact because somebody brought that up, that you.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you were trying to break a record, not winning in the first round.
Well, if you give me enough blacks in a row, then maybe I'll do it. But this time I managed, although it was anything but easy.
Well, absolutely. You kept us here in our seats and got the job done. So we look forward to seeing a good result from you the rest of the tournament.
Thanks much.
Grandmaster Sam Shanklin, always a fighter, always taking chances. We love to watch him play. Guys?
Congrats to Sam. Very nice as he joins the winners tight for first. Where do we stand result-wise in the Women's Championship? We've got one game going. Anna
that looks like it's going to
Satotsky,
be a total draw. It's a total draw now. She's just got.
And I think I saw Naji making a draw offer, but I guess not. Otherwise, they would have drawn instantly, agreed instantly.
But they will soon.
Very soon.
You want to pull up the board to explain to our audience why this is just a totally dead draw?
Exactly. Despite the extra pawn, there's no way that pawn is going to make it up the board.
Make it to the fantasy.
Make it to
the promised land.
The promotion square. There we have it. There we have it. So essentially, black's
and
rook.
There's the handshake. There is a draw, but
Finally,
as explained.
Yeah, basically, black is keeping white's king at bay by just controlling the F line, and if white tries to bring her king over, oops, good grief, I can. There we go. No, what did I do? Oh, I have to make black's move. Black waits, and if she tries to build a bridge for her queen, well, we just take it. We're in a simple king and pawn ending. That's going to be stalemate and a draw. So a simple, easy draw to hold, but quite a struggle as we finish our broadcast of round one. Just before we go, let's take a look at the standings and where we are.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look at the standings in the U.S. Championship and the U.S. Women's Championship. Of course, the big surprise today was 5 out of 6 decisive games in the U.S. Chess Championship.
Wow.
And we've got Fabiano Caruana, Nakamura, Wesley So, Ray Robson, Sam Shanklin, all winning their first games and some dazzling games. If you missed part of them, don't forget that you can check it out on YouTube and rewind the broadcast. Highly encourage it. Alex and Onashuk and Jeffrey Chong, the only draw. Meanwhile, in the Women's Championship, there was actually quite a lot of solid defenses. So really, it was almost like things flipped a little bit from what we often see with a lot of draws in the overall and more decisive in the women's. Carissa Yip, gosh, her parents who probably worked so hard to get her to where she is and to give her those opportunities, just to see her at the top. I'm not sure by what criteria over Tatev Abrahamian, but maybe it's just random. But both of them tied for first with 1 point each. Irina Krush with a draw, and of course the rest of the field except for Agata Baikovtsev and Akshita Gorty all drawing their games. We are going to wrap shortly, but Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with his final thought of the day.
Well, what more could you want from a championship? Victories everywhere, blood spilling all over the board, the top players showing their stuff. The great players of our time prove that U.S. chess is really on the rise, and the U.S. Championship is something worth watching all over the world. I remember when we used to watch the Soviet championships, you used to see those names and you're like, man, look at those guys. Now the world talks about us the same way. Certainly a team that could win gold in the Olympiads. But first they've got to work on this one, and one of them is going to try to win the national title. So an exciting first round to be sure. Some scintillating moves in this round. Definitely worth going over once again just to take a look at the artistry and dominance off the play. So a fun first round for sure here at the 2016 U.S. Championships.
Thank you, Maurice.
And I think we are possibly going to hear from the women.
Really? Sorry.
We're getting confirmation on that, but I
thought we were going to wrap up. But there you go.
Yeah, but just a very exciting day, and of course tomorrow we're going to be back at 1 Central Standard Time, and I think we are having. Sorry guys, but man, it was a great day. We loved your phone calls.
Yes,
and,
very much so.
And shout out, of course, to the players who really made it so exciting today.
They definitely brought their A game.
Indeed. And this is Jennifer Shahade signing off with Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and Maurice Ashley. And actually tune in at 12:50 Central Standard Time so that you can catch the pregame show as well. And that's 1:50 over on the East Coast. See you guys tomorrow for round 2 of the U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's.